để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. vù muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
守りたいの。道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい。胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星。瞬く BPM 想像のできないパーティーが始まる。ワクワクしちゃうでしょ。みんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おう。ベンベンベン重なるハーモニー。天真な祝福のリズム。その声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー。どこでも願いを込めて
vù muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. vù muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới. vi vu muôn nơi. Chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
Thế giới này là một hệ thống hoàn hảo, nơi những dòng code vận hành mọi thứ. Nhưng rồi một vết nứt đã xuất hiện, một cơn bão số hóa đã xé toạc thực tại. Chỉ những chiến binh kiệt xuất nhất, những kẻ đã vượt qua mọi thử thách mới có thể tiến vào đây. Họ không chỉ là những người chơi, họ là những đại diện cuối cùng.
Đến phía đối phương anh ta gần như chơi mà họ đã đề ra khi mà lựa chọn đội hình này cũng đang rất thấp máu rồi.
Trong một thế giới hỗn loạn, chỉ những chiến binh mạnh mẽ nhất mới có thể tồn tại. Đây là vòng chung kết Visa VMC mùa đông 2025.
Hành trình vô địch không có chỗ cho sự do dự.
Rồi thì hủy diệt đến từ bên kia
Trò
rồi.
chơi chỉ kết thúc khi chúng tôi là người chiến thắng.
Rồi, triple kill rồi.
Đây không chỉ là một trận đấu, đây là một tuyên ngôn.
Mỗi khó khăn chỉ khiến tôi mạnh mẽ hơn.
This is the moment of truth, where glory calls our name.
Nhưng bây giờ đã ui, khắp khách tung quá đẹp, rất đẹp và đó là hạ sẽ từng dồn vào là rất nhanh và tích không tích.
Thế giới này là của chúng tôi và chúng tôi sẽ chiếm lấy nó.
Sống sót, thích nghi và trở thành huyền thoại. Đây không phải là một chiến trường giả lập. Đây là nơi những chiến binh thực sự hội tụ. Mọi ánh mắt đang dõi theo. Giờ là lúc để dẹp bỏ mọi nghi ngờ, để máu chảy về tim và đưa ván đấu cuối cùng bùng nổ không giới hạn.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals here in the Vietnamese National Esports Championship 2025 MLBB Division Visa VMC Winter 2025, where the ultimate prize here is not only just money, but also to qualify to the wildcard stage over at the M7 World Championship. This tournament is organized by Viresa, Fantai Games, and FPT Corporation, with FPT Play, On Live Esports, and Pang TV as the official broadcasting partners, and proudly sponsored by official partner Visa, with a message everywhere you want to be. So welcome to the grand finals here. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Sheffin. And Sheffin, it is going to be an intense best of 7 here. It's going to the wild cards, but I gotta say, even the wild cards, man, is going to be a very tough journey for both teams.
Yeah, for sure, especially considering that the wild card only presents 2 slots to the M7 World Championship in Indonesia. But what I'm most interested about in casting these kind of regions is how different it is to our regions, Lapel, ID and Malaysia. We can see some of the picks or maybe some of the differences in the meta that's currently being played in the Vietnam region. So very excited to see this best of 7.
Well, I think it's going to be a little bit rough for you because I would say they play a little bit more like ID, where they really want to force fights, force engages, but there tend to be some mistakes, some forced mistakes, some mistakes that is really of their own, doing. But definitely, I hope some changes coming in from yesterday, because I saw some mistakes in draft where you let go of the opponent's best heroes, for example, the Fanny, and I hope I just don't see that here today because again, a lot of dongs is on the line, but also they got to go to the M7 wildcards.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Lafel, I gotta say, mistakes are our region's bread and butter. So, if they can one up ID in terms of mistakes, I would be very welcoming on that. It would be pretty interesting and also at the same time, but I always welcome the differences in the regions here. Yeah, between RLG and Saigon Phantom, I believe. So, I actually researched some of the roster that they have. The one thing that I find interesting, Lafel, is the fact that they imported rollers, which is way weird, don't you think? Because that usually the shot caller of the team is the roamers, right? And there might be some
Yeah.
language barriers here and there that could potentially limit the potential of the team.
Yeah, honestly, maybe that's one of the reasons why we saw some mistakes coming in from yesterday. Maybe there is some communication breakdown, but honestly, I feel like in today's matches, it's really about how they draft and I would say their mechanics, because yes, we got imports coming in from the Philippines, but the local players from Vietnam are amazing. From Radiance Legend Gaming, really got to look at Daylight, the gold laner for Radiance Legends. He is absolutely amazing. Even tried to bring out the Cho yesterday. Didn't win the game, but I think his own personal performance was actually pretty good. And for Saigon Phantom, Hyde has been hit or miss. He has times where he make godly plays, and then times where he's just very passive. He doesn't do much.
Yeah. A lot of familiar names here from both teams from the Mekong regions. Names like Joga, names like hey, the start of the show. Every
Oh
time
yeah.
we cast, we always have some fun with the username and maybe a bit of a trouble too. But yeah, it would be pretty interesting to see these kind of players to step up to the occasion, man, because the stakes are higher than ever because the Mekong region will fight for that wild card. And yeah, this is a fight for the ages for the Mekong region.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would say in this match, it's for both teams, it's going to be quite difficult in the sense that they understand each other quite well, because in the Mekong region, there is a lot of teams that go full local lineup, full Vietnamese teams, and they haven't been able to beat both these teams, which they do have imports from the Philippines. So there seems to be some level of refinement coming in from both, but because of that, they tend to meet each other quite a lot. And it's very interesting to see how Saigon Phantom really drafts differently going up against Radiance Legends compared to every other team. A very good example here is when Saigon Phantom goes up against other teams, Joga is willing to use tank jungles, something like a Baxia, something like a Fredrin. But against Radiance Legends, he always goes for those assassins, even if that draft is a very good draft for tanks. Really unsure why.
Well, maybe one of the reason why is when you look at the group stage standings, RLG or Radiance Legions, they were undefeated, Lafel, 7-0 in the
Yeah.
group stages, and better yet, they are 14-0 in games, so they haven't dropped a single game so far this season for Radiance Legend. And for Saigon Phantom, we are close to replicate the same thing with RLG. The thing is, they lost 0-2 against them, so maybe that's why there's a difference in how they approach the matchup here, because you can say that this is the hurdle that Saigon Phantom needs to overcome to be able to be the champion.
Well, something that RLG definitely has to do is they got to tighten things up, because in the previous best of 5 yesterday, they won the first 2 games, I would say relatively easily. It was a stomp. And then the third game, honestly, Sheffin, they threw so hard. It was a hard game to watch. They won the early game by 5,000, 6,000 gold, and then did absolutely nothing for the next 10 minutes, allowing Saigon Phantom to just farm up and then eventually end the game by taking the Lord. And then fourth game, it was just weird. So I'm really hoping for a little bit more consistency coming in from Radiance Legend, because they are definitely the team to watch. They are definitely the favorites coming in, but they got to perform a little bit better so that the Mekong region has more confidence going to the wildcards. Because like you said, wildcards, 2 teams from wildcards can qualify to the M7. But we've seen wildcards, man. It's a sluggerfest. Like, all the teams there, they're freaking strong. All of them can go to the M7 main stage.
Especially if you look at the other regions, which is MCC, it seems like they are undoubtedly the #1 contender every time the wild card is coming about. You know, they're always #1 or #2 and securing that spot in MSC or in the M series. So Mekong region, at least they're gonna catch up to be that #2 if they want to be very competitive in the world stage. But yeah, I actually didn't expect Saigon Phantom to, get 2 games in the upper bracket.
They shouldn't have. Let me tell you, they should not have.
Hey, it's the biggest playoffs, right? Sometimes it's a hit or miss game. Maybe the stakes are higher, so that's why they make a bit of mistakes here and there. And the pressure is behind too, fell.
Yeah, no, honestly, the pressure is very high. You're going to be a little bit surprised because yesterday, in their own venue, there were some audiences coming in, and I feel like maybe that could have affected them just a bit. The pressure, hearing the screams, the cheers, and everything, especially when certain picks are picked. People are like, "Oh yeah, boo, great." I don't speak Vietnamese, so I can't really translate what they're saying, but I'm guessing they're excited or disappointed. It's between two.
Well, sometimes when you're a fan, even though it's a sluggerfest one, even though it's a bad game, it's a bad win, you always take the W, right, over a good loss. Sometimes the result is what really matters. And yeah, I kind of feel that as a Geek Fan fan in MPL Indonesia, it's not looking good for us this season. But hopefully, these 2 teams, they can put their best. Put their A games up front in the grand finals, because they do really need it. This is best of 7, so there's going to be a lot of adjustments to mid game, especially in the drafting phase, whether they want to take the blue side or the red side. Do they want to emphasize it more towards maybe mid prio, or do they want to play it more towards the fighter gold lane? There's a lot of options here in the meta, Lufel. It is quite colorful.
Well, first of all, chat, thank you for coming. I see you guys say, let's go, LaFell, let's go, Chef. And right now, we're just waiting for the draft to start in this best of 7 grand finals. And Chefin, if it's like yesterday, it's going to be pretty interesting because they never switched sides. I have no idea why. Where I believe it was Saigon Phantom. Saigon Phantom always gets first pick, and then other teams get second pick. But it looks like we're gonna have a what you call this again? It might be a fun match. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Like, we might see a fun match first before we get to the actual grand final. Shout out to the Vietnamese caster there as well.
Yeah, we're gonna ease the audience a little bit. Give them some familiar faces in the Mekong region. This is the stars, the content creators that we usually see in Vietnam, and hopefully the fans will have pretty good entertainment here before the grand finals, and there is the time we can lock in. This is just a fun match. We're just having fun, just Mobile Legends match where well, something matters, but not much at stakes in terms of like the esports Mobile Legends.
And you know what, Sheffin? Yesterday we had an upper bracket finals and lower bracket finals. The lower bracket finals, that is a legit fun match because apparently, like, they were fans of Saigon Phantom, so they're just like, you know what, we're playing with our idols. We're not gonna be too try hard. We're just gonna be trolling around. And I love the picks coming in yesterday. Having Benedetta roam, Gushin in the jungle. Having seen Brody again, like legit, like yesterday, there was no macro. They were just like, we will team fight you even when we're down by 8,000 gold. It was legit entertaining.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Well, Benedetta roam and Gushin jungle surely is one of the picks of all time here, the Vietnam region.
Yeah, yesterday we saw like Masha Rome as well, and not Masha Rome building like Blade of Heptasis VOD. No, this is Tank Masha. Like I don't even know, I don't think it works, but they're just like, screw it, we're gonna go for it anyways. Yeah, basically like having like triple fighters, but not the roles that you thought that they would be. I wonder if we're gonna see roughly the same thing here today. I do want to see more flashy heroes like the Gushin, maybe Amon. Amon is not super flashy, but you know, like we see that hero in rank quite a few times. I don't mind seeing it here in the fun match.
Yeah, you gotta say, I think Amon is it Amon or Mon?
If we want to troll around, we say Amon. Other than that, it really doesn't matter because it's a fictional character. He has no say in it.
Oh, thank you, Lapa. Yeah, Mon, I think it's a bit. I gotta say, for me, it's a bit underutilized in the pro scene. You know, whenever you see a hero that's usually banned in ranked games, you kind of think to yourself, like, is it really that bad in pro scene? Is it really that punishable, easily punishable, this hero? Yeah, but we are going to see the show match here, so there's maybe a lot of chances for them to pull off those kind of heroes. You know, like the Fannies comes into mind too. Like, doesn't really matter if you're not really that good at Fanny. You know, it's just for funsies. This show match. I want to join.
That's what I tell myself all the time. You don't have to be good. You just have to be fun.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a mentality that pro players should have, but apparently in the last match that you told me, that was indeed the mentality. You know, sometimes when you're facing a stupidly strong team, Lafel, it's either you go, pretty much you go balls to the walls, right? Just pick all the heroes that's super deep in your bag and hope that it works. You know, sometimes the magic just happens.
Yeah. It really is the mentality of number one. It's like, we're here not to win. We're here to be remembered. And the other one is really about, I don't care if I win or lose. It's got to be flat. And I got to say, yesterday was flashy. And for a little bit more context, in case some viewers just coming in, their opponents yesterday, they were a semi-pro team with no coach, no sponsors, no nothing. It was just 5 dudes that met in rank, and they crushed the competition, making it all the way to the lower bracket finals. And then they're like, hey, you know, hey, might as well have fun. You know, make people remember us.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of one of the MPL MENA representative in the wildcard, or the representative of MENA in the wildcard, now that it's concluded already. Season 8 of MPL MENA with, I believe, Team Falcons winning it out and will be in the M7 in Indonesia. But the second placer is MENA LFL, and those guys, you know, in that team, they were indeed just a bunch of randos grouping up together last season, and they were able to get to MSC with really almost no support, no funding at all, just, you know, pure, whatchamacallit, just,
I don't know, love for the game.
You know what? Yeah, love of the game. That would be a better term, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, like I love stories like that, because between us, I feel like everyone knows some pro players, sometimes they get a little too comfortable. They're like, we're too good. And then you have like a bunch of randos just kicking your ass, and you're like, oh wait, damn, there's some good people in the world. So it's very nice every once in a while to have a bunch of nobodies all of a sudden being like top tier, amazing. Something I wish we see more from other regions. I would say in Malaysia, the most famous one is SRG, where the org itself, you know, has a lot of funding, but the players, everyone thought they were like nobodies, but then, you know, apparently they're pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good indeed. Pretty good to win the first MSC/EWC, so they are doing it really well right now. And yeah, in Indonesia, I gotta say, it's been a while since we see an actual real Cinderella story. The closest I can get to is probably Team Liquid ID in Season 14. They're not really randos though, they're just a bunch of MDL players. But the ceiling was amazing. You know, they were able to get top 2 in M6, but apparently this season, RLG just pretty much, guys, please just go streaming. Like let's not do it for the love of the game anymore, Lafel.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard like lately, like this week, have they been performing or do they still suck?
Oh, Team Liquid ID. Oh, they are actually pretty good. I believe in the last match that they played, it's actually yesterday. They were able to win out against RRQ that still needs a W to be able to qualify to the playoffs, which really makes you think that TLID actually win in IES despite them being the quote-unquote worst team in the league so far in Season 16 overall. But I think Mirko said it the best. The current form that TLID in right now, they definitely deserve the playoffs. But unfortunately, just a tad bit too late, Lafel. And now their mission is pretty much just dragging teams down to the red zone, and they are doing it masterfully right now. They dragged down my team, kick me, god damn it! And they are looking to drag RQ down this time.
Honestly, like it's the same in Malaysia. I don't know what it is about professional players, but the moment that they can't go to the playoffs, it unleashed something inside of them where they have this I don't need to try hard kind of attitude. I'm just gonna have fun, and you don't want me to have fun because they just become beasts. Like here in Malaysia, the number 10 team, number 19, number 8 team, they're taking W's where they really should not be taking W's, and it's not for their own benefit. It's just for making other people upset, and I respect that because I hold the mentality it's not enough that I win, you have to lose, and I like that.
Hey, for me, it's not just about you have to lose, Lafel. You have to have a bad time. You know, is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Just pick those heroes that
for me,
your
I'm the kind of guy to be like
miserable.
I'm the kind of guy that hopes like, you know what? I hope when you go to the toilet, the flush doesn't work. I hope your ride back home, all the traffic lights are red. I hope I don't know, your Wi-Fi sucks tonight. You know, it's like you just gotta kick them while they're down. You know, but don't be like me though. Don't be like me though. I'm not a good person.
I hope both sides of your pillow is warm tonight. I hope you step on a Lego. I hope that there's a blackout tonight for you. Not to us though, because if there was a blackout in my home, I wouldn't be able to cast it. Yeah, the internet is already bad here in Indonesia. You don't want me to use an actual data here in Indonesia. That is not viable at all for casting.
I do gotta say, it has happened to me before though. It actually has happened to quite a few Malaysian casters where all of a sudden there's just a random blackout. Interestingly, this fun match, it's been half an hour and we haven't even started. That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a good sign, Lafel. Maybe suddenly all of a sudden we get a blackout here, both in Malaysia and Indonesia, and the Vietnamese caster will have to cast both broadcast English and Vietnam at the same time. That would be pretty cool, right? And we still get paid. So W for us. That will be
pretty cool. We'll see some trash talking there already. They're doing the thumbs down, doing the whatever gesture. I don't know. Maybe there's some Vietnamese exclusive gestures to tell your opponents that y'all are going down. And
maybe those are gang signs.
Hey, gang.
Oh, that is actually gang sign.
Hey, it might be. I don't know. It could be. I'm not a gang. I don't know.
Wow. You can pass off, Lafel. Like if you join right now, they would definitely accept you. We have
really?
the face.
Is there like a membership pass or something? Like a 10
No,
USD per
you
month?
gotta. Oh, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. As the great Jose Mourinho said. Yeah, we kind of passed the requirements to be a gang. You know, Mirko, Rashid, those guys like. You don't look good. You don't look bad enough. Is what I'm trying to say.
I see. Is it easier to get in a gang or work for the government?
Oh,
I wonder if that's a legitimate topic to talk about in podcasts. Is it easier to work in the government or in a gang?
See, at the current political world of Indonesia, I'm not sure if I want to talk about this, Lafel.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Maybe you wanna, do a podcast on your own here about the political condition of Malaysia, but I'm not joining in. That's on you.
Hey, it's a good thing that y'all are safe You guys had like what 2 weeks that you guys had to do it online, right? Was it 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks it is.
Hey, you know, and shout outs to you guys. You guys are safe. You know, the audiences coming in are safe. And right now it looks like everything is stabling. You know, not sure how good, not good it is. Haven't seen a lot of it on TikTok, but I just have to assume that everything is a-okay. Which I'm hoping that everything is a-okay with our, I'm guessing, KOLs here. And it looks like they're all just checking up on their devices. Maybe they just don't know how to log in.
Oh, that might be the case here. Yeah, we're still waiting for something to be fixed, guys. So please be patient, please. But yeah, after this we're gonna have a best of 7. Oh, look at that! That is definitely a hostile, you know, gesture towards the opponent.
Okay, I actually didn't see. Describe to me what did he do?
There you go.
They show all 5 fingers, but bring 4 of them down.
No. Wait, did you not see it earlier? They were doing the
no, I was,
you know, hand across the throat kind of gesture.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but it's okay. I think like as long as you're good looking or famous, you might get away with it.
Yeah.
Actually, depends. If you're just famous, you might not get away with it.
Ooh. Yeah, for sure. Oh man, talking to you, Lafel, like this has been pretty interesting. The conversation, man. I feel like if we talk for about more, you know, maybe like 20 minutes more, it's gonna become something that's not, you know, appropriate to put up on YouTube. You know, but hopefully we'll.
We have different platforms to go to. We have different platforms, you know. We can try something else.
Right.
Like the Vietnamese specialized exclusive platform to watch all the content, which is, give me a sec, on live esports and Fang TV. Yeah, that's where you guys can catch us. Hey, if YouTube hates us, hey, there's the place to be. On live esports and Fang TV.
Might as well move to Vietnam at this point for us.
Might as well.
Yeah.
I was about to say Ni Hao, but I'm guessing that might be racist.
This is what I'm talking about. Please do not give us more 10 minutes for a podcast, guys. Like it will turn into something that's not really appropriate. But yeah, we're going like a flight to Vietnam might actually be possible, you know. By the time we get there, they're gonna be, you know, it's gonna be 10 minutes before the draft.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't like flying, you know. I really don't like flying. Because it's so uncomfortable, because especially if you fly like just base economy, you have no idea who you're sitting next to. Like sometimes you're like, oh great, I get to sit next to a girl, which is amazing, but then she smells, and then you're like, this is not what I want for like 6 to 8 hours of my day.
We're not. You know, when you mention a girl that smells, we're not talking about one of the casters that flew to Riyadh or maybe flew with you, right?
No. If I see any of them, I would request a change. Because those people, Shafin, let me tell you, like the Indonesians that have fly to Riyadh, they talk too much, man. They just can't shut up, man. You know.
Okay.
What do you like? Like that Frederick guy, Frederick, and Rachel something. Oh, bro.
Yeah.
Please, bro. keep talking about
like,
football and a BTR and something like that.
Yeah, the guy is kind of insufferable in a way. You know, sometimes when you hang out with him a bit too much, it's a bit contagious too, man. Like some of his habits are getting into me, and I don't think that's healthy. But we're talking about the girl called Rachel, right? She's actually really sick. Wow.
Okay.
This is also
all right,
sick. We're going to the draft.
Yep. This is where you say Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, we're finally in. So we got from one side, we got SBTC and SBTC as well. We got Chubby, Clear, Scarlet, Shine V, Bio, and Potten, Sly, July, Petland, and Gennard. Okay, Gennard, I remember.
familiar name, but look at this, the band's coming through. It's gonna be a Franco and also Selena, so maybe both teams, they know what each other are trying to do. And this is like the kind of a cheese picky heroes, right? So you want to erase that right from the get-go if you want to win the game.
Or, you know, the opponents are just one tricks here. Did you guys not ban? Hello, excuse me, sir. Well, Bane got banned. Let's not do remakes. Just choose a hero that y'all like. Chubby, you can pick a hero that you like.
That's not a chubby hero.
Hey, that's a matter of perspective, okay? I like Lolita though.
Oh,
Lolita's
no.
amazing.
They're not fun. The red team is not fun. They're tryharders.
Dude, why y'all gotta try hard, man? Why you gotta try? And then, okay, you know what? Chefin. If it's not gonna be good, let it be fast.
We're going full honesty here, but yeah, hopefully that's gonna be the case here. You know, if we were being super real, the right team seems to know how to draft just a bit better. You know, just a bit better. The left one, they're doing it for the love of the game, as we mentioned earlier. Oh, Nolan, I haven't seen that guy in a while. Oh, A1.
Hey,
You said it, Lufel.
hey, we called it. We called it, man. We called it. By the way, Lemon D, I'm honestly not sure if we're getting the live feed. I think we are getting the live feed. It's just a bit delayed. It's just a bit delayed. So if you're there in the venue, you might see things happening much faster. So now, looking at the draft here, do you have any analysis for us, Chefin? Any analytical nuggets that you can give?
I'm not sure if you know, the nugget is worth sharing at this point when you look at the draft. But my analysis would be that is a damn good skin, the aspirant from Vexana. Okay, question.
I got that skin.
Question.
Okay, what question?
Do you
What
prefer
question?
the Guinevere or the Vexana, the aspirant one?
I actually think I prefer the Vexana one because the explosions give the impact feels more you know. And Vexana's easier to use than Gwyn. And the third one is that I spin for it and I got Vexana. So a little bit biased here.
Yeah, fair. But looking at the draft here, yeah, I feel like this should be an easier time for the red team, you know? Unless blue team have some amazing micro prowess with the Benedetta and also the EA Amon.
Well, the Lolita could potentially outplay them. You can never know, Chefin. Can Lolita ooh, Grok Vengeance. Haven't seen that in a while. Grok Vengeance. Interesting. Oh, I get it. It's to fight the Benedetta, right? Right, the Benedetta just ults in with the Electro Final Blow. You stay in the middle and then just use Vengeance and make her die. Make her kill herself. And I can say that without it being wrong.
Oh no, oh yeah, oh god, Lafel. This is why you're my inspiration, man. W Lafel. But yeah, we're going to the game here. Both teams are picking some... Oh, that is a very early flame shot coming in from the Vexana just to assert some dominance. And by the way, this is also an outlet flame shot, so a lot of interesting spells here coming in.
Yep, this is definitely rank meta games here. And look at that, Chubby goes in, and actually Shinvi gets the kill. Oh my goodness.
You know, flicking forward, not really getting the kill just yet is Shinvi. So yeah, maybe the blue team has some fighting power here, man, if they want to abuse the Vexana pick.
Hey, Chubby getting that one assist. Hey, maybe he knows what he's doing. Right now, Clear looks like he's having a good laning phase going up against July. Bullying out. And hold on. Ooh, the Arlet apparently is having a hard time against the Vendetta. This might be closer than we thought. Oh my goodness, he gets the kill.
And yeah, Brooklyn gets the get back here with a clutch, a bit unnecessary from Gnard. But now, down below, Scarlet is looking for the ultimate prop, but he didn't get it just yet. July will still try to defend the turret.
Scarlet finds Pum. It looks like he's gonna get eliminated here. The Grok can't do anything there, Sheffin.
Yeah, it's still going on. The Sly will get bursted down even through the vengeance. And now July might be next. He's super low. Shinvei still has the skills. Clear, not getting it just yet. One more. Where are you going? What is it targeting?
Sheffin, is this just caster curse? Where we thought the team that's tryharding is gonna win, but hey, what's going on here?
Hey, look at the tryhards. They're getting the turtle. Ooh, ew, objectives on a show match? Are you serious?
Bruh. Oh, and looks like unable to get a kill there. And Gennard tryharding goes on to Shin V in the front. Scarlet can't really do anything. Already uses ult and not actually getting any kind of execute here.
Yeah, we'll just try to go back and get the healing here. By the way, I don't remember which map are we playing in right now. Is it Flying Clouds? No, right? Is it Expanding Rivers?
That's a good question. Let me guess. Flying Clouds, because it's not dangerous grass. It's not broken walls.
The plane almost gets busted down. Oh, towards the jungle there with Putland, but yeah, that's an interesting use of a skill. But up top, it's a Daha hook. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's a kill towards the Arlet of Gennard.
You don't understand the strategy, man. Sheffin. All right, Shinvi flickers out, and looks like he's gonna be safe. He ulted the jungle creep to show dominance, to show them that I don't need my ult to take you down. Now that's next level aura farming. That's next level mental bullying, Sheffin.
Yeah, but right now Chubby is almost got taken down. Meanwhile, though, in the upfront, Meow is gonna get taken down though by the Shadow Kudu from Petland. Gennard is stacking up the kills. Already 2 for Team Red. Gennard, final slash. But it was a call for Gennard. It's a call early for Red Team.
Okay, you know what? The observer knew that it was going to be too nasty. It won't look good on Fang TV. So they're like, we got to censor it as much as we can. And hello items to the rescue. You know what? Shout out to the observer, man.
Sure, for sure. Oh, it might be another kill. Oh, wild charge. Tonic charge to 5 Natalias. Great stun coming in from Sly. But now, July might get taken down. The stun coming through, but up top is too. What was that clear? Not really clear is engaged there, but no, we'll take it. A lot of kills already in this 5 minute of a game.
Oh, and look at that. Looks like Patong caught in a very bad situation. And July snipes Clear out of the way just as soon as Clear actually got the endless battle. And now Scarlet is looking at 4 members of the opposing side. Doesn't look like a good chance for him to get the turtle. He will try, though.
Yeah. Looks like the tryhard teams is getting their second objective here. So now they're just gonna wait for a second here, maybe taking down the middle turret because you know, they have a lot of dimes coming in, so maybe they can use that. Sly might be taken down here. The ultimate comes through for the A1 double for Scarlet, and now they're looking to get more. Gennard might be in trouble, still looking for the final slash play, still using the sustain, but now Julie also gets taken down too. Only one guy left, or one girl left for the red team.
Look at that. Meow Bio got the Cham Dude. Got the Cham Dude there. Which means shutdown. Alright, Cham Dude means shutdown, I think. Because look at this. We gotta look at the replay. Look at Amon, Scarlet coming in, getting the double kill. That I can read. And then moving forward, they're just continuing on to fight. Gennard using the spells. But eventually Clear get the hug gooch. And then Lim Tu Lap is gotten by the opposing side.
Yeah. I didn't know that you were familiar with some Vietnamese word there, LFL. So
I'm not.
Shout out to Mr. Bilingual or Mr. Multilingual here.
Hey. Now it looks like a tectonic charge coming in from Sly, but that might be a bad engage because the Haguch Clear got that kill there. And hey, people don't call me by for nothing, man. July is stuck under the turret, has to get away. Looks like they're gonna get the objective first. And now, looks like the Lord coming in from Vexana is not gonna hit onto anyone.
And this has been a pretty, I gotta say, a pretty competitive match so far from both teams. Not really the cleanest though, because both teams seems to sometimes doesn't really know what they're doing. But the kills are coming, so that's good for a slow match. By the way, that turtle animation is pretty cool as well. Some we call it in Indonesia jedak jeduk.
Yeah. Chef, let me just tell you, you don't need to know what you're doing, okay? You just need to feel what you're doing. Look at Scarlet. He feels it. And he gets the turtle. Look at that, man. You don't need to know what you're doing. You just gotta feel it. Feel it, Chefin.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens, you know. And you just gotta accept that. Gnarth though, 1 feet 2 with the vengeance. When we get onto it, and now 3 feet 2 somehow. Gnarth gets taken down. It's not a fair fight. 4 feet 2. He's taken his money some trouble. 4 feet, but he's not going to go. And that's a tectonic him to the death.
Dude, that was so good coming in from Clear. Clearly is doing quite a lot of burst damage here. So eventually it will come to a point where he can maybe like 2-shot, maybe 3-shot a few people from left, right team there. I don't know. Are they red? I can't tell. Colorblind.
Oh yeah, you are colorblind now. Oh, Shinvi might be blind too to the engage of Team Red, and secured by July. Another kills coming in for the tryhard team.
Okay, you know what? Let's just call him that. The tryhard team and Chubby's team. Chubby, speaking of which, using Revitalize, trying to get out of the way. But Padland actually got a kill and a tectonic charge onto 2 members. Looks like July is going in for the kill, able to get one, but a return kill. Clear. Make sure that he doesn't go down without taking someone with him. But see, overall, Team Tryhard here looks like in a prime position to get the mid turret. But look at Amon, Scarlet, going to the sides, getting as much for him as he can.
Yeah, because he feels that he can get the turret, right? You're just playing by the feel. It's a great call first here, maybe feeling more towards the kill. Nard! Another bad good secured for this Arlen.
Well, the turtle's about to come up, Chefin. It looks like, what, 9 minutes, 26 seconds? What did I say?
Turtle.
See, I just wanted to see if your audio is all good, because I was curious, can you hear me well and everything? Hey, it looks like you can hear me well. So shout outs to your computer settings.
Yeah, very considerate. That's why you're the greatest talent of all time, LaFell. But now, Badland here will pull the trigger towards the Lord. Scarlet is feeling it. He's going in. They want to kill with a hand coming in from Badland. But now he's still sustaining. He might be getting yes, it is. So he can actually join in the team fight.
Dude, that was amazing. You know, I like Scarlet. Scarlet is just like, you know what? I don't know if this is good idea or not. I'm just going to go for it. And he actually gets the kill and almost got the Lord. But put them with this Vexana and, you know, amazing aspirin skin, by the way. A lot of explosions going on. Secures the Lord. And now Shinvi trying to protect his base. But this is going to be very difficult for a single Xavier.
Yeah, but they're knocking through the doors here. Team Tryhard, look at that. Some of the skills coming in from the Benedetta. Meow getting the kill. And Slot gets taken down. They're not stopping there just yet, but looks like they're going to get retaliated. Shadow Kiru might be connecting here, or the Quad Shadow from Batland. Finally using the ultimate. July moves forward. So with the damage, and now it's Meow's turn to secure the kill to Batland, and it is disastrous for the tryhards.
Did you just say Ogi Shadow Kiru?
Yes.
Oh. Not many people know that that's exactly how you pronounce the skill name, because I keep hearing people say Ogi Shadow Kill, and I don't know, people just try to westernize everything. It's Shadow Kiru, you know. It's good that you're civilized.
Yeah. Nihon wa chotto dake dekimasu, you know. It's because of Arashi, man. Rashi, like his weavery is contagious. And he beat Japan earlier too.
Hi. Oh, Miao Biao.
So this name.
Getting chased,
Yeah?
and he goes to the wrong way. Kong to Champa by Gnart. And Del Pa Hui coming in from clear, and they actually get a kill onto Petland. Daha Gooch. And now even the Oracle being bought by Chubby. But in the back here, looks like Gnart goes over to clear. But Scarlet, it is going to be those assassins going for their marksman. And Shinvi is down as well. Scarlet still on the hunt. Being invincible, no one knows where he is.
Invincible and invisible at the same time. He's gonna cut the lane just to give a bit more room for Team Blue or Team Chubby to breathe. And now he's looking for the flank here towards the Vexana. Potom, he gets taken down. Too easy for Scarlet. Oh, Gnart goes in with the first song. Now it's still going on for Gnart to connect hard. So Gnart as well, Sly with a good set. And now Chubby gets chased down by the island. Might be a triple. It's a triple for Gnart, but not for long. For Finland, it might be over by the side. It's the only lone defender. Flickers forward by July. Now the flicker backwards for the Xavier. But the Buccaneers not secured for the tryhards. They are definitely tryharding and foul.
Shinvi is... I respect his gutso. I respect him moving forward, trying to make a play, but I kind of feel like as a Xavier, it's completely fine for you to say out of harm's ways, using your ult to clear the minions, you know, like try to use your passive for your own advantage. But either way, right now, Team Tryhard here, looks like Chubby is getting caught and forced to use the Revitalize. Very early Revitalize here coming in from Chubby. But yeah, I don't know. Shevin, let me just do it play-by-play. Scarlet, so I get caught by Gnart and July. But Tom now having the Holy Crystal. And yeah, you're right. Apparently when you're peeking, you know, some of the voices isn't there. Hey, it's I'll do play-by-play, even though I hate it. I hate play-by-play, but I'm down.
Yeah. Apparently the game cannot handle my peak, man. July with the Winter Crown here, so it's gonna be a bit more safe and very in line with the try-hard mentality that they have. Meow with the flank angle.
Yeah, right now Lord has jumped in. Back in the Meow Biao tries to be that distraction, and looks like is the distraction, but Petland still gets the kill, but gave enough time for the team to actually clear the Lords. And right now, looks like Gnart is stuck in the middle. Scarlet gets a kill there at the front lines, but Tom gets another kill, but Clear has too much burst damage at this point. And even Vexana throws her Eternal Guard to try to end the game. Petland goes in, but I don't think he has an ult now. Good dodge with the quad shadows. And now successful defense here coming in from Team Chubby.
Yeah, to be honest, if we're being real here for a second, they have decent wave clear with the Clint and also the Xavier. If Meow can just solo lane and take care of a single lane and makes it a 4v5 in the base, but there is still, you know, a lot of wave clear maneuver that they can use. We'll see in a second if it's gonna be another wave or like one straight push to the base for Team Tryhard, because all the inhibitor turrets are gone, Lafel. This should be real estate for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. July actually flickers forward. He put himself in a very dangerous situation. Now Scarlet goes in, Winter Crown, fool, but still the kill goes over to Clear. We can see the Gnart. Oh, hold on. That's a botch engage coming in from the Grog. Meow Biao is in between. And now even all coming in from the Xavier trying to deal as much damage as they can. And the Hayabusa gets caught. Gnart is the only one alive. 14 at 6 and 11. Arlet, can he really do anything against him? Scarlet is on the chase and Gnart stuns him down.
Yeah, they have to take care of the base first though here. And maybe just push the lanes first before they want to take the Lord off.
What? How did that happen?
Not sure.
Clear. Oh, Gnart goes in. And Chubby is there to the rescue to make sure to clear. doesn't get humiliated by Nart, and Nart! Immortality popped. Oh, actually good timing, but still the kill goes over the clear.
Yeah, unfortunate, man. And when you're, it's should be a full damage outlet, right? That's why the damage was super clear from clear cleanse. And now it's gonna be a Lord fight here from both teams, 4v4, with Scarlet's gonna come anytime soon. Badland super early.
Yeah, a lot of damage being dealt to Petland, and already using the Ogi Shadow Kill. In the top lane, it looks like Meow Meow is going to use that opportunity to actually establish some kind of split push here. Knowing that the Hayabusa doesn't have the Ogi Shadow Kiru, probably not going to be a threat here.
For sure. Now 20k already on the Lord. The Artificial is not going to be there.
Tectonic Charge hits on to Clear. Clear still survives. There's no follow-up, but now July using the Wind of Nature, trying to protect himself from the damage coming in from Clear. They got the Lord. They were very happy with that outcome. Patlan comes in. Ogi Shadow Kiru and Shinvi, where did you use your ult? It hit on the opposite side of the map. And now minions coming in, but Clear tries to clear the minions, doing quite a lot of burst damage here. Able to clear the Eternal Guard and the 2 minions, and all the while, the Lord is already at half part of the map up top. I wonder if they can keep Team Tryhard here. Can the Lord just end it? Okay, probably not. They're not doing anything to stop them.
Yeah, like that ultimate from the Savior from Shinfi was pretty sussy there. Maybe he's seeing someone outside of the map, you know, just giving him the benefit of the doubt.
That was for the fans.
Gennard? For sure.
Oh, Tectonic Charge alone. Gennard gets the kill onto Clear though. Chubby has to run away. And now Shinvi, he does have the Dawning Light. Not gonna do anything with it though, because right now we can see that Scarlet finds Gennard. Gennard able to get out of a lot of the damage, but Meow Meow gets the final kill onto Gennard. Gennard stacking up the deaths here. Scarlet goes for July. July able to escape Death's door. Meow Meow has to run away. Electro find a blow to the back, finds Patom. Eye for an eye, trying to get out. Petland gets a shadow inside of Meow Meow. Goes to the shadow and finally gets the kill. But now having no skills left, Chubby and Shinvi alive 19 minutes in. Chefin, I did not thought this fun match was going to be this intense.
Yeah, it ain't so fun now, you know, not much blunders here. Well, there's a lot of blunders here and there, but it's a better quality match than I thought, you know. Maybe you can pass this off as one of the games of MPL Indonesia. You know, it's actually good enough, to be honest with you. But yeah, back to the game here. Really? Already 19 minutes. Yeah, it is, man. Like, it is that bad currently in MPL Indonesia.
Hey, I respect the energy. With no inhibitors here, it really is Team Tryhard's time to shine, because having that Hayabusa, and then, you know, they just might not notice, and the Haya could just end the game. And that's a good way to end a fun match. Looking at Nard as well, moving the minions along. The Lord is going to spawn around 30 seconds. Unless a cool play happens from Team Chubby, it's going to be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, but right now Team Tryhard seems to have maybe the tool to make the more cooler plays, you know, compared to Team Chubby. This is more of a reactive kind of composition, Lofel. You know, there is some playmaking potential with the Electro Final Blow, with the Petrify, but overall, you want to be on the responsive end, right? Because you have the, you know, the Lolita. I forgot the name of the hero because it's been a while since I see her. And you have to play through it with the shields as well.
Yeah. The Grok finds Chubby there. Wait, why did you use Winter? Out of nowhere. Oh no, I think that was a mistake. And now it looks like the Lord Mike gets a kill. Lolita, can you? Oh, Meow Meow gets the Lord. July kills Meow Meow, but I think that's fine. Dawning Light hits onto targets when they're already dead, but Shinvi gets Petland. And this is the kind of play that Team Chubby needed. Scarlet gets a kill onto Gennard. July as well as Baton tries to run away, but Clear, look at the damage coming in from the Clint. Chubby being the front line, having the shield to bounce back the damage. The Lord pops. Team Tryhard might actually lose here, Chefin.
No, for sure. Now, don't think that Winter Crown play was a mistake, Lafel. It is aura farming. He knows that he's going to make the play. He's going to steal the Lord. He's going to get the kills at the same time. This guy, man. Meow, meow. Somebody stop his class.
Yeah, my bad, B. I forgot about aura farming, man. But now they get the mid inhibitor. One hit, got it. Now they got a mid inhibitor. So far, it looks like the minions are doing a very good job stopping the Lord in its tracks. But the Lord is an unstoppable force unless killed. But right now, he's unstoppable. He's moving forward, waiting for someone to take him down. It is his purpose to kill or be killed.
Ooh, almost there, Bernard. Uh-oh, do you want to go in? No. He's gonna use the sentry here to spot pretty much everyone on the Chubby team. And they're gonna let go of the Lord just a second, get some hits, and just go away. We'll see if they can use the Numinant Blast here, even though there's no flicker. So, last set potential, but surely they have enough to be able to break down the base.
All right, Chubby, you just have to keep on doing that. Oh, hold on. Meow goes to July. July already using the Wind of Nature. And now even the Tectonic Charge only hitting onto one. Scarlet gets Petland. And then the Dawning Light gets the Immortality from the Grok. Only 3 members left from Team Tryhard. Eva Batam is having a hard time. And looks like Team Chubby, they're just seconds away from ending the game. And there you go. It doesn't help to be Tryhard here, Sheffin. You played the meta, you played for the objective, and then you got taken down.
I'm not sure if they even play for the meta or the objective, LaFell. They're just playing for themselves, you know? They're just playing for fun. As you said earlier, this is the spirit of the show match. You gotta show something for the audience out there. Like, stop picking this meta picks. What are you, man? Like, what is this cowardly pick? You don't want to win in a show match? You wanna assert dominance, you know, play those Laylas in Rome and still win the game. That is Orm.
You know, I saw the players that were there's gonna play in the grand finals later on. Saw Pancake, saw Meow, and they were laughing. They were having a good time. So at least I can say that the nerves of the grand finalists they were toned down a bit. So maybe it's a good thing to have this fun match, to see everyone else play, and then the grand finals can think to themselves like, I'm not that bad.
Or maybe, on a better scenario, LaFell, they get inspired, you know, and pick some of these picks, man. Oh, hold on a second. The Lolita works. Oh, hold on a second. We can pick Vexana in pro play. That might be the idea here. And also just a Winter Crown play out of nowhere, just to aura farm, you know. That is a very inspirational play from Meow.
They're like, hey, you know what? Xavier is so good at clearing minions. And guess what happens when you don't have minions? You can't end the game. Then they're like, Coach. Sounds insane, Coach. But if we just cleared minions, Coach, they can't do anything. 40 minutes in, they get tired. We smash them. Not in that way, but you know what I mean.
I mean, if you want to do it that way, I think it's still welcome. But we'll see, though. Best of 7 here, grand finals for the Mekong region. Finally, we get to see a bit more serious match. Hopefully, you know, the fun match earlier will not change the serious tone that we're gonna have after this. You know, because the stakes are higher than ever.
That was me being serious.
Sure.
What are you implying, Sheffin? I was doing my best. That was high quality casting that I did there.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like we are told to buy time before the grand finals. You know, I think this is a pretty. I gotta say, it's been an honor to be able to cast with you, Alpha. Like, you're, you know, I'm a bit nervous coming in, but after you crack jokes here and there, apparently we're on the same wavelength in a way, or maybe both of us is on the spectrum.
Yeah, no. I have autism and ADHD, but I got medication for that. I keep offering to other people, but they keep on saying no. I told my doctor, and my doctor is like, yes, they should say no, but that's besides the point, right? Going to this grand finals, we're gonna see the players set up, and it is going to be an intense match, Sheffin. This will be not like any other match that you've ever seen. For the good or for the bad, I don't know. But you've never seen this kind of gameplay.
Actually,
Again, it could be bad, but you've never seen it before.
Yeah. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe subpar. That's the meme goes. That's how the meme goes. But yeah, that's also my experience with MPL Mena as well, man. It's been a kind of a routine for me to cast MPL Mena every season. The grand finals or the playoffs come around, and we're told to cast this MPL Mena, and there's a lot of interesting things that they do there in the Middle East. Sometimes it's not always the same. Maybe the Khalid pick, for some reason, is a bit more. It's a bit more stronger there, just because of the fact that they're playing in the desert.
Eh.
Is that racist?
Salam alaikum, my Habibi. MENA region is strong, is getting better. Sorry, what?
Ahlan wa sahlan, ya akhi.
Yes. Walaikum salam. Anyways, for this matchup, I hope the players are having a good time, because I think going into game number 1 there might be some nerves, because if I remember correctly, especially from Saigon Phantom in the first game of their best of 5 match yesterday, I don't exactly remember the draft, but try to imagine this, Sheffin, where you already have a counter towards that hero. So it's okay for you to let the enemy take that hero so that you can counter it. But then they end up taking that hero themselves, like super denying the enemy, and then just end up with a draft that has zero synergy with each other. Something like having a Lunox with no pickoff or no one to set up. Honestly, no crowd control at all in the team, and then just the Lunox couldn't do much. The jungler assassin didn't have any room to make plays, stuff like that. So, like, if we're being more serious, I just want to see Saigon Phantom actually just hunker down on the draft. That's all I ask. Even if they lose the game, at least they have a good draft.
Yeah, at least you have some good foundation, right? But I gotta say, LaFell, I thought you know the answer on why they are so gung-ho on denying the picks, man. You told me that your mentality is, as long as the enemy suffers, maybe I'm not having fun, but as long as my enemies didn't really get the pick, that's the mentality that you're supposed to have. And they are just doing it in pro scene. Get with the program, LaFell. This is your thing.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, yesterday I called a lot of the plays, a lot of drafts, and yet I forgot about that. I thought I was Vietnamese yesterday. And today I've been reminded I'm not Vietnamese enough. I'm only Namese. I'm not Viet.
You should have a Vietnamese plan.
I don't know, man.
By now.
I'm making it work. I hope I'm not saying a racial slur. I hope I'm not. I should be fine. I should be fine. Do you like racial slurs?
Oh my god. Oh.
I hope not, because you're... No, right? It's not cool, right? Bro, I've been telling people racial slurs are not cool. Stop saying it. God.
Oh my god. See, LaFell, before I joined MPL Indonesia, do you know what I said to Mirko? Like, I'm trying to be a caster like LaFell. Someone that said something that maybe okay/not okay to say on broadcast, but apparently I need to step up my game because, I'm nothing compared to you currently.
Damn. No, you don't have to. Just chill, bro. Don't be like me.
Yeah.
I mean, like, to be fair, I've been casting for how many years? 6 to 7 years now. So...
yeah,
I had like 3 to 4 boring years, and then the rest, I just be me, man.
Yeah, the tism just kicks in, right?
Speaking of which, let's see here. Not sure whether the teams are ready or not, but something that we do have to discuss, if everything goes as planned, there is actually a chance for Radiance Legend Gaming, being the favorites here, to actually get a 4-0, but based on the extended showings in draft coming in from Saigon Phantom, I do actually feel like it can go all 7 games. The thing that I was slightly pissed off with is that Saigon Phantom, in the game against Radiance Legend, we called out, this is an amazing game for a Moskov. This is an amazing game for a Cho. The entire best of 5, they never use those heroes, right? And then I just have to assume, like, okay, maybe they just don't have that in their repertoire. They just don't know how to use those heroes, at least not in professional play. And then come to the lower bracket finals, they were amazing at it. So I'm like, okay, were you just holding back you just really want to go home just a little bit late, so you go to the lower bracket finals, so that you can stay in the mall for just a few extra hours. I don't know. Maybe yesterday they were just holding back. Maybe they were just like, I want the opponents to think I'm trash, so that today I can
Oh.
kick them in the behind.
Yeah, strike them where they're expecting it the least, right? That's
Yep.
one of the quote in Art of War
Strike
where
them in the
Sun
boo
Tzu,
boo.
I'm just yapping currently. But yeah, hopefully this is gonna be a fun match here because when I look at the statistics or the overall region's most trial picks, I see a very
Mhm.
unfamiliar face there, which is the Irthel. Even in Indonesia, I don't remember the last time Irthel is picked in the gold lane. It's mostly just fighters currently. It's
Yep.
one of the most prior right now is probably CC. And if you're trying to
Mhm.
build towards the late game, it's probably gonna be like Granger, or push come to shove. As you said earlier, Moskov, someone that can handle the long lane. But Irithel, out of all the heroes, man, maybe they want the safety, over anything else.
Yesterday, I did see a second pick Iritel, but it's mostly trying to fight like the comfort here in the Macau region is that Granger. So sometimes people just pick up the Iritel before it gets banned out, so that they essentially have a way to fight against the Granger, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I would say is very interesting, because even in Malaysia, Iritel is a very rare pick, and when it is picked up, it basically loses, right? There's just nothing much that the Iritel can do. I'm more surprised in Indonesia the CC gets let go quite a few times. Here, even in my rank games, I'm never letting that girl go. Because have you been hit in the face with the yo-yo before? I have, and it hurts. It hurts like it hurts like when someone tells you I love you as a friend. Actually, no, maybe it hurts even more than that.
Speaking from experience there, Lafel. But yeah, I think the
I'm
CC
married. It's
is
okay.
automatically. Oh, you are? Okay,
Yeah,
congratulations.
I'm married.
How late
I'm married. I have 4
how late I
cats.
am how late I am in
I
congratulating
thought you
you
froze
on your
there. Oh my
marriage.
god!
Wait,
You just
what?
stayed still. Wait, are you frozen? Am I casting
No,
alone?
no,
Oh my
no.
goodness.
I was waiting for you to talk because there's a delay here. I don't want to,
Oh no no no
I don't want to interject here.
no.
So
I've
what
been
was the
I've been
question
married for
again?
like
I
what?
forgot.
I've been married for like 2 years or something.
Ah,
I think I gotta check.
okay.
I think it's 2 years.
Okay. The million-dollar question: has marriage changed your casting?
Nope, nada.
Okay.
Marriage has
Is that a
done
good thing or a
nothing
bad
for
thing?
me. Nah. It's just
Uh,
same old same old. Y'all just live together. It's just that you have to pay a little bit more than usual, but other than that, roughly the same. You know.
I'll take notes. I'll take notes. It's not gonna be anytime soon, though. But yeah. Uh, Anything that we want to talk about again, Lafel? I feel like we're still trying to buy time here.
Yes, we are. We are because they are setting up the tables, the chairs, getting into the accounts, making sure the air conditioning works, making sure people selling insurance don't get in the way unless they're selling visas. Visas is fine. Visas is a sponsorship. Come on in. I want a visa. You want a visa? You want a visa? Everyone can get a visa. Actually, no. Depends on where you're from. Because apparently, certain places is hard to get a visa. But hey, everywhere you want to be, okay? Visa brings the world closer together through a network of fast, convenient, and secure payments. Visas the bomb.
Yeah, that's the requirements, right? Not just
Yep.
convenient. The secure part is super underrated because you don't want to get your the whatchamacallit, pretty much the visas from some shady places, right? You want to get it from a secure place. Pretty much anything that goes for literally anything. Food, maybe the medication that you take, maybe Lafel. You don't want to get it in the back alleys.
It's nice
Get
to
it
know
from
that you've been spending money on food and nothing else. That sounds like a
oh
good. I spend my money on food and ato Atau
Hey, well, do you not like food? Wait a second. I might be lagging
dude, I
here.
love food. Look, dude, I love food. Have you not seen how big I am? I'm 100 kilos.
Oh, I'm getting there, which is not a good thing, man. I before MPL I was like 65 kgs. Now, I'm 85 or something, which is a good thing in a way because I was pretty malnourished before MPL. So shout out to MPL for feeding me the right way here, to a better shape. But yeah, I gotta get in a bit more shape here. There's a belly sticking out already, and I'm not a dad yet.
No, I'm just embracing it. It's like, okay, you know what? I'm 100 kilos, still gonna go to gym, just get a bunch of muscle. So instead of blitzing my opponent, I'll just jump on them, and then they get crushed to death. You know, like my idea of fighting now is like being a bowling ball. You know, except that I'm not like a black bowling ball. I'm more like a caramel pudding kind of bowling ball. You know.
Well, I've never really been in a bowling alley, so I don't know which one is the caramel bowling
Whoa,
ball, but I'm
really?
gonna take your word. No, I've never been in a bowling alley. It seems like, for me, I wouldn't. Well, I've never been there, so I can't really say, but from the looks of it, it doesn't sound like the most fun thing to do, you know?
Bro, are you serious? Don't let my wife know that because she loves bowling and I don't like going bowling with her. But you know, it's like you've never been bowling. That's interesting. Like after this, you're gonna say something like you've never been in a jet pilot thingy, helicopter. Have you never been in a helicopter before?
No, like I think probably
You've
only
never been in
0
a
point something
helicopter?
population. Have you been in a helicopter?
Have I ever been in a helicopter? No.
Okay. Okay. Because that would
Yeah,
be pretty
I'm not
cool,
in
I
that
gotta
tax
say.
bracket just yet.
Oh yeah, but you're getting there though. I'm still broke. Still broke.
And you know what? Enjoy being broke where you don't have to pay taxes just yet. You know, just enjoy yourself. Just enjoy
Oh,
yourself.
that is actually true. You know, like when I'm talking in the talent room, sometimes we discuss taxes, and I feel like left out, super left out, because like, what are you guys doing? You guys are paying your taxes. Like someone never came to me and asked for. Oh wait! I shouldn't say that here. Oh,
Yeah,
I shouldn't say that.
no.
I might tell me
We're
no.
not gonna discuss
Did I
that.
mess up already? Did I mess up
No,
already?
no.
Please don't come for
No,
me.
we're good. We're good. You know what? You're young. You're like what? 16. You don't have to do it. You know, like chill. The game
I'm
though.
actually 25. Oh.
All right, let's go. I think we're
Let's
ready.
go.
We're gonna start the game. The best of 7. This is like what an hour and a half ever since we started the cast here, Chefin. I hope you're excited because I'm ready to be loco. Now I just gotta plug this thing.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm also excited. Ready to be loco, as you said. That term, I actually don't really know what that means. Is it just crazy or?
Loco means crazy
Oh, okay. Loco.
in Spanish.
That's why. In Spanish. Why is it? Why do we use Spanish? Is it just because of the Filipinos or?
No. It's actually a very popular term where I guess you use it in American humor a lot because there's a lot of Mexican there. So they're like, "Hey, loco, ese," you know, stuff like that.
So when you're on a locomotive, you're on a crazy train, right? Is that how it is?
No,
Okay, that was a bad joke.
No, a locomotive is when you have a very bad reason to kill someone.
I'm not following.
You,
I'm not following, but apparently we are very
you
close
don't
to
get the
draft.
joke, but okay. I thought that was a solid joke actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty slow with that.
I'm gonna tell that to Mirko, and I want to see how he responds. A locomotive is when you have a bad reason to kill someone.
Locomotive.
Loco.
Is it just
motive,
motive?
Crazy,
Is that how it is?
crazy
Well,
motive. No,
I
no reason
get
to.
that, but is that even a joke?
You know what, Sheffin, you suck, man.
Playoffs bracket here first.
As well as
Lafel.
SGP.
Oh, with the zoom in, very fancy.
Hey, over here we're top tier quality, all right, Sheffin?
For sure.
Speaking of which, this is the lower bracket finals coming in from yesterday, where Saigon Phantoms defeated their opponents very cleanly, AFO squad, and now returning back to the grand finals here in the best of 7. Can RLG Radiance Legends defeat Saigon Phantoms again, or will we see a upset-ish where Saigon Phantoms has the better of Radiance Legends?
Yeah, for sure. Right from the the end of the group stage, like, we know that these two teams will most likely be the grand finals here. It's a matter of how can you execute here, because obviously playoffs is a whole different breed than the regular season or the group stages. But anything that you want to say relating to what's on the screen, Lafel? Is there a flood going on in Vietnam? Because if it is, like, for all of you guys out there that's impacted.
This is just the Trong Dong MLBB Sport Vietnam Trong Tai Hong Về Mid Bắc, where you know, shout outs to Visa VMC Winter is the Dong Gop Tong Dong, where you can get 100 Vietnamese dong. Yeah, so there it is. It's powered by Phantom. You know, this is an amazing something or the other.
Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna pull out my Google Lens in a second here, and maybe we can get a actual. Oh, never mind. It's already gone. I was gonna try to get the translation, because it feels like something that's a bit more serious there with the graphics and all. But yeah, we'll see. Best of 7 incoming, and it's a battle to get to the wildcard stage of M7 in Indonesia. It's back to Indonesia again, Lafel. Like, when was the last time you were in Indonesia?
That's a good question. Was it either last year or 2 years ago? So it hasn't been that long. It hasn't been that long. I was there. I think there was a Snapdragon series there, either earlier this year or earlier last year. So yeah, I think that was the last time I was in Indo, because I don't think I've went there for a holiday just yet. Because I don't believe in breaks. I don't believe in holidays. I believe in hustling your life away. I believe in sweating blood and tears until you die.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Exactly. But yeah, Indonesia. It takes me back to M4 days, man, where yeah, we thought that we had a chance, especially with the fact that, oh, finally we get to play in our home ground, some home court advantage to use for our teams that qualified to M Series. But apparently, no, the Filipinos are too damn strong. Do you think in this M7 it's still gonna be, well, obviously the Filipinos are still probably the biggest contender, but who's like the biggest threat out of all the regions so far? Or maybe specifically the teams?
Makang, man, someone here in VMC is gonna go to the wild cards, win the wild cards, and then challenge all the world champions. And then let's go. They're just gonna take them down, and they're gonna make it look easy. That's what's going on, Shafi. That's why we're here. We want to see which Vietnamese team is gonna take down those damn Filipinos.
Who needs Aurora when you have RLG or Saigon Phantom, man? Yeah. It seems like every region there is this team that's completely dominating the regular season, right? In Philippines we have Aurora. Here we have RLG, and to some extent, Saigon Phantom is also dominating the competition. It's just that RLG it looks like a step above the rest, just like SRG multiple seasons in Malaysia, just like Onyx ID multiple seasons in Indonesia. Hopefully they can actually be a threat though to the Filipinos, because at this point, even I think the Filipinos are kind of tired of them winning.
You would think that, and then you go to Facebook and you're like, okay, I think they still got a good few years in them, because the people playing, they're like, okay, we've had enough. But the audiences, the netizens, they're like, no, not enough. We need 30 more years so that I can tell my kids, like, kids, you don't know what it's like during my time. During my time, we're the best. Sure, poverty's around, but we win championships, man. We win everything.
Yeah. The we here, it's pretty conditional, man. Hopefully, it's gonna change. Like, seriously, it's been too damn long. Even MSC as well. We thought that Indonesia, Malaysia, is gonna dominate, but apparently Philippines takes it back again. It's I don't want to say anything that's too spicy here because I have some old beef with a lot of Filipinos out there, if we want to classify it as that. And I don't want to be on the receiving end again. It's not a good time, seriously. Either the Filipinos or a certain team in Indonesia, when you just poke them a little, the beehive's gonna be, they're gonna get all angry.
No, that's why you gotta choose your opponents. Instead of going for them, go for North America. See something bad about Mobile. See, like, some people will attack you, but then multiple regions will back you up. You gotta choose your opponents, man. You're like, I can't bully this guy, so I'm gonna put it. No, don't do that. Cyberbullying is bad. Cyberbullying is bad, guys. Okay, it is not okay, and you guys should be ashamed of yourself if you ever do it. I've never done such a thing. Okay, as old people will tell me, I'm a good boy. Okay.
Indeed, a good boy, man.
Okay, don't say it. When you say it, it's not cool. You don't say it. Old people can, not you.
Okay. You don't want to be called a good boy? Oh my god.
I've never cringed so hard.
Like we just
I've never cringed so hard, Chef. Let me tell you that.
Please.
I don't know. It should be. I'm hoping that it is. I'm dying here.
Oh, your camera is blurring. It really likes you're dying right now. Oh man. But yeah, we're not. Should we say this? We're actually not signed up to cast this show.
It's fine. All right. We're coming in.
Oh,
we're coming in, Chef.
Yeah.
It's all good now.
Finally. Just RLG they actually didn't lose a match nor a game in the group stages, going a perfect 14-0 in game rate. Meanwhile, for Saigon Phantom, they only dropped a match, and that is towards RLG in a 2-0 fashion. So this is a chance for them to retaliate, to get a get back here in the most important match of the VMC Winter 2025. With the lineup that you guys see on the screen here, a lot of imports too, LaFell. In fact, 4 players are from Philippines.
Yep. And there are times where you can see like communication breakdown, but overall I think it's still okay. So we're gonna be looking at the map first. And is it gonna be expanding rivers or is it gonna be the clouds? Oh, never mind. It's gonna be broken walls. No, okay, never mind. Jushin gets banned out by RLG, and this is already different. Yesterday, Saigon Phantom is permanently on first pick, but this time they're going for a second pick here. RLG banning out Jushin.
Yeah, and I think Jushin is always a solid ban, right? Just because of the fact that you get an almost automatic mid prior secure, even if you get a roamer that doesn't necessarily have the early game damage like a Khalid, or doesn't have the clear 2 like Khalid, you still somehow is able to control the mid bushes, and that's why Jushin has been very, very prio. But for Saigon Phantom here, they want to erase that lockdown potential for RLG. Maybe they are going for an assassin, potentially, someone that can dive that didn't really get punished by Kalea.
Yeah, definitely potentially an assassin, but something to note as well, it has been pancakes like power pick having that Kalia. I would say for all the teams here, whenever they do get a Kalia, they perform very, very well. I hope what Saigon Phantom is going to do is that they let go of one pick so that they can take the Chow and then just hurt Pancake on his hero pool, because so far it seems like his hero pool is a little bit limited. We've seen him on the Kalia, we've seen him on the Gatot Kacha, which apparently is a prio here. One game of Hilda, and then that's about it. I think he hasn't used the Cho yet, but I know he can use the Cho.
Ooh, look at that. The bans are coming through again with the CC and also Fanny. So this is interesting, right? Because Fanny, at least in Indonesia, teams are kind of taking turns whether they want to ban it in the red side or the blue side. It's not always set in stone, but it seems like Saigon Phantom is super afraid of the potential of the blue one Fanny pick from RLG, maybe. The jungler of RLG is a pretty good or a prominent Fanny player, as they also banned the Yi Sun Shin, a good ban too, a hero that gets snowball very, very early and also activates that flex towards the gold lane so you can pick up the Lapu Lapu gold or maybe the fighter gold overall.
Yep. Honestly, Ashrit is an amazing Fanny player. He does make some mistakes, but the constant harassment, I would say, is very difficult for Saigon Phantom to deal with. Usually they ban Kimi here. I wonder if they're gonna let it go, because the standard ban is Kimi, Jushin, and Lancelot. These are the three kind of like perma bans. It looks like they're gonna ban the Angela instead. So they're gonna have a trade here. Whichever RLG doesn't get, they're gonna get it.
But there's one of the probably the most prio hero in the meta currently, that is the Baxia. It gives you flex potential in the roamer and also already a solid jungler, but no, they're just biting immediately on a Lunox. Very, very straightforward and also honest. Now the question would be, I think you mentioned it earlier, Lafel, sometimes they do pick the Lunox without a proper set. The Kalea is gone currently. There's still other heroes that you can use to set, even though it's a bit less, it's a bit more telegraph, like Kajas maybe, the Cho. It's not as strong as Kalea in the mid prio too. So do you think this Lunox is gonna be a bit more a hero that stands on her own, or do they want to amplify it or enhance the potential of this hero with the center?
There is a lot of strong reasons why Lunox is a first pick here in Mekong. One of them is actually a deny, because both mid laners, Hyde as well as Hehehe, is very good on the Lunox. So that's number one. Number two is to make sure that you don't get ganked in mid, because sometimes your roamer does go somewhere else, so you're gonna be solo mid. You just need a hero that can survive very reliably. And the last thing is, there's a lot of Lord burst downs, kind of like the moment you see your enemy just a little bit far away, you want to burst the Lord as fast as they can. So there's not a lot of Lord dances here. You're just waiting for your opponents to go and clear the wave, and then you just rush the Lord and then hope no one steals it.
Yeah, but that is if you have that late game pressure, right? If you have the map, and Baxia and Kimi will be secured by Saigon Phantom. That is a scary hero to face up against, but Team RLG, they erased the flex potential towards the Lunox in the gold lane and picked up someone that can kite towards the Baxia and the Kimi reliably, which is the Granger. And the Cho also gets picked off, and I gotta say, so far that is a decent set towards a hero like a Baxia, even though it's not really the most the best target that you could go for. But there's a reason why the Lunox is there, right? Because they kind of anticipated the Baxia pick, and this is the set that I'm talking about. They're setting it up for this mid Lunox to be able to flourish and also clear the lane fast at the same time with the Jikundos, potentially concussive blast for the Cho, as the Lapu Lapu will get picked for Saigon Phantom. This is a pretty good early game first objective kind of composition, Lafel.
Honestly, I love the draft coming in from both teams, and now I'm very surprised because they did not bring this kind of drafts yesterday. So I don't know what happened between yesterday and today, but they're really locking in. Where the thing that I like chefing here for both teams is that they draft logically and they draft in a very simple manner. Sure, it's straightforward, but game number one, in a long series of a best of 7, I think it's important for you to get an early momentum, especially mentally here. So pick up something that's very easy to execute and your win condition is very clear, so that in game, you know when you're gonna win, you know when you're gonna lose, and it's hard to tilt when you're having this kind of draft, you know?
Yeah, sometimes a clear winning condition just gives you a bit more like easier winning conditions, right? And that's usually what you want to go for in a team that just pretty much wants to get a composition that does not have, or maybe has a lot of room for error. Now the bans are coming through too with the Esmeralda and the Lancelot. I like the Esmeralda ban just because of the fact that it's a good lane matchup against a Lapu Lapu, and I think that's gotta be the main point here. Although there's still a lot of other EXP laners that does well against the Lapu Lapu, might not be so much against the Kimi and the Baxia though, which is the Uranus, a hero that's been kind of prior to in ID and I believe Malaysia too. But how is it in this region? I believe we talked about this, right, Lafel?
Oh, they love it. They usually first pick it. That's how much they love it. But personally for me, looking at the lineup that SGP has right now, a very solid pick is the glue, but I haven't seen the glue just yet, so I don't know if they're gonna be using that or not. But yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a bit risky for Uranus just because going up against the Baxia, so I do prefer the glue, but maybe because of comfort, they might just still go for it, you know?
Yeah, not just that too. Like you can even go, throw it back to multiple seasons ago. Like the usual matchup in the XP lane was the Yuzhong and the Lapu Lapu. Even though currently in ID, we are starting to see more Yuzhong pick getting more and more prioed. Even Onyx actually first picked it in one of the matches against Alter Ego earlier, or not, yesterday against in MPL Indonesia. But the Clot will come in here, so they are really depending on these two marksmen scaling down to the late game. And I kind of like that because they already have a solid early game with the Baxia. It's just a matter of who do you want to put in the roamer. Maybe something like a Khalid will complement the early potential of the Baxia. If it's ID, usually want to go for either a Halkert or a Franco, but I'm not sure if Saigon Phantom has that, is that even in their repertoire?
Well, right now it looks like RLG, they're going for a Fredrin here, so they do want to match up a bit, at least when it comes to the neutral objectives, the Turtle as well as the Lord, and now they're picking up an Alice in the EXP. Completely forgot about this, but it's going to be pretty good to try and lock down that Kimi. And now for the final pick, I think they usually default to a Gatot Kacha. I don't know if they're going for something else, something with a little bit more set, but I think Gatot is a relatively safe pick here.
Yeah, just a hero that can tank in the front line and sustain enough the DPS that's gonna come through from RLG, and also get away with the AOG, right? And you get the mid prio at the same time, complemented by the Kimi and the Baxia combo. But if they want to be aggressive, as I said earlier, the Franco and the Halkert comes into mind if you are in Indonesia, but they want to go towards the standard route here. And both teams, honestly, I think it's still up in the air on who wins the draft. It's just a matter of execution for me.
Yeah, I would say this is very solid because, again, it's very solid because both drafts has clear win conditions. Both drafts has ways that they can interact with each other in a sense that there's outplay potential coming in from both teams. And I feel like what's really good here is that, again, they're just starting the game, very simple, try to get that momentum, fill out your opponents to see how they're feeling, and then just move on from there. My eyes are really on RLG because, again, they are the favorites. I want to see how they want to execute this, especially for the mid trio of Fredrin, Lunox, as well as Cho dealing with that Baxia, making it so that the Baxia doesn't get to be too big of a problem in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pancake shoulder here just because of the fact that Saigon Phantom's mid prio is gonna rotate much faster with the Baxia compared to the very slow moving Lunox and also Fredrin. As we're gonna go into the Land of Dawn here for the Grand Finals, best of 7 to decide who's gonna represent the Mekong region in the wild card of M7.
Yep, looks like Joe has to use the retribution to make sure that Pancake doesn't steal it away from him. And this is just how he wants to play it out, try to slow it down. And we don't see any response coming in from the mid because Joe understands that Pancake is not really going to be that big of a threat for a boxed jungler in the early game. Looking at the rotations here, it looks like everyone is just roughly playing it safe. So maybe we'll be looking at more engages coming to the first 2 minutes around the turtle.
Yeah, it all comes down to the first turtle, at least in our region here. But both teams, I feel like they're not really super gung-ho or super, you know, they want to get the early game right from the get-go because they have decent scaling, right? Both sides have some kind of late-game insurance. SGP or Saigon Phantom, they have 2 marksmen that can really scale well, and the Clawed Dive is undoubtedly will kind of overpowers Granger's late-game potential. But on the other side, even RLG can use the Lunox potential dive combo with the Chaos Order to be able to win team fights. So now it's just a waiting game to the first objective.
Yep. And wait, they will. Especially now that I look at the draft here, Claude is not getting punished by using the Purify because, oh, hold on, looks like an engage here where the Fredrin got caught mid-rotation. Ashray will be the first to go down, and then SGP looks like they're gonna get this hurdle for free.
Yeah, it's just, that's not what you should do. Leave the scouting to Pancakes because that's literally what the show is for. Now, still one contest on this one. I don't know if it's a good idea.
Yep, Throne of Ruin hits onto 2, but HHN is taking way too much damage, and hey comes over to help out. It looks like Malik is getting a very early rotation to get that double wave, same as Daylight. So even with a lot of aggression going on, there's not a lot of economy shifting between the teams.
Yeah, but it's still, I think it's slowly building now towards a Saigon Phantom win here in the mid game, especially with the fact that RLG, they got punished super early, man. That shield unity stun is super underrated. The best part about it is it's super fast too, and you can rotate like this. They see you roll and then they hate it. As he also takes the Lethal Wonder too, I believe.
So now almost 1,000 goal lead here for Saigon Phantoms. This is already looking much better compared to what happened yesterday, where from the early all the way to the end, RLG seems to be having their number all the time. Looking at the goal difference here, looking especially in the goal lane, there's really not much goal difference. The big difference that we can see is in the jungle. Speaking of which, looks like Pancake this time gets caught, has to use the flicker, and looks like it is going to die to the traction pulse. But hey, it seems to actually catch Meow mid-rotation. So it is going to be roughly a trade between Roamer and EXP.
Yeah, and that is a W for RLG, at least for now. You know, maybe if Hyde already has a Skypiercer, that could potentially benefit them a bit more, but no, he's actually prioritizing towards the glowing one first, I believe, as the rotation is coming in.
AOG hits onto the Alice. Looks like hasn't channeled anything yet. Now using the Throne of Ruin chance to fight back. He still dies, but hey, to the side. Using the Darking, using the Chaos Assault. Looks like there is no damage, having to use his Brilliance just to run away. Same as Ashrit. Looks like they don't have enough damage engaging against SGP.
Yeah, it's just too much DOT coming in from SGP right here that RLG cannot consistently handle because they don't have the items just yet, even though they actually have a decent tankiness. Oh, look at this.
Big mistake here where the Fredrin tries to go in all alone. As of right now, RLG, very solid draft, but it looks like they're playing a little bit away from their win con where they're moving alone quite a lot here, Shuffin.
Yeah, for sure. And also the Chaos Order. AOG will not land. Oh man, it feels like an MPL Indonesia match. But yeah, so far it is a W in all fronts for Saigon Phantoms. The only silver lining that I can think of is the fact that the person that gets 2 kills is hey, and he gets the early glowing one here, so maybe he gets a bit more you know, his scaling gets a bit faster as the time goes on. But yeah, they're gonna set up for more kills too for the other members of RLG, especially Daylight, because he is prioritizing that Skypiercer over the Hunter Strike, even though in this game I think it's better for him to kite, especially with the amount of dive that SGP has. But he wants to play it a bit more aggressively here. Same with Joga.
Yeah, 100% agree here. I'm glad that you feel at home watching a MLID-ish kind of game. Right now for RLG, I think the biggest problem is they can't deal with the front line just yet. Hey, doesn't have the damage just yet, so I'm really hoping for them to change how they approach the fight and try to catch Hyde first. If you're able to do that, then I think you're in a very good standing of actually winning the team fights here. And now Joe forcing out the Brilliance away from but it should be fine because the turtle is going to be up around 23 seconds, and by that time, the Brilliance should be up again.
Yeah, even though the Brilliance and the Chaos will be up for good itemization from Joe here. He's actually prioritizing towards the Silence Robe, I believe, earlier. Not sure if he finished it towards the Radiant Armor. I believe so. So now the magic damage, not only from the Lunox, and also from the Alice from HHN, will get a bit less relevant. As that's a good poke, by the way. And now RLG fights it.
Oh, Flicker coming in from Meow. Trying to stop Astrid, and looks like the turtle Meow secures it for his team SGP. Looks like he retributed a little bit too early, Astrid, and now Joe, he wants to continue fighting, but looks like the rest of the team wants to focus on the mid, and all the while, Malik has been farming up pretty freely, now having the Demon Hunter sword as well.
That is so unfortunate for RLG, but up top though.
It looks like Joe got caught just a little bit, but Pancake, even though tanking the turret, looks like it's not gonna be enough. He just can't do much against the box here right now.
Yeah, that's the Radiant Armor power from you. A good rush towards that item. But yeah, let's talk about the objective earlier though. The build up that RLG has built, like in the minute before they bite on the objective, was pretty much thrown away just because of a single mistake of a bad retribution. That was actually initially a really good poke towards MZU on the Gato Kacha. He was forced to use the Revitalize and also go back to the base at the same time. And that gives you a man advantage. Even in the turtle setup as well, Joe was not near the turtle pit. He was not able to execute the retribution. Man, oh man, that was a nail biter. That was a stinker from RLG.
Yeah, especially considering that Meow used the Earthshaker a little bit too early, so the stun did hit onto Astrid, but the turtle had a lot of HP left. So really, there's no big excuse of how RLG could not get that turtle. So they gotta make sure that they don't make the same mistakes around Lord. Conceal being used. Looks like they find one person. Looks like they got his end, and he is gonna get taken down. Pancake tries to get for a target. He found Malik Daylight in the back, dishing out as much damage as he can, but there's no damage being dealt onto Joe, onto Meow, onto Mzu. The front line is way too beefy for RLG.
Yeah, and now the fate of RLG is on SGP's hand. As long as they don't really make a big mistake here, they should have a pretty good composition to siege and also a good composition to scale with a Kimi that's already and by the way, Hyde so far he's getting all the purple buff from Joe. Joe purposely led the purple buff towards the Kimi even in the early game when he still needs it. As we're gonna take a look at the replay here, very early or very good conceal play coming in from SGP. The follow-up was immediate. That was really good coming in from SGP. They know how to use the early game potential of the Baxia really well, and they also have the items and damage complementing the aggressiveness ready for them. The items, though,
the thing that I like. Yeah, the thing that I like in the previous team fight was that Meow actually hitting the stun onto He made it so that there's no damage that's being dealt by RLG. And now the taunt goes in, they find Pancake. Pancake has to run away, and Astrid tries to frontline for him just to make sure that he survives. Hey, actually dashes forward for the Chaos Assault. Not sure why you want to go for that play, because right now I kind of feel like they need to be a little bit defensive.
Yeah, for sure. That was pretty unnecessary, and with that Chaos getting popped up by He, they don't really have enough resources to be able to defend the mid turret unless they still want to force it. Hyde is still there trying to just get the turret down maybe, but no, they want to go for the top lane first and also the purple buff. So overall, it's still a big win from SGP, man. All the turrets are going down, even in the far lane. Oh, actually, the Lord is not getting used at all. Good job from Daylight to clear that one super fastly.
Right now, having the Sky Piercer, Meow flickers forward, finds AOG as well to secure the kill. And now Daylight still trying to dish out the damage. Pancake tries to kick Joe inside the turret, but look at that. Throne of Ruin hits onto 4, but 0 damage has been done by RLG. But looks like Daylight finds an opportunity, gets a double kill. And now look at Malik. Malik, what was that? Giving Daylight the triple. Daylight was not supposed to get a kill there, but mistakes coming in from SGP gave him 3 kills, 30 stacks of Sky Piercer.
Yeah, that was... I am not sure what the hell happened with SGP. They're super unnecessary. You already got to win in the top lane with the inhibitor, not the inhibitor tower. The second tier tower gets taken down by the Claude, by Malik. You know, that should be enough. You even get another purple buff from RLG. That is already a big W to get and for you to regroup again. They should have just set up for another engage, but no. They want to go for the full-on team fight when they are super low. That is just a pure disrespect towards Daylight's potential as a Granger. Oh man.
I would say the biggest mistake is definitely the positioning there, because the front line actually did a pretty good job to block the hits from Daylight, because they're taking virtually no damage, but then Hyde, for some reason, he's inside the turret and tries to burst down Meow, but the Sarlium able to stun him down. Hyde and Malik both really need to be out of harm's ways, because your tanks are doing such a good job of protecting you, but if you put yourself in danger, hey buddy, that's on you.
Oh no. I was surprised that Meow didn't really pull the trigger towards the Lunox after the Chaos Order, but Pancake no can still playing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Lord right now. Trying to ruin. Ashrit gets the Lord. Pancake's gonna get taken down, but looks like RLG, they just want to run away. They just want to escape. They're happy just by getting the Lord. Have to sacrifice Pancake and HHN, but I think they will take that trade.
Oh, I'm not sure. Let's see the conversion here from SGP. I feel like they will get a better value at the end of the day. Daylight, good dodge.
Yeah, now looks like they've expended a lot. Hey, can he actually get a kill here? Looks like he's not going to go for it. And yes, I kind of feel like if RLG was able to hold on to their mid turret, they could have actually won that trade. And now it looks like RLG, they're thinking on forcing it out, and they're going in. Hey, even flickers forward. Has to use the brilliance to run away, but then gets caught by Hyde. Pancake is gonna dash him forward. Flicker gets Joe, but AOG gets Ashrit. And now, look at the Throne of Ruin hits on the tree. The damage is still being pushed through. Hyde gets a kill onto Ashrit. This time, Hyde is not gonna get free damage, but Daylight still being the hero of RLG, getting more stacks on that Sky Piercer. 50 stacks now. 3 more stacks to get full value on a Sky Piercer.
Yeah, as we're gonna take a look at the replay and what happened. Hey, I'm sorry, but that was true to his name. So far, the Chaos Order usage has been laughable. But good thing though, Daylight has been doing the front to back composition, or has been carrying this composition really well. You know, the Sky Piercer stacks are stacking, and Malik as a Claude, his potential is kind of limited in this kind of pure honest front to back team fight. He has to dive, he has to use the Blazing Duet to be able to deal damage towards the preferred target, which is Daylight. That is what the Claude is there for. But unfortunately, I think it was on cooldown, and that is why Malik cannot get inside RLG. They gotta set up a bit better here, and maybe a bit more aggressive jumbo.
Look at Pancake. Pancake is looking for a situation. He didn't actually get anyone, and now the kills is all being used by Hey. The conceal has been used just to reposition for SGP. And yes, actually the Claude did not have the Blazing Duet because it was used earlier in the mid turret. And now look at this, RLG. They're able to get the second tier here down bot. And Malik is taking quite a lot of damage from just one shot of the Nada. RLG is getting back into the game because looking at the goal difference, it's barely 300 of difference, and the kill score really doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, it really does not matter. But good thing though for RLG here, even though the turret is equal in number for both teams, the long lane will be pushing towards the SGP just because of the fact that the second tier tower of RLG is still pretty much intact. And they do have the Lunox to burst on the Lord, as you said earlier, in the draft Lafel. So they should be able to control the Lord Pit a bit better here, unless SGP made a winning play, but okay, I don't know about that.
Pancake made a big mistake, and now the front line comes in. Look at Meow. Meow chases for daylight with a nature being used. Meow has to run away, but all the while, HHN with the Throne of Ruin hits onto two AOG. The Brilliance saves. It looks like with that kind of engage, Ashrid was the one that had to pay the price.
Yeah, no retribution coming in from RLG, but it looks like hey, he is still up front.
Oh, has to use the flicker, reposition, and actually gets taken down by High. The Stardom catches him in the back, able to stun him down. HHN is here. He doesn't have the Throne of Ruin. Does he want to come in? Look at Joe. Joe gets taken down by Daylight. Daylight, another stack here, 6 kills. But the Lord is dangerously low. Double kill for Daylight. And the Lord gets taken down by Malik. So SGP still secures the objective. But Daylight so far is still untouchable.
Yeah, good thing Daylight still has a lot of Sky Piercer stacks on his hand. Almost a really good winning play from RLG if they get the Lord. But thankfully SGP got away with that one. Even without the retribution, they were still able to secure the objectives. Now it's a matter on how to use this Lord. Looks like RLG, they want to clear it as fast as possible here. They're rotating towards top, or no, Daylight. Just gonna clear the mid lane first here, and maybe Pancake and the frontliner of RLG, they want to just zone out on the members of SGP for Daylight to be able to clear this one, but Pancake is still flirting with combos.
Joe jumping on forward. Malik opening up the map, finds Pancake. Looks like they do want to go and try to do something. Hey is waiting to the side here. Traction pulse, pulls onto Ashrid, but he should still be fine. Good kiting so far coming in from RLG. Not getting caught, and Pancake stops the rolling coming in from Joe. And I feel like RLG, for Hey to really have an impact, I kind of feel like he needs Wishing Lantern besides the Divine Glaive to actually deal with the front lines of SGP. And overall, SGP able to get value there still.
Yeah, for me, first of all, maybe that will help the Wishing Lantern, but first of all, it's the set, man. Just not, don't be too trigger happy with your ultimate. You are the main damage dealer at this point for RLG, at least for the frontliners, for the Katotkaches, for the Baxia. When you are using it so, not really calculatively, that is just death sentence for RLG. You're miss out on a lot of damage potential from the Lunox. Because so far, hey. I cannot even recall a single... Oh, there you go, by the way. I cannot even recall a single good use of the Chaos.
He has the mindset of you miss every opportunity you don't take. So he takes every opportunity, whether it's good or bad, He's like, guys, yeah. I'm trying, okay? Luck hasn't been on my side just yet. He built the Lightning Truncheon. So I feel like what he think his job is to deal damage to the backline, kill Hyde and Malik as quickly as possible. And not to say that's a bad idea, that is a very good idea,
yep.
But so far it does seem very hard to do.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the execution, because honestly, I think it's very feasible to do that plan, because of the fact that there's not much peel from Saigon Phantom. Maybe you can use the Unbreakable to be able to taunt the Lunox in the backline, but that is in itself a bad use of that CC, right? Even the Lapu Lapu, this is an engaged tool, not a peeling tool. So hey, he has the flicker. He should be able, or he has the opportunity to use that plan to perfection here. It's just a matter of execution.
Pancake finds the positioning of Meow, waiting inside of that bush. Now Daylight, I'm pretty sure it's very nerve-wracking for him. His 7 kills, 70 stacks of the Sky Piercer. At this point in the game, you really do not want to die. And hey, tries to get to the plane, but in the front line, Pancake is in trouble. Looks like HHN tried to engage, but a good winter crown coming in from Malik. High kills kills Hishish and Daylight still untouchable in the back. Is able to proc quite a few immortalities. But with 2 members of RLG being taken down, looks like RLG might have to let go of the war. But same as SGP, they did not commit for that one.
They're gonna go back again. I think they thought that RLG is still in the vicinity because of the fact that Joe does not have the retribution just yet. They were a bit hesitant to take the Lord, but now they can just burst this down just fine. Maybe waiting for the 10 seconds mark. No, we're just gonna burst it down right away as SGP. This is their time right now. Not the greatest sets coming in from the frontliners of SGP, potentially with the Gatot Kacha and also the Baksha. It is super telegraph, but you do have a lot of good sieging tools in Tool Marksman, especially Hyde, that is so far has been racking up the kills. 12, 1, and 6 on the KDA, and not really sure how many Sky Piercer stacks that he has, but I'm pretty sure it is high enough for this occasion as SGP is trying to knock through the doors of RLG.
Pancake tried to pull the minions to the side. Trash Impulse hits onto no one. HHN, so far it doesn't look like he's gonna go in. And Pancake as well has to be careful because a bad kick might really cost the team. And speaking of team, SGP is not forcing it just yet. They're waiting for the minions down bot to come through. Conceal being used. Joe tries to go to the back line, already forcing out the Brilliance, a very early Brilliance there. And Malik, half HP from one shot of the Death Sonata. And just like that, SGP has to retreat.
Yeah, that is, I guess in this kind of situation, Claude is really not really the best gold laner or marksman that you want to have. Because you really have to dive, right? And it really relies on the single cycle of a Blazing Duet, so the window that SGP has is quite limited. In this kind of scenario, even though Granger, one of his natural counters is the Claude, but that is only if Granger is in the middle of the map, or at least not close to the base, where Malik has the avenue to flank, or maybe just dive towards the backline. In this case though, it's not that easy for SGP to just easily, brute force their way through the inhibitor towers. They gotta be a bit more patient and maybe use the range advantage with the Kimi. Oh man, I think this is... we have a term in Indonesia called geekable, Lofel. When you are making this comeback, when the turrets are not there anymore, this game, for RLG, it must be geekable. It might be comebackable.
Honestly, when the game goes 23 minutes, 24 minutes, I really feel like that term works. It's definitely geekable for both teams, honestly. And now MZU finds Pancake. Pancake taking a bit of damage, but Joe comes to the back line. They want Daylight. Daylight gets caught. Wow. It's onto him, and just like that, Hyde gets the kill. Tries to return with the kill, but it looks like he's gonna get taken down by Malik. An easy engage coming in from SGP. Joe and MZU found their opportunity, and now looks like they're trying to end the game. HHN goes in the middle, and there's nothing much an Alice can do. At this point, there's nothing much that RLG can do. Game number 1 in his grand finals goes to SGP.
Yeah, they are sticking to the late game winning condition, which is getting Daylight. And they saw the Daylight immediately after the secure, the initial stun from the shield unity. As I said earlier, even the Baksha kind of falls in the late game, it's still, there's still some kind of like ways for you to win the game in the late game once the enemy gets in the middle of the map, right? The winning condition for RLG is just turtle on the base, but unfortunately, you can't really do it in this kind of occasion or in that kind of moment. You have to somehow take the risk and go out, from your comfortable position.
I really feel bad because Daylight understood that Hehehe could not deal the damage, so he had to be the only one to deal damage. And we saw he even sold his boots, not for immortality, but for more damage, having the Sea Halberd. And I would say in ranked games, it kind of doesn't matter. You can sell your boots, but in this kind of situation, that extra movement speed could potentially help you avoid the shield unity as well as the AOG, or even if you're gonna sell it, buy an immortality so that you can get out of those situations. So Daylight did his best, and he was put in a situation where he couldn't be defensive. He had to build full damage, and that just costed him.
Yeah, MVP of the game though, it's gonna be Hyde with the Kimi, almost full. It's already full item obviously, but almost full damage build here. The immortality is there to just swap around with the maybe rose gold meteor. But going back to the point that you mentioned earlier, Lafel, which is selling the boots, I feel like it's not only the movement speed. The more important thing is you want to have a tough boots, right? When you're up against a Boxia, because the initial stun from shield unity is easily can be easily combined with the AOG, which is super telegraph and a really good punish mechanic. But when you have a tough boots, that does not happen. You just can flicker away from the initial stun, and Mr. Daylight was not able to do that just because of the fact that he sold the boots. So yeah, there has to be some kind of like adjustments here and there in the items, but maybe not towards the boots,
Yeah, I would say this game didn't really work out. It's number one, good drafting coming in from Saigon Phantoms, making it so that there's no good target for Pancake to kick. But yeah, that was the biggest problem. If only Pancake had a lot of opportunities to use the Way of the Dragon to feed those kills, the game might have looked different. Because if you saw Sheffin, it looks like the mid duo, they're on two different sides of the map. Like Pancake is on his own, is on his own. They're just not playing as a team. They're not playing as this duo unit where I give you the kills, you get the kill, we're both happy. Yeah, I just think they're not using that combo very, very well.
Yeah, I think the requirements for you to be able to use that combo is to win the early game, right? Which RLG was not able to do because the two backliners of SGP, they were rocking the Purify, so they are non-targets. You cannot lock them down with the Way of the Dragon. They can just purify out of it. The only two targets left that is feasible for Pancake was the Lapu Lapu and also the Boxia, which really requires you to win the early game, because Boxia, once he's stacking up the items, especially rushing the Radiant Armor in the early game, first item in fact, it should be hard for Hey to be able to get the burst down on towards the Boxia. Even I believe there is one occasion where Pancake was forced, quote unquote, to go for the Lapu Lapu because he's literally the only target available. Still not enough. Just because of the fact that the wings, the Queen's wings was there to be able to avoid the burst down from the Lunox. So yeah, overall it's a hard comp to be able to execute for the Cho in this case, especially if you do not win the first two objectives. But yeah, shout out to them. There were some comeback angles from RLG. Unfortunately, that was not enough, and all of it was maybe provided by Daylight, right? He was able to stay in the team fight super long, even though the whole team is just down by a lot.
And I would say even Lapu kind of like getting Way of the Dragon towards RLG. Is like, hey, you're making me save my flicker. Thanks, man. If you want, I can give you some donuts. So honestly, this is a very good opener for this best of 7 grand finals, which we're starting off with a 25 minute game. It is going to be a good test of endurance for both teams to see how they can handle this prolonged series. And I would say this is much different compared to yesterday, because yesterday there were 0 tanked junglers from both teams in the entire best of 5. And now the start of the first game of the grand finals, we see Boxia as well as Fredrin. So it kind of makes me feel like they're holding back a bit yesterday, in a sense of, we know that we're going to the grand finals anyway. The lower final brackets, like, no big deal. We will get back to the grand finals. And now they're starting to get serious here, Sheffin. And I don't like saving strats, but at the same time, I like that now I can see them in their full potential.
I gotta say, Lafel, I think it's not about holding back. It's about like just making sure that your composition does not have you have a lot of room for error, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you pick an assassin, yes, you probably have a better skill ceiling as a composition, but it requires a precise execution, which, to be fair, in that match earlier, was not really present even for both teams. Yes, SGP was able to use the early game to their advantage. Then there were some clean engages also, but overall, there's a lot of mistakes that you can point out, and that is why, for me at least, the reason why they were picking the utility junglers was we want to have a composition that we can't really mess up, you know. But it didn't work out because both of them are picking utility junglers and they're still keeping making mistakes.
Mm-hmm. So going into this, I kind of feel like it's just something for Pancake to keep in mind is that if he wants to go for a catch kind of hero, has to roughly understand what he's going to go up against. Because if he's going up against a Fredrin or a Baxia, then it might not be a great idea. I'm just thinking maybe they got to shift their strategy just a little bit and try to foresee what kind of draft they're going up against and then see whether a pickoff really works well here or it's better for him to just use a set hero. Yesterday he did use the Tigreal, and I don't like it. And I really don't like it with a passion. You might even say hate, but
Wow.
I'm not going to go there just yet.
You don't like those implosion
I don't hate a hero.
plays when you know, like... Okay.
No, the kind of implosion where your team already died and then you implosion and after the implosion finish and then you flicker forward. That kind of thing, you know? So it's not a cool
fair,
keyboy flicker implosion pull 5 people in. No, it's the kind of thing that you see on TikTok where you want to make fun of someone.
so in essence, stay on TikTok for Tigreal, right? But yeah, to be fair, in this kind of patch, Tigreal doesn't really fit the meta, you know, especially in ID. Even probably one of the best Tigreal users in ID, which is Edok, a roamer for RRQ, was not able to make the pick work. You know, yes, you get the comeback potential. Yes, you get that late game insurance as a roamer because you have this really huge setup tool. But if you're not winning in the early game, it's really hard for you to be able to flourish in the game, right? Because, you know, it's all a matter of like whether the opposing team will make a mistake, right? Because this Purifies usually will be there. They're gonna peel. They're gonna just spot the Tigreal quite easily, and it's super hard for you to get the flank angles to be able to use the implosion towards multiple enemies. You know, and that doesn't really fit well, I guess, in this patch.
Yeah.
But maybe in this game because that was 20-ish minutes. You know, might as well, right?
Yeah, might as well. Just to add on, I kind of feel like it's harder for the Tigreal to work because there's so many mobile heroes with a lot of ways to cleanse crowd control, and the heroes that they don't care. You know, like a Baxia, they're just very tanky. And then you go up against someone like a Lapu Lapu, where during his Warrior Slash, it's just like, yeah, I'm immune to crowd control. Your implosion does nothing to me. But either way, we will talk about that more once it does get picked up. In this game, the big highlight coming in from RLG is definitely Daylight. And for SGP, Hyde made a mistake, yes. But he made a mistake once. And other than that, he's been absolutely amazing. He's the reason why Hehehe could not do his job, is the reason why all the front lines, even HHN, was basically a non-factor. The moment he is able to get outside of range, he just like the damage was enough, I feel like, even by himself, to deal with multiple targets from RLG. Malik had a good time. He just had to deal some splash damage and then it's all good.
Yeah. But it could be a little cleaner for SGP, right? If they want to secure the next game quite easier. But yeah, pretty good game coming in from Daylight, pretty good game coming in from Hyde. The other picks though, this Alice, oh man. Usually when we see Alice in ID, the thing that you're trying to do is obviously secure the first 2 objectives because of the fact that the ultimate is super useful to use that to be able to utilize, right? It's an instant, in a way it's a better Bellaric with the ultimate, you know, when you're picking an Alice, but usually you pair it up with an assassin that has some kind of burst down potential, something like a Fanny, something like a Hayabusa, that which can complement the CC. But when you're complementing it with another CC tool, another utility tool in Fredrin, you can make sure that the damage dealing heroes is also capable. And hey, so far has not been that guy, man. I am not sure. It feels like a guy playing Lunox for the first time. That I'm sorry to say this,
Yeah.
that was disrespectful, but that was the reality.
Yeah, honestly, like, I want to jump on Alice because bit of a tangent. People think that Alice is like a Phoveus, like a Thamus that can stay in the front line for a very, very long time. And yes, she can, but in a way that she gets a very big burst of crowd control in, and then your damage dealers has to back her up, because compared to other EXP laners that can just force their way into a 1v5, is that their healing is very, very strong, because most of them will build a War Axe. And until we have an itemization for Alice where you can have a concentrated energy in the build, we won't see her just tanking 1v5. So Alice is honestly like a glorified tank in terms of setting a big play. And then in the early game, you're unkillable. But come mid, late game, your build going up against damage dealers is really not enough.
Yeah, and the damage is also not there, right? It's not the old Alice where you can slightly deal damage and also sustain a team fight at the same time, which is usually what happens when you're down. You're getting a 5-man, 4-man Throne of Blood or Throne of Ruin. Really does nothing to the opposing composition, because it's also only immobilized. You know, it doesn't really necessarily stun you. As we're gonna take a look at the or get into the second game draft here. Already a difference in sides. First of all, SGP is actually taking the blue side, and RLG is moving to the red side. The bans also is different. The Fanny on the blue side. So it feels like SGP. It's not about them, you know, playing the blue side or red side Fanny. It's just SGP maybe not really confident to use the Fanny by themselves, right? Because they ban Fanny on both sides.
Yeah, I haven't seen Joe use the Fanny, and game number 5, they had the final call of banning either the Fanny or the Yisun Shin. And I think that gave them nightmare, Sheffin, because that Fanny was basically 1v5 in that final game. And I feel like they're just talking to themselves, never again. Because in all the games that RLG lost was on the Yisun Shin. So in hindsight, it made no sense to ban the Yisun Shin and let go of the Fanny, when historically he won with the Fanny and lost with the Yisun Shin. And funny enough, RLG, they're like, you know what, screw it, no more Lunox. But the Kalia is open though.
Oh, you know what? If Lunox is banned, even though the Kalia is there, and CC has already been banned, surely Baxia will be the first priority here for SGP, right? It worked in the first game, why not just pick it for the second time? And it also gives you that flex towards Roamer too. Although it's not really, I'm not really the biggest fan of Baxia Roam because the utility is super limited, but you gotta consider that in the back of your mind if you're the opposing team. Now SGP, they're actually taking quite a while here. I thought it's gonna be an auto Baxia, no brainer, but yeah, they're still setting up something. We'll see in a second. What will it be? Kalei first. Okay, so they are still, even though without the Lunox, which is probably the best burst down combo with the Kalea, they are still confident on taking a Baxia without a Lunox. Huh.
I mean, not so weird for me, because the Baxia was actually quite weird. We don't see the Baxia, at least for Mekong, getting prioritized that much. Now this is going back to what happened yesterday. Yisun Shin, Uranus, Kalia first pick, and then SGP, this should be a Lancelot with maybe a Granger, but yeah, Shevin, this is basically the draft that we had yesterday. You know, Kalia first pick into a Yisun Shin Uranus, or just get the Esmeralda now before it gets banned.
Oh, you know what? That would be a good idea on paper against the Uranus. It doesn't really necessarily win you the lane. In fact, if you're playing it smart enough and the Uranus doesn't really know what to do, you could even get a cheeky solo kill, and it's also a good way to shoo the Yu Sun Chin if you are snowballing just a little bit, right? Yu Sun Chin has to get the items or maybe snowballs better than the Esmeralda to be able to tank those 1v1s in the backline. But this is very, very interesting. SGP, they went out to go for securing 2 backliners, which is also 2 mages in a way, 2 magic damage dealers. So you can expect something like a Hayabusa or the Lancelot will be the jungler for SGP, but I feel like RLG, they should be able to read that in this draft in the second phase. Now, what would be the other options then?
Yep, the Gata does get picked up as an answer towards the Farsa. I can understand Kalia and Farsa, and Harf is good, but I do feel like it might have been taken a little bit too early, because RLG, they do have the option of just banning both the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot, and then force SGP to pick up something like a Joy. And then Joy is still a strong hero, but then they can just build a lot of MR and then tank their own damage come late game.
Yes, and yeah, this is as expected. Lancelot will be banned by RLG. Now, for SGP, they want to limit down the backliners of RLG in this case, right? No bot lane and no mid laner has been secured here. Maybe something. What else is there for
either
RLG?
ban Granger Claude and maybe even consider a Kadita.
Oh, you know what? Granger Claude should be the bans here. Like Kadita, I think it's reaching a bit too far. It would be.
It's what they've been using yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's like one of the picks here. Yeah.
Okay, but not sure if you want to pick a Kadita towards a Harith here, but yeah, Hayabusa and Lancelot, as we expected, has been banned by RLG. You expect the Granger ban coming through for SGP, but it might be a Kadita, and also not sure too if you want to pick. Wait, okay, I got it mixed up. And there's no real set too, right? If you want to pick a Kadita, the only real CC that you have is the Mon Choker and also the AOG, which is super Telegraph. And as a Kadita, unless you have a Flicker, it is super hard for you to catch up with the Rough Waves combo. We'll see though, they're taking their time here.
They're thinking, oh, the Bane. Honestly, a Bane is a pretty solid ban here because of the Yusunchi and the possibility of a double fighter. So maybe we might even consider seeing a Ruby, but I think just to be safe, maybe still go for that Granger, or just pick up your mage first and then figure it out later on.
Honestly, I'm not really liking the Bane ban, considering that you have a good enough range to work with, especially with the Farsa. That should be an easy punish towards the Bane. Also, the Pirate is not really that, good of a matchup against the Bane either. And the Kalea can punish easily. Now for RLG, they shift their focus towards the mid lane, which is the Kagura. It's a safety tool in the mid lane. Now, she's not really a target for the Kalea, but still, in a trade damage with a Feather Airstrike, you gotta be able to micro it. So, not really the best winning condition for RLG here. I'm not liking it so far, but if they close it off with a Ruby, I think I'm liking it a bit better.
So now it's between the Joy or the honestly the Baxia is still open if they want that. Baxia and Fredrin are both open, so they still do pick up the Esmeralda, and this time they're picking up a Guinevere. And I believe they have the same draft. No, actually, RLG used SGP's draft yesterday. They did win. It looked pretty good. But again, this kind of draft requires heavy execution.
Yeah, and you are playing on a timer. You said it earlier. It would be much easier for you to itemize, especially for these tanky boys in the front, which is Uranus and also the Katakacha, man. I feel like once you get to the late game, it is gonna be really hard for you to burst down, even with the Kalea combo. And now for RLG here, we mentioned the Ruby. Actually, Ruby would be definitely really good here. Usually back then, before the pre-patch Guinevere, the one before. Oh, never mind. I was setting up for a Ruby pick here, but no, they want to go for the Natan. I guess they want to burst down the frontliners, but again, not really the greatest of matchup against a Guinevere, against a Farsa, even early game versus a Harith. So I'm not sure about this. I would have definitely preferred the Ruby.
I think what they're banking on is for this game to be like the previous game, which will extend to 23, 24 minutes. And at that point, they would just out damage whatever SGP can do. And yeah, because there's only really magic in terms of the damage profile, it should be easier for them to itemize again. So I think this kind of draft is more on banking that you can extend the game long enough. So it's a very nice way to see the draft happening for both teams, where you see win conditions clashing in a very natural way.
Yeah. But now, oh man. Yeah, at least the wave clear with the Natana is gonna be really good, right? But we'll see in a second if it's gonna come to fruition here, as we're gonna jump towards game number 2 in the grand finals of FMC or VMC Winter 2025. A battle on that which decides who's coming or who's gonna be the representative for the Vietnam region or Mekong region in the wildcard of MLBB M7.
I mean, Dangerous Grass here looking at the builds. SGP tries to get something here in early game. In terms of the emblem setups, not seeing anything too wild here.
For me, we mentioned about weathering the storm in the early game for Natana, right? But he actually went to go for the Barracan Hunter, which is not really in line with what they're trying to do, but right early.
Yeah, and Joe immediately gets punished, really disrespecting, thinking that, oh, this is a late game comp, we can deal with this. And Hyde using the Purify, it might still even die. HHN is chasing after him, same as Hehehe. And looks like SGP, they're getting punished hard. Where RLG, they're getting a lot of advantages in the early game, and now Meow tries to get some return kills over. And looks like MZU tries to hold on HHN, but he's still able to get away. SGP gets nothing out of those trades.
Amazing. Just amazing calculation, especially for the Uranus, right? You get 2 kills in the early game. This is the winning condition of the Uranus. One of the reason why we are so... I hate the Uranus pick is that they have to win the early game. But now they have the formula here. Even though they are technically the lesser team or the lesser comp in this kind of objective fight, in the first one, they should be able to fight here.
MZU looks like has got the COD, but Ashray with a turtle bow hits onto Joe, and he does not get the turtle. The turtle goes over to Ashray. Pancake tries to get Meow in the bag, and Meow gets taken down. SGP, they're just taking all the L's in the first 2 minutes here. The Mali tries to fight back Zaman Force. Not gonna be enough to deal enough damage to Pancake to get a kill.
Oh man, this is not good at all. Especially with the fact that we mentioned over and over again, it's only magic damage. Even in fact, 5 of them relies on magic damage to be able to kill the opposing team. And now the timer becomes lesser and maybe much worse for SGP here. With the fact that the Gacha and also the Uranus will be able to tank much more hits. And you get the snowballs with the usage. And also, this is a target too. Esmeralda might get bursted down.
Yep, Turtle Bolt hits onto Meow. Easy kill here. Full combo of the Yin Yang overturn. And now they're getting quite a lot of gold here in a planing down bot. And this is why we see that in Vietnam, the Mekong region, they really like the Assassins. They like to increase the tempo. Even on paper, we thought there'd be a scaling comp, but they're like, hey, what if we just scale just faster? You know, instead of, you know, staying even, how about we just win?
Oh, down below though, might be a spatial migration.
Yep, not able to hit. Oh, but AOG hits on to Meow.
Oh.
Has to use the Vengeance. I didn't actually realize they should use the Vengeance.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't realize.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, especially with the fact that there's still a bit of CCs that's gonna come in from RLG. Maybe not so much. That is why he went to go for the Vengeance. And it also allows you to tank the burst down potential from the Kagura in the early game, right? Maybe also a punished tool in a way for the Natan once he gets his items. Not sure, but we'll see if it's gonna work out for himself in this one, as the dangerous grass so far is working for SGP. They got a bit of a lead here.
Able to get HHN, but Purify out of there. And it looks like 2 members were caught by Ashrid. Ashrid gets a kill. Same as Hey, and even gets the turtle. Right now it's 6-0. Joe has to run away. Meow is there to the side, but I don't think he can really do much here. RLG, even with a good set, kind of same, like, yeah, just not able to do anything.
Yeah. This is the MPLID vibes that I'm talking about, Rafael. Usually, when you're on the 5th minute mark, you see 3k gold lead, 5k gold lead. Even one point, we saw a 6k gold lead in ID. We just call it right now. This just might be over for SGP currently. They're playing with a timer, and now Purify is there. Not much of a problem.
Oh, Zaman Force as well. They try to get onto Daylight. No more Purify. And it looks like he's going to get taken down by Hyde. And Hey tries to get out of there. Pancake even AOGs to safety. So you at least get something there. But Daylight with no kills, not really giving any shutdown goals.
Yeah. Still overall positive trade for SGP. They gotta do that more often. But yeah, Daylight gotta be a bit more careful with the fact that sure, you evade the CC, the main CC to evade, which is the Tsunami Slam with the Purify, right? But there's also layers of CC that's gonna come, which is the Special Migration combined with the Filed Requiem combo. And the flank angles is gonna be there for Joe because he is, I believe, more of a utility jungler here, so he can roam around the map without really getting punished with the tank build. We'll see in a second if Daylight can be or will be adjusting better here. But Enzu,
they see MZU already forced out to use his ult, and High gets Daylight. Daylight didn't notice that they were there. Good Violet Requiem juggling 3 members. Ashrid in the back all alone. It looks like still survives. Meow could not get a final hit there, and then Malik looks like he already used the Zaman Force earlier, so unable to deal consistent damage against HHN.
Yeah. I think it's more of the fact that they cannot catch up to the team fight soon enough there. If that was communicated better by SGP, that would have probably resulted in 2 kills, but no one was able to catch up, and Ashford was able to get away with robbery pretty much. He should have died there, and he gets the turret or the turtle instead.
Well, at least they were able to get Daylight in that previous fight, which I think was the main target. Asher was something that I feel like they just had to call an audible there. But Asher now having the Endless Battle, so gonna be having a lot more burst damage, and looks like they're able to get someone there. They got HHN, and HHN gets bursted down, but hey, same as well. Looking much better compared to the Lunox. Already bursting down. It looks like there's nowhere for Hey to go. Maybe I should not have said anything nice about it. Maybe he could have survived.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, getting caught by the turtle boat. Now MZU tries to chase after Ashrid, but with no Tsunami Slam, unable to get the Yusin Shin.
Oh, brother, I said it earlier that it might be over, but so far RLG is not really doing a good job of keeping the lead. Yes, they do still have the lead with 1.5k. That's actually a lead that is quite decent in this case. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we just want to remind you all again that RLG or SGP, they are playing with 5 magic damage dealers, so the potential in the late game will be very much limited. You see there a lot of CCs is coming in towards the Uranus, but he's not gonna die here.
Yeah.
Okay,
I kind of feel like in that situation you don't need to use the Tsunami Slam, especially because there's really low value. Honestly, like a 5-hit play would be to let Pancake get another kill so that you can actually get a shutdown out of him.
Well, SGP right now, at least they still have enough damage to be able to fight in the mid game, right? But they gotta be a bit more aggressive here, man. Yes, there's a lot of Purifies there. There's a lot of heroes that can tank the damage, the initial damage from the Tsunami Slam and the Special Migration combo. But you gotta find at least something. Just risk it at this point, because you won't be able to fight in the late game.
Yeah, look at Hey. Able to get Malik, almost burst him down, and Ashrid gets the Lord. And now they really should not be fighting here, so they're gonna kite away. And this is what I was saying. They try to find situations where they can just take the Lord out of their noses. And by the way, interesting build here. Daylight, after getting the Feather of Heaven, goes for the Wind Talker instead of builds like the Starting Scythe or the Holy Crystal.
Yeah, maybe he's a bit taking notes on what happened in the first previous 2 occasions. He's on 3 deaths actually. I thought it was 2, so maybe he wants to play a bit safer here with the movement speed to get away from the feathered airstrike range, or maybe just kite away from the Esmeralda that has a vengeance. So the Esmeralda will be much more of a problem towards the Matan. Spatial migration towards the Uranus.
Yep. Uranus still survives. AOG hits onto no one. And in the back, Astrid finds Hyde. And Daylight is able to kill Meow. Overall good engage here coming in from RLG. And with Daylight having the concentrated energy, I kind of feel like it's an okay build considering that RLG has a lot of damage sources. So he can build kind of sustain instead of just full on burst.
Yeah, for sure. No rush from Daylight, and I believe even though you went to go for the quote-unquote sustained build, Natan still hits like a truck. Now they're knocking through the bottom lane's inhibitor turret's door. Should be able to secure this one.
Oh, and they might actually get more here. They're able to get one and even kill MZU. And like I said, Daylight, even with this build, he hits like a truck. And if you've never been hit by a truck before, it hurts. They're going for the mid inhibitor here. AOG unable to clip Hyde to the back. It looks like HHN is going to tank the tower, and Joe, nowhere for him to go, and Malik as well. Malik has to run away. But the S-Strike onto Daylight. Daylight is going to get taken down. A little bit too aggressive coming in from RLG. But overall, it's their identity. I like that they stick to their guns and go for the fight.
Yeah, and the fact that it's still very much a winning trade for RLG with the turrets and all. And it's the long lane. 3 turrets still intact in the bottom lane for RLG, and nada for SGP. So for SGP, if they want to manage the wave here, that is a tall task to do if RLG knows what to do. Let's take a look at the build here. Nothing much sticks out so far. Maybe again, we just want to remind you all the way the frontliners are optimizing for RLG. It is very much magic base, magic resistant heavy. Oh, AOG.
Yep, didn't hit onto Malik, and Malik now dancing around inside the Zaman Forest. HHN taking a lot of damage. Meow in the back line. Joe able to get 2. Violet Requiem. That's a good chain combo. Hyde gets Daylight. Daylight the first to go, and now even the Tsunami Slam able to get Astrid. Astrid gets caught, and Head dies over by Malik. And now it's almost a wipeout here. Only HHN is alive. It looks like they're going for a mid turret here. The Lord is up, but they don't have the HP just yet. HHN unable to clear this minion. Good trade coming in from SGP, and very messy coming in from RLG.
Very messy is kind of an understatement. That was really, really bad. And HHN might get taken down here and still has to purify. My goodness, like, it's probably the worst case scenario for LRG. There's no reason for them to fight. They should just maybe kite the Lord towards themselves and use the long lane advantage in the bottom lane. What was that fight? Even if they want to fight, they should have a bit more respect towards the set potential from Joe. Yes, you have the purifies, but as I said earlier, there are 2 layers: the Tsunami Slams, the special migrations with the File Requiem, and Daylight so far. He is having a stinker game, man. 5 kills already towards him.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. Hold on. Better S-Strike use. And now even the Tsunami Slam brings HHN to the back. Meow all alone and getting 2 people again. Violet Requiem juggling all of them. Hey, does not have the burst from the Yin Yang Overton, but Pancake goes in with the AOG, and the fight, they're very scattered all around. Meow is all alone, and again, Joe jumps back in, hits onto 2. Malik gets Daylight, Zaman Force in, and able to get Astrid. They bought enough time for the Zaman Force to come back up, and now Malik gets a double kill, and HHN can only run away, but again, the jump comes in, tries to stop him. They got the inhibitor down mid, and now they're looking at top as well. Looks like they're gonna get that. Minions, not sure if it's gonna be enough. Hey, goes in, gets MZU, and Joe goes over to hey. Now even the Tsunami Slam brings him in, and just like that, SGP wins another game.
That was a throw and a half. What the hell was that from RLG, man? They have all the avenues, they have all the advantages in the world, and they just threw it on the over the window. I I I, I am speechless. That was even in MPL Indonesia, it's not as bad as that. Holy moly!
I'm not
Saigon
comfortable.
Phantom.
I'm not comfortable when Daylight and Hey 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 trade on how good they are. Like game number one, Daylight was amazing and Hey 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 couldn't do much. And then it's the reverse for game number two, where Hey 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 actually did pretty good. But then Daylight looked very uncomfortable in that one. So yeah, this is very off. Again, SGP, this draft is a proven draft, has been used yesterday, and again, to success as well. Hey, shout outs to Malik, man. Malik played around all the timings of RLG and SGP and just waited for the Zaman Force and just clean up house.
And shout out to Joe as well. A lot of good sets. Even though the last set towards the frontliner, the two frontliners of SGP was, I gotta say, quite bad. But overall, he played a really good game. As when the odds are stacked against them. And MVP of the match is gonna fall towards Malik, as you said. LaFell, he's playing with the cycle really, really well. Even though in one moment I recall in the late game, he didn't really have the Zaman Force to be able to use to sustain, but he knows when to push the button. He flickered forward, even though it's just a synchro vision, and also the chrono dash. That is more than enough to secure some kills towards Daylight that's already on 5 deaths. Oh man, I feel bad in a way for LLG, but at the same time, no, they did it to themselves. They should be able to secure this one really, really easily and get back to the equal position and make it a best of 5. But no, right now they're down 2-0, which is in a lot of series out there, a 2-0 lead usually is a death sentence. That is a big lead to come back from. But we'll see if they're gonna be able to, turn the odds against them, because there's a reason why RLG was undefeated in the regular season, even not only in the match rate, but also in the game rate. But so far, already 4 losses or 4 game losses this playoffs or this season, all is coming from Saigon Phantom. Damn.
Yeah, I gotta say it must be very uncomfortable for them, because even though it went 5 games yesterday, they had a very good start. So them actually losing 0-2, this must be uncharted territories. And we saw the excitement from Saigon Phantoms, the way that they celebrated. I feel like they hold a lot of animosity there. They're like, we've been getting our ass back to us. Now, finally, we get wins. We get convincing wins. We get comeback wins. Hey, you know what? Saigon Phantoms, they got the momentum here. I just hope that they don't overheat. They don't feel themselves too much and then start making unnecessary mistakes.
Maybe they one of the necessary thing that they have to do is to fix the draft, right? Even though, yes, you won, yes, the draft kind of wins you the game with the fact that you have 2 layers of CC to take care of for the opposing team. It's still not really the most optimal draft, man. It's just RLG with a believable performance. They fold under no pressure, LaFell. I don't get it, man. That this kind of match makes you speechless. Like, we don't really have to analyze much. We've already talked about what happened in the game, or maybe I have something to say about the Kagura pick. It's, yes, maybe you want to go for a more safety kind of pick, but in a way, your utility is also kind of limited, right? Usually, in the previous game, right, you have 2 scaling mid laner. They can deal a consistent amount of DPS, but in this case, the Kagura, the burst potential is only on the Farsa. Even the Harith can just tank up and maybe use the Purify to Zaman Force and turn the tides around against the Kagura. So, what was the Kagura even for? Is it really just safety, or is it just a comfort hero, for them? Sure.
I really feel like yes, it's safety, because he just doesn't want to get caught by the Kalia. But also I think they have like this job description where hey, your job is to deal with Hyde, right? As long as you get to kill him, everyone else, Ashrit can deal, everyone else can deal. So honestly, I agree with you, your assessment on the Kagura, but at the same time, I can see like based on the games that I've seen, I think his job is just like, you only have one job. You just kill that one guy. Everything else, let everyone else deal with. Ashrit, though, he had 2 games on the Yisun Shin, and honestly has not been performing, hasn't been really good. I wonder if coming up next, they will shy away from the Yisun Shin. Maybe go for more like a Hayabusa or a Lancelot, because for some reason he doesn't really look all that comfortable. He doesn't look all that aggressive.
And with Yusun Shin is you want to somehow be aggressive and be safe at the same time, right?
Yep.
Yes, you are not the most tankiest jungler out there. In fact, you are super squishy, but you also have that setter tool that a lot of junglers out there does not have. For utility jungler, you can set, right? But you don't really have damage. For assassin junglers, you have damage, but you cannot set. But for Yusun Shin, he is in both worlds. With the Mount Shocker, that is a really, really good setting tool, and also the burst down combo that he has can be complemented with some of the mid duos that they have to be able to use in the early game, but that was not present at all. Or maybe that was present? I'm not sure what happened in the early game. They do win the early game, but yeah, they just didn't manage to stick to the plan, man. Daylight, what happened? In game number 1, he was the safest person out there, man.
Yeah.
In fact, I would go as far as to say, if he were to build the tough boots in the first game, he could play the perfect game. And in this case, it was a full 180. He is not playing safe at all on the Natan, even though he's going for the safety build, as you mentioned, Lafel.
Maybe he got tilted, like getting ganked twice by the Farsa. And he's just like, you know what? Let's go next. All right. I'm not having fun. Y'all not having fun. It's the best of 7. We can lose 1 game. All right. We'll come back later. Maybe he has to talk to his coach like, Coach, no time. Okay, give me something with a proper dash, not like an alt dash, like a skill 1, skill 2 kind of dash. I coach.
Yeah. I can kind
Speaking
of
of which,
relate to
they
that.
picked
Like, I
Natan
can-
when they already saw the far side as well. So that's also something that, maybe he has something to talk to his coach about.
Yeah, they can just again flex it towards the Ruby, and you have a bit of a damage too. In the end, Ruby's damage in the early game, especially if you build towards the damage build, is actually quite underrated, man. You can just burst down the assassins, the marksmen quite easily in a single ammo-funded combo, and you have extra utility too in your kit, in your composition. So why not go for that instead of just, you know what, we'll just go balls to the walls, Natan towards the far side, Natan towards the Harith, Natan towards a lot of dives that's going to come in for my team. I still don't really understand, and I understand your frustration on the previous day's draft.
Yeah, see, now you get it.
Yeah.
By the way, Sheffin,
It is what it
let me
is.
just tell you, I kind of feel like for today, we're going all the way. No breaks in between. We're not going to be stopping the action as long as the series is not done. Until we get our champion, we're not stopping in between. The players will just keep on going and going and going and going. That's what I'm feeling. Based on what happened yesterday, it's just nonstop action. Nitros all the way.
Yeah. Who needs rest, man? Casters do not need rest. We're just yapping here. It's not that hard, right? It's not that tiring. You're just sitting all alone in your room, in your home. You can get snacks if you want to. We don't need a rest. We can just yap all the way if you want to. Yeah, hopefully, like for real though, hopefully the series will go on to maybe 6-7 games. Lafel. That would be ideal for the Mekong region, and also maybe we can see a bit more on what the region is all about, especially in the identity of the draft, right? Because we mentioned it earlier, the Irithyll Cryo is super weird. I feel like this is the only region out there that does this consistently. Even so far as second in Cryo ranking, that is it's a huge question mark for the Mekong region, man. But I feel like they do have their own identity. Maybe they want to go for the safety route for a lot of backliners out there, and that is why maybe they want to go for the Gura in the second game that could be the reason on why they are super gung-ho on using that. But again, the Natan pick was also a curveball towards my theory. Like, if they want to play safe, Natan is definitely not the way to go. Or maybe the gold laner of RLG is not really that comfortable on a fighter, and the fighter gold laner, you need a special kind of guy to be able to pull it off, man. In Indonesia, we have a lot of players that already do that, and in fact forced to do that. Skylar getting more comfortable, even though he got pummeled by Alter Ego. Aman is definitely one of the best gold laner in the world currently. Best of both worlds. He is awesome on gold laner marksman / mage with Harith and Lunox. He's amazing too at fighter gold lane. So yeah, these kind of picks are super important to expand your horizons and expand your weapon. Even usually we mentioned that the Kimi and the Yi Sun-shin will be the enabler towards the flex towards the gold lane, right? But in ID we started to see more like, you know what, let's just go fighter just to win the early game. That's why I think having a gold laner that can be both very aggressive with the fighters and also very safe with the marksman is super valuable.
Yeah, I don't know if you already brought this up, but something that's, just a bit weird personally for me is that I'm not seeing a lot of Groks here, especially considering that they want to be aggressive. I kind of thought that a roamer like Grok would kind of fit their playstyle, but apparently not. They don't use. I mean, I'm not saying like Grok is the #1 roamer for everywhere, but I kind of feel like when there's no other options and you don't want to play pickoff, I think it's a solid pick.
Yeah, for sure. Not only Grok is a very aggressive pick, it's also a safety pick, right? Just because the fact that the first skill gives you immunity towards the CC, and also you have that built-in shield whenever you want to proc. And now first pick for RLG on the blue side will be the Kimi. They want to go for the previous route, I believe, of having a scaling mid laner, but the Lunox is still on the table for SGP, and also Kalea is banned.
Baxia.
Never mind. That's true.
Baxia is good though, going up against a Kimi.
Oh.
I pick up a Granger first. I think if you want a Lunox, you can get later on because the Kimi is most probably going to be mid here. Do they go for a tank jungler or a assassin jungler? Because Yi Sun-shin is up. But no, they do pick up the Baxia. So overall, a very good opener here coming in from SGP. And I feel like since I just feel like a Claude might be a solid pick for RLG. So that
on first base
with the Granger. Because looking at how the things have been going, it might get banned later on. I'm not saying it's optimal.
Is true.
I'm just saying, based on what I've seen, that's how the drafts have been going. So no, they pick up the Yi Sun-shin. Don't know how to feel about this because again, he hasn't won the Yi Sun-shin just yet.
Yeah, but it gives you a bit of flexibility in the gold lane, right? Although going for a 3 marksman com would be pretty greedy. It needs a bit more scaling to be able to flourish. But it is an option for RLG, so it's not out of the table just yet. Going towards the second banning phase here. Or no, there's still a red 3. Never mind. Farsa will be picked. Good pick towards the Kimi and also Yi Sun-shin. Got punished with the further airstrike. But not so much towards the Gacha though, because it's not really a hero that can burst down the frontliner. And also, Farsa will have a target in Gacha, or Farsa will be the target of Gacha, usually with the AOG, maybe just to cancel out the fighter airstrike, etc. We'll see in the banning phase here. No frontliners has been secured for SGP. RLG, they don't have the side laners, and they ban out the Uranus. Yeah, I'm on
Harvey's
board
been
with
banned
that.
out. Yeah, Harvey's been banned out. So either a Claude or either a Claude or I don't really see a lot of other gold laners picked up here. If they don't want to ban a side lane, honestly, a Lapu would be a good ban, and then they pick up something else, or they themselves pick up the Lapu. But yeah, Claude, like I said, that's how the bans has been going.
Yeah. But Hayabusa will be banned too, so oh wow. So they are not really convinced that the Baxia will be the jungler here. They technically there are still I'm sorry, flex potential on towards the Baxia, and the Hayabusa will be a good punish towards the two backliners of RLG. But I'm not sure if they wanna fully commit towards the Hayabusa ban here. Oh man, SGP players and coaches, they are super safe in discussing the draft, man. They know that their mouth is still easy to read for the opposing team, and they don't want to take any chances.
In Vietnam, they have lip reading classes. All right, Chefin? You take it in like primary 3. So everyone knows, okay? Unless you speak Malay, then they won't know.
That is factual. Good information to dump here in the drafting phase, Lafel. But we'll see. RLG, 2 side laners for them. Good lane matchup against the Esmeralda would be something like a Dairoth, but it would be too. For me, it's not the worst. But now that the Arlot has been popped off, I don't think Dairoth will be on the table for RLG. They want to go for the Ruby instead.
Yeah, this time we do see a double
SGP,
fighter. Yeah,
so you
and
just
honestly,
go
like there's a lot of
or...
chains he sees here. Hylos is actually not bad. Hylos is not a bad pick. Again, I would prefer Grok, but yeah, probably not gonna see that.
Same. A lot of options though for SGP. They still need a body up front, maybe they want to go for a pretty unconventional route and go for something like a Franco. The initial combo would be disgusting with the Shield Unity, but they want to go for the standard route here, a composition that's hard to mess up with, right? That's the idea of picking the Baxia early. That's the idea of picking up the Esmeralda and the Hylos. The worry would be RLG with the Kimi, especially if she has the right tool to penetrate the frontliner. It is a bit hard for you to stay up front for a long time.
Yeah. Honestly, Chefin, do you think RLG will have enough damage to deal with Esme, Baxia, and the Hylos?
Ooh, that is a good point. Especially with the fact that the Farsa is on the other side.
Exactly.
Yeah. We'll see though if that's gonna happen. There's a bit of a damage, like lackluster damage from the side laners too. Ruby is, as I mentioned earlier, an underrated damage dealer. Maybe towards the backliner, not the frontliner though. It's not a shred tool, but we'll see here.
Yeah.
Chance to further the lead here for SGP. They took 2 games already in this best of 7, and all they need to do is to secure the next 2-1 to make it 4-0.
Yeah, I don't know. I screenshotted the draft. I showed my dad, and my dad is like, "Where's the damage?" And I'm like, "Exactly, Dad." And my dad is doubtful. We'll see how it goes. But you know, my dad, man, he knows some Mobile Legends bang bang.
Yeah, that's the bang bang. And now looking at the emblems here, interesting that 3 games or 2 games in a row, Joe goes for the Vitality as a Baxia. Usually in ID, we see more of a thrill kind of a focus just to make the farm a bit better. But yeah, they want to go for a more safety route. Again, I think that's the name of the game for this region, man. That's why they pick something like a Kagura. That's why the Irithel is so prio. But yeah, no Irithel sighting so far in this series.
I think they just trust Malik to kind of like carry the game, because this is again one of his more comforts. Speaking of which, we do see Granger, and yeah, we don't see any Irithel here. Might just be a top 2 team kind of thing where they're like, yeah, Irithel is not it. And now in an engage coming in, they want to steal away the purple bulb. It looks like Joe actually gets it. Mzu though, looks like he got it caught. They're gonna trade it off with Pancake. So roamer to roamer, HHN chases after Hyde, but Hyde, being the silly goose that he is able to get away right now. Meow having to use the Purify quite early, unable to Purify through the Stadium, and gives a kill over to Hehehe.
Oh, a bit too overzealous there. They're not really respecting the early game damage or base damage from the Arlet. And also, the biggest part is probably the fact that Joe was not able to get the retribution. Good stunts, I believe, coming in from Pancake. and it snowballs towards the turtle. So already almost 1k gold lead for RLG. This is the early game that they're looking forward to have, right? With the fighters and all, you know, the rotating power of the Ruby, even though it's not really used, they were still able to get the early advantage. And this makes life a bit easier too for HHN, because initially the Arlot will have a hard time in the lane against Esmeralda, but if you get the early kill, that would be a different story, Lafel.
Yeah, I think, like I said, after the second game win, I'm just worried that they might overheat a bit, and I think that's what we saw, where they're like, bro, we can invade before 2 minutes. Extra damage towards us is not going to be enough, bro. They don't have enough damage. Yeah, but they don't have enough damage once you have the defense items. When you have no defense items, you're tanky, but not that tanky, especially inside the jungle. If you want to do it now, sure, but since you already did it and then you died, kind of don't do it now.
But thankfully for SGP, I feel like they do have a pretty good late game composition here with the Esmeralda, with the Farsa, which is going to be very pivotal because he is, or she is, the main tool to punish the backliners of RLG. Looking at the items right now, so far nothing too crazy, I gotta say. It looks like it's gonna be the Sky Piercer Prio here for Malik before the Hunter Strike. We've seen this more and more in the pro scene just because of the fact that there might be some kills in the early game, and that would be very beneficial to get if you use the Sky Piercer, even though you lose out on the kite advantage and also the penetration advantage. But you make it up with a early Fury Hammer, right? So it's still gonna be hitting, but not that much.
Yeah, with the amount of physical damage here, Joe is going for an early blade armor. They use the flicker to make sure he doesn't get caught by Hyde and Joe. And this time, they are going to be contesting here and able to use the shield unity, hit onto Pancake. Trash and Pulse able to pull in Joe. Glorious Pathway, try to get onto Astrid. When the backline hits just end, try to deal with Joe.
Daylight?
But the Airstrike used, but gets pulled by Daylight. Didn't see the Ruby there. Meow is left on an island. AOG not going to hit onto anyone, and Mzu gets HHN as a first kill there, even though HHN got Meow, but he was ready to die for his team. And I'm pretty sure they were able to get the turtle, but I'm not sure whether that trade was a good trade for SGP or not.
Honestly, maybe for the result, not that beneficial, but for the fact that that team fight was super messy for SGP, I think they kind of get away with a good trade there. The fact that the shield unity was used towards Pancake and Meow escapes death with a perfect falling starman towards 4. That was a decent one for SGP. Not great though, but we'll see if in the mid game something will change.
And then it could have gone
Unfortunately,
worse.
Yes, Malik did not get the Sky Piercer stacks early, so RLG is he's happy with that too.
Yeah. In terms of the goal lead, it is 1,400, but like you said, SGP, their lineup does scale quite well. So worst comes to worst, they're still in a pretty good position here. Pancake first item is going to be the Tina Shield, able to deal with Hyde. But again, I kind of feel like the problem is going to be more on Malik later on. RLG are going to get this top turret for free. Daylight is trying to protect here and using the Feta Airstrike to zone him away. He's going to respect it. So it looks like they're just going to be trading the side lane turrets while Meow trying his very best to make sure that the mid doesn't get taken down.
Yeah, unfortunately for RLG, the conversion towards the orange buff is immediate, and also they get a bit of a hits towards the second tier tower, but Glorious Pathway.
Yep, even the AOG gets hit onto MZU, and Joe didn't actually go for hey. It goes for HHN instead. Flickers forward, gets the final slash. Not a lot from result of that, but Meow comes back in with a falling star moon, able to get one. And now Astrid from the side tries to get onto Joe. HHH is still alive, HHN, I mean. And Joe is able to get out of there. Looks like this is more of a brawl in this game 3 for both teams. A lot of aggression that they really want to get out of their chests.
Yeah, that was a good idea, I gotta say, for the Glorious Pathway. Not so much for the fact the SGP players are not really following it up immediately, though. they forced out the flicker. They could have just backed away after the initial glorious pathway, and that would be a winning trade in the resources. But SGP, they're too gung-ho on making it a better trade for them. So I guess for them, the objective is to be a bit more, you know, a bit more safe in their approach, especially with Hyde and also Daylight, because especially because of the fact that Daylight is always there to be the late hero of RLG. Usually he comes in super late with the flicker with the I'm offended, and the damage is more than enough to burst down some of the backliners of SGP.
Almost 3,000 gold here for RLG. As long as they don't make a mistake, they don't throw it over again over to SGP, it should be okay, because that draft is very throwable, and SGP, they have a very good draft to take advantage of that. Glorious Pathway trying to slow them down in the back. HHN finds Job, and Pancake is all alone there, forced to use the AOG. Traction Pulse hit, even the Turtle Boat hit, but again, not in a very good position to go and engage. And I think that's good enough, because you don't want to make a mistake at this point of the game.
Yeah, speaking of mistakes, hey, did you see that? He was checking the bushes in that area? That is not what a mid laner should do, man. Like, sure, you have the golden fat, sure you have the flicker and also the second skill to get away, but you don't want to flirt with that, man. Sometimes those kind of habits can kill you. Oh, brother, hey. Ever since the first game, the movement of this player has been very questionable.
Hey, you can't even say he's a funny guy, okay? Either way, right now, looking at RLG, they're not going to be putting too much pressure on mid. The Lord has spawned. Hey, is going to try to get that. But again, Malik is making sure that it's taken care of. Looks like the focus is onto Mzu. Meow able to hit onto 2. Better S-Right hits onto Daylight. Daylight gets taken down by Mali. Mali, that's going to be the first tag of the Sky Piercer. AOG hits, and Mali gets taken down by Astrid. In the front line, Joe is unkillable at this point. HHN dashing around with the vengeance, and Meow, no one is able to kill him so far until Hey gets close enough and actually gets that kill. The moment that Mali goes down, SGP lost that team fight.
Yeah, for sure. And it's all thanks to Daylight's flicker combo with I'm offended, right? That was a really good spot up. Oh, look at that. Feather S-Strike will not be able to get anything or anyone down from RLG, but it's still a good pressure that you can put on in the mid lane. But yeah, you gotta, like it or not, Malik, even though it is a tall task, it is a big ass, you gotta predict the combo coming in from the feather, I'm offended, the flicker. You gotta realize when the spells are coming for the Ruby, because that's probably the best tool that RLG has to be able to punish the Granger, aside from the Arlot Flicker final slash combo. We'll see if Malik can do that in this objective fight, though. Because right now, SGP, they're not really afraid of dragging the turret or playing the Lord Dance.
Considering the atomization from Daylight as well, dealing a lot of damage with Hunt Strike as well as the War Axe, I do agree. Malik has to be careful of his positioning and actually use the front line here, because I kind of feel like Hyde and Malik is not really using their front line to their own advantage, where they're going in when most of the skills are still available. So their team fight is really going to be tested here, especially when they're 3.5k behind. I think they still have enough damage, but they got to do it cleanly. If they do it messily, then it's going to be pretty bad. Right now, Joe is on a solo mission, trying to go for Astrid. Better S-Strike used, but again, it's going to get stopped by Pancake with the AOG, and Joe is all alone. Not sure what the plan is there, sending your jungler on a suicide mission. What's going on, SGP? And look at them at the top wave as well. They're going to crash.
Yeah, this is so bad, man. The season of a lot of buffshot players out there, usually when you get the initial stunts on the shield unity, that's the BL end-all winning condition of the fight. But no, you gotta realize that you're not really a damage dealer. You gotta wait for the follow-up and see where your teammates really is. And I feel like at that time, Joe was super tunnel vision, man. He's just trying to get the most vulnerable member on the opposing side, but in the end, you are the most vulnerable member when you were just stuck all alone in the back line.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I really don't like solo plays like that, especially coming from your jungler. I'm almost okay if it's your roamer or your EXP because their job is to be annoying. A jungler, your job is to be effective because you're responsible for getting the neutral objective to get a team advantage, not a solo advantage. So that was really not a good play from Joe, kind of sabotaging his team's chances here, I would say.
Yeah. What was 3K gold lead now ballooned to 6K just because of the fact that Joe made that mistake. They could have just played it a bit more patiently and wait for a better set for the Hylos and from the Baksha and combine that with Feather Airstrike. That could get hey because he is, even though he has the Blood Wings and also has been racking up the kills and the KDAs, he is still Kimmy, super vulnerable towards burst damage from coming in from the Farsa. So yeah, now the odds are stacking against them. SGP might lose the first game here in this best of 7.
Glorious pathway as well as the Feather Airstrike used to deal with the minions in mid. Now they got to deal with the minions in the side lane. Up top, looks like that is going to be the main target of RLG, but look at that, he got caught, and High gets the kill, in the front line, MZU catches HHN, but now the AOG catches the Farsa. Farsa uses the Purify, but Malik is the first to get taken down without the Granger. The consistent damage is no longer there, but now we can see the tankiness of Meow. Triple kill for High. Now the Feather Airstrike is used again, but Daylight and Pancake gets out of range. RLG, they lost 2,000 gold in that clash.
It seems like awareness in the team fight is not present for a lot of damage dealers from both teams here. What was that? Malik just stood in front of a possible I'm offended with the flicker, by the way, and he got pain also with the final slash. Like the respect is just not there. Even Ashford, like, you could just fight better, my dude. Yes, you are a melee / range heroes, but you can't just be a pure range hero if you want to. Yes, not much damage that you can put on as a Yusen that relies on only range, but it's still a consistent damage. You're gonna be able to win the team fight. Just, please, for the love of God, play a bit more safely.
Sheffin, this reminds me of what we said yesterday, which is, this is proof that they have free will. Okay? This shows that they're not robots, that no one is controlling them. Okay, Sheffin? All the players here, all 10 players that want to go to the M7 wildcard, they all have free wills.
Yeah. And hopefully that free will not really kill them currently. Traction bolts.
Ending on to anyone, and now Asher is from the side, but look at the front lines here to try to get hey, still surviving. And the AOG jumps in very low, and now there's no more immortality for him, but Asher gets onto Meow, Mzu in the front, Pancake, everyone is very low, but hey, still deals the damage. Malik as well as High could not get in good position. Daylight goes after Malik. Malik tries to run away, even has to flicker out. Even I'm offended being used by Daylight. Looks like Joe is considering going back in. But overall, a good team fight coming in from RLG, able to get the front line of SGP.
Now, I'm starting to understand more why Kimmy is the most prio hero in this region, man. Because it's the only mid laner that can consistently deal damage without really relying on a single skill. Right? Maybe the traction pulls does have a bit more utility for you to use, but overall your value will be on the basic attacks and also the first skill, right? Because look at Hyde's usage and how the way he's used in a team fight. That was terrible from SGP. A player or a hero that should be hitting the backline is forced to hit the frontliners. His targets was Pancake, HHN, and Daylight. That should not have happened. And when the Feather Airstrike is not really utilized properly, somehow SGP still want to stay, knowing that they have to play. They should have played for the cycle with the Farsa, but no. They choose to have their own free will of health.
Yep, the seal goes in, and it looks like the turtle boat hits onto no one. The mid turret still stays alive. The Lord has arrived here in the top lane. Malik is trying his best to keep in a very safe position. Pancake still has the AOG. HHN does have the final slash. Looks like SGP so far is not going to be trading their HP. They're protecting their base as effectively as possible. But now the mid wave has come in. Traction Pulse able to pull MZU. The damage is high, and Ashrid goes for Malik, and Malik uses the Wind of Nature. And Ashrid has to use the Winter Crown, and he's going to get taken down. Pancake as well. Revitalize being used up, trying to sustain. Daylight has the Sea Halberd, and looks like the engage is gonna stop here unless they want to force another one in mid.
Oh, they might be here, but looks like no. Ashford will not be there, so meow.
Oh, it actually goes in and gets hey. They're going forward. They're continuing. Mali gets Pancake, but look at the base. Look at the base. The minions. Looks like they will be able to clear it out. Once again, RLG overstaying their welcome, almost costing them the game. It's 17 minutes going to 18 minutes of the game. This might be another 23, 25-minute game for this grand final.
Really might be, but thankfully for RLG, there's just too much turrets that they have. So there is no conversion from SGP because the waves are already really good initially before the mistake. But economically, it's almost equal. So watch out for the team fighting potential here. Even though Hyde has been utilized not really properly for SGP, but once he's utilized, once he has his moments, the kills towards Hey happens. The kills towards Ashford happens. And that is the winning condition of SGP, right? Because the Esmeralda, if there is no constant DPS that's coming in from the Kimi and also the Yisen Shin, it's pretty much unkillable. This is a hero that relies on shields and also skills to sustain, and you have to have some kind of shred potential to take care of this hero. So yeah, it's not a surefire win for RLG here.
Joe, look at Joe's positioning here. They want to sandwich them. They see Ashrid. Ashrid gets out of there with the Traceless. And now even the Feta S-Strike has been used. Her boat hits onto Joe, and now even the Traction Pulse. Joe, you made the mistake and you do it again in the back line. Pancake as well as HHN. Meow tries to solo tank it up. Molly gets pulled back in by Daylight, flickers out of there, but now he's meeting with HHN, even having the Wind of Nature gets a kill there. But look at this, hey, tries to go for Molly and actually gets the kill, triple kill. It looks like that's a Maniac. And this is game. Even High gets taken down. RLG is not out of the game. They get one game out of this best of 7.
Finally, light shines for the RLG fans here as they came back to the series, preventing that 3-0 score to happen. And now it's almost equal. And to be honest, RLG, there's always a reason, right, why they are undefeated in the regular season, and they're coming in as the clear contender. So this is not good for SGP. The momentum might be on RLG, man. But yeah, oh god, that was honestly a bit too close for RLG with the lead that they have. Ashford was able to use the item swaps really well. Once he got dove on by the Esmeralda, once he gets in range of the Feather S-Strike of Hyde, he was able to swap towards the Winter Crown, the Immortality, and that's why RLG was able to get away with this one, I think. But yeah, better draft from RLG, and the MVP of the match will be Hey with the Maniac Lafel. A lot of Skypiercer stacks.
Yeah, I would say in this game for both teams, they did make a lot of mistakes. And funny that, huh, Sheffield? It looks like Ruby Gold seems pretty good. Funny that they didn't use that in the previous game. But either ways, yes, I also see now why Kimi is a problem in the Mekong region, because their backline divers is not doing it enough. You know, they need something a little bit with more kill pressure, something like a Lapu, maybe even something like a Yuzong, even the Arlet, right? That Kimi only dies when she herself mispositions, not because of a good engage coming in from the opponents.
Yeah, you can also say that about Ashton, right? The only time he got taken down in the base was when he was super aggressive and not really knowing his potential, right? There's some good item swaps, as I mentioned earlier, but in the end, only item item swaps only will not really get you far. RLG, they're looking to bounce back here, and they're doing it the right way. And honestly, at this point, just ban the Kimi, man. If you are SGP, just get that away. You know, because both teams are not really using that Farsa properly.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But yeah, I feel like Joel, I see the idea, but the positioning was not it, because whenever he goes for that play, what I wanted to say before the fight even happens is that, okay, this might be the final fight of the game, and whoever loses this team fight is gonna lose the game. And I was looking at all the battle spells, and for example, Meow on that Esmeralda, the Purify was still on cooldown. They really should have waited for everything to be up. Wind of Nature is up, Winter Crown is up, all your spells is up, and then go for the fight. So I really feel like one of the big mistakes of the teams is that their impatience, where they think it's a good opportunity, and the opportunity window is so small that they're forced to go for it. When we see in a lot of international games, in the M Series, MSC, etc., is that if the opportunity is not there, they're not going to force it. They're going to wait. There are certain situations where they will force it, but at least you can see the logic behind that. That one, yeah, I don't know. You already botched it once, you botched it twice.
Honestly, I think there are actually adjustments from Joe. After the initial stun on Shield Unity, he was actually backing off in the second occasion, right? Compared to the complete all-in on his own, so shout out to him for that. But unfortunately, when you are using a Baxia in the late game, you gotta play with the conceals. You gotta play with the whole team backing you up, man. There's no in between. Either you just back off or you just go in all the way for all of them, because you are playing with a cycler, right? When you have the feathered airstrike ready, you are technically still the better comp compared to the opposing team. Once the feathered airstrike is down, that is go time for RLG, and that is why they were able to win the match just solely because of the fact that SGP does not know how to team fight around this composition. And to be honest, it is easier said than done. The conceal play, the all-ins towards the backliners of RLG. The stars needs to be aligned to be able to make a perfect team fight with this composition.
But they're professional players. If you want to compete internationally, you gotta make you gotta make impossible plays look casual. So yeah, they just gotta fix on that, because it's a tough world that we live in. But if you want to win, you low-key have to be perfect. Going into the next match here. I feel like the draft is wonky here and there, but I don't think it's horrendous. I think it's still doable for both teams. And Joe, the way that he played like he had quad shadows and Ogi Shadow Kiru, right? When he only had the shield unity. So I kind of feel like you got to match it up. If you really want to flank and you want to kill whoever goes through your bush, use a hero that fits that kind of play style,
And that is why I'm super advocating for the Francos and for the Hellcurt, because it's a good complement towards the Baxia, right? Not so much for the Hylos. Hylos' job is to, glorious pathway towards the front, gets the initial stun, and the whole team can just back up the engage, right? That's already on Baxia, right? Now you have two of them. It's a bit, whatchamacallit, in Islam we call it Mubazir, Just use it for something else. Use the Hellcurt, you'll use the Franco, especially when you have that initial burst combo with the Farsa. Even without the feathered airstrike, level 1 and level 2 Farsa is still very, very dangerous combined with the early game potential of Baxia, man.
Yeah, I just feel like they're not playing as a team. Like, everything that we're saying, we're breaking it down in detail, but the overlaying thing is just that they're not playing as a team. And just to lower your expectations, so far I've not seen any Franco as well as any Hellcurt. I've not seen any assassins as a roamer. Don't know if they're hiding it from us. They just don't want to use it just yet. But just to let you know, in the games that we've seen, we haven't seen a Hellcut roam just yet. And let me add on to that. That might be an ID thing, because in Malaysia we tried. It looked bad, and after that one time we tried, no one ever tries it again.
Well, maybe because we have the father of the Hellcat Rome, right?
Yes, of
Beloski is
course.
there, so
Big brain below.
we got the we got the real example, like how a Hellcat Rome should be played. But you know, it's up on YouTube, man. You should be able to maybe scout the MPLID players and amplify or no implement that to your region, because for this kind of region, I feel like that is kind of a cheat code, isn't it? You just bring something that existed in another region and you bring it to your own playground. It seems like a really good strategy to do, because they won't be able to adjust on the fly immediately, especially in this grand finals, man. It's only 7 games. You only have so much time to be able to discuss like a cheesy pick or a surprise pick, you know? And they're gonna be forced to ban it themselves.
Yeah. So now the Fanny has been banned. We'll see, Shafin, if they will end up actually banning out the Kimmy. Gonna AFK for a bit. I'm gonna make this as fast as possible.
You actually said it on broadcast. Interesting. Oh yeah, appreciate the honesty. Still with the Fanny and also the Angela combo here in the banning phase. So both teams does not want to play this very high tempo kind of game with the Fanny, and it is probably in Mobile Legends a hero that really force you to adjust in the draft on the fly, and that is why teams are preferred to ban it instead of just playing it. And it also carry a huge risk, you know. You are snowballing in the early game super hard. Once you lose out on a certain team fight, which is very much possible to happen because the skill ceiling is fanning is indeed high, but the floor is also super low. Once you miss out on 1 or 2 purple buff, it is like 3-4 minutes of Fanny not gonna be able to use her full potential, and that is why it is too risky in the grand finals game. But the bans coming in from RLG, it seems like they are taking my advice here. All of the mid laners that rely or not relying on cycles are getting banned. Well, technically the Lunox relies on a cycle, right? But the Kimi and the Jushin is not. So far, this should be the winning play, or the proper draft that this region has to follow, right? Because somehow, some way, this team does not know how to play with the cycle. Oh man, it's kind of tiring to talk on your own, but yeah, I'm gonna still hold on. Kalea first pick here for SGP, no Lunox though, so no really good burst combo if you wanna with Lunox. But if you want to dig deep and get another combo, the Beatrix comes to mind, the Carry comes to mind, the Katina comes to mind. But it is still very much conditional, because there is a reason why those heroes it's not really present in the meta right now. It's easily punishable, and it's also too one-dimensional. But sometimes being super one-dimensional, especially with the Kalea comp, is the way to go. For RLG though, they're countering with the Yeast Engine and also the Uranus, a buddy to tank up in the front, and also all around good jungler that can set and also deal damage at the same time, plus gives you flex in the gold lane. So very standard for RLG. The question is, how do SGP respond? Do they want to go for the Esmeralda immediately here, knowing the fact that Uranus has been picked and it's a good matchup against the Uranus, and it also function as a annoyance for the Eastern Shin, because even in the previous game, in game number 3, the Esmeralda was not really, the Eastern Shin was able to dodge the kill pressure from the Esmeralda. It is still a super annoying tool to be around, but they prefer to go for another annoying tool here, and also a way to secure the first objective with Lapu Lapu. Good initial damage, good setting potential, and also a way to shoo the Eastern Shin away from the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit. For RLG, the Harith will come through. It's interesting because yes, you're gonna use that Purify, so you're less likely of a target towards both the Lapu Lapu and also the Kalea. But in idea, at least, we usually just counter the Harith with a Farsa, especially when the Chrono Dash has been used and there is no target to proc the Summon Force with. You're basically stuck, unless you use a Flicker to get away. It is pretty much done deal when you have the Feathered S-Rack ready for you. For RLG here, the Hayabusa ban will also come if they want to go with the same route. Lancelot should be next for themselves. SGP.
All right, thank you very much.
The Vomers for RLG. Hey, shout out for the honesty, by the way. Like you just said immediately to the broadcast, I'm gonna AFK for a while. Is that still allowed?
Hey, we already got this connection, right? Chat knows what's up. Yeah, got to catch getting banned out. So okay, very very solid here. I like the Lapu Lapu, Farsa, and Kalia pickup. This is already a very aggressive draft coming in from SGP. All they need is a very solid jungler, and then they're set. Which, by the way, I'm guessing Lancelot is going to get banned as well.
Yep. I also said earlier, if that is indeed the route that they want to go for, though, because although it is quite similar, it doesn't really bring the exact same thing, the Hayabusa and also the Lancelot. It is much more telegraphed for the Lancelot, but the Hayabusa gives that surprise factor from the bushes, right? With the Quad Shadow and also the Shadow Kill, it's an instant kill maneuver for the Sun Shin and also the Aerith. Oh, Baksha is just left wide open, which is really, really weird, but maybe not so much for this region, Mafel.
Oh, not so much for this region. Getting the Boxer is actually the rare thing to happen. So now SGP, in terms of the bans, I think a solid ban here still might be the Cho. Again, I'm weirded out there's no Grok, because I kind of feel like Grok is a pretty good answer towards the Kalia as well as the Farsa. Either or, for RLG right now, they don't have a lot of crowd control here, so they ban out the high loss. I think that's fine, but still, I think one of RLG's weakness right now is just the lack of control here. Maybe they'll remedy that with the mid, something like a Eve or something.
Ooh, Eve, it could
not great against
possible,
the Lapu, I understand, but
yeah,
you know.
Yes, but still, you do have that range to play with, so it's still kind of safe initially. We'll see though if that's gonna be the case. But yeah, again, like, it really should be just an automatic Grok here if it's another region, but we'll see. Something. Oh, finally!
All right.
The Rock.
We manifested, Chefin. We are manifestors.
Manifester. I think it's more you than me.
All right. I'll take it. I'll take it for this one. As a roamer, I love using Grok in this patch. Win or lose, it is just a very satisfying feeling to use the Earthen Rampart as well as the swing, the mighty swing. So now SGP, I feel like you need a marksman that's hard to catch. Thinking of the Claude here, Claude might be solid. The Granger is still up, and I guess that is okay as well. But the jungler is going to be the important one here. Lancelot is still open, but I'm not entirely sure if the Lancelot is good. The Joy is not a good pick, and they pick up a Joy.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was going to say Esmeralda would not be bad here against the Uranus and also the Harith at the same time. So you can place both Esmeralda on the gold lane and also the XP lane and really wouldn't lose that much value. But I expect Lapu Lapu would be in the gold lane just because of the fact that it loses out on against the Uranus. But the worry is, usually when you're playing a Kalea, I guess there's still Farsa there. You only have a burst down combo, right? But this 3 heroes aside from the Farsa, it cannot burst. Like, it's you have to build up the stacks first if you're Joy, the Lapu Lapu. Usually there's some bit of a downtime before you can deal damage with the Bravest Fighter. But yeah, I don't think that will be much of a problem here just because of the fact that Esmeralda pick is so good for me.
I would say solid picks all around. The Valentina is more of a player skill kind of thing, because I kind of feel like Valentina is always okay-ish. It's more about the player, whether they can actually execute and get the right ults that they want. In this situation, I would say the primary ults is definitely the Feather S-Strike as well as the Tsunami Slam. Situationally, you might want to get the Electrifying Beats just to get yourself out of tough situation or chase the back line. But either way, it should be at least easier for you to get the Tsunami Slam and potentially punish one of the front lines whenever they do get overzealous here. But it does look like it is going to be Esmeralda Gold. So the Lapu Lapu, hey, just don't die before turtle, and then you're good.
Yeah, just clear the lane and you know, you don't wanna evade the 1v1s against Uranus, but when it comes to 4v4 in the turtle pit, that's where you shine, right? Because you have a pretty good spell fam already with the initial fighter emblem plus the Festival of Blood. Now it's gonna be very interesting to see, right? SGP, I think they're gonna be super prioritizing the first turtle, knowing that they're playing with a 2-fighter here. So not much scaling potential for SGP, but at the same time, really good early game.
Yeah, I would say their skill is very risky because every single one of them, they have to put themselves in a dangerous position for you to deal the damage. So I can see the scaling for SGP, but yeah, you don't deal the damage for free. And now I'm looking at the rotations coming in from Pancake, understanding the movements of Joe should give a good idea on how Ashe wants to, I would say, counter path around the map. As of right now, like I said, we shouldn't see a lot of trades in the laning phase. It really is all about that setup.
Sure. Now looking up top, it looks like Malik actually winning the gold lane against Daylight. So that is a good sign because you want to clear it as soon as possible, right? Maybe even Malik wants to cut this lane to be able to be a difference in the next team fight, but no, he missed out on the advantage. But I think he can still be able to rotate fast enough to be able to be here in the total area. We'll see. Meow already secured level 4 and he completely ignores the wave.
Yep. And like you said, SGP really wants to get this turtle, and considering the fact that Pancake still doesn't have the tectonic charge, there's a very good chance for them to secure this, electrifying beast just to immune any kind of crowd control and gets the turtle for free. No reaction coming in from RLG just yet.
Yeah, and that should be the game plan for RLG, right? Just stay relevant long enough, don't give out a lot of gold lead. 1k, 2k gold lead is still very much manageable, but they lied! Oh my goodness!
Good engage coming in from Hyde, understanding that has enough damage, and now even the Tsunami Slam is used onto Pancake, but flickers out of there, making sure that he's still safe. But overall, good pickoff coming in from SGP. I thought Daylight would have been able to escape that.
And by the way, this is kind of a deja vu on what happened in the second game, right? They pick a ton on towards the Farsa. You can also say the same in this case, right? They're picking a Harith towards the Farsa too. But pure disrespect to the potential of the Farsa. Yes, it's not really working out in the third game, so maybe that is why they want to flirt with the risk. But is it really a risk worth taking, is my question.
I would say the disrespect was the entire time he had Purify. He didn't Purify the initial stun.
Oh, wow.
He didn't Purify once the third hit of the strike was coming down. He didn't Purify when the Kalia jumped on him. He just saved the Purify for all. He was just like, yep, I'm gonna die. I'll take it. I thought if he Purified the initial stun, I think he would have gotten away.
No, you don't understand, Lefel. He is saving Purify for the wild card.
Oh, that's right. My bad, G. My bad. I don't have the foresight like that, you know?
Yeah. Always 2 steps ahead, teams in Mekong, as the turtle will come through here for the second one. It should still be favoring towards SGP. Oh, watch out.
Oh, good to start a charge. Got onto Joe. Joe will run away, and Lapu Lapu chases after Hehe, canceling out the Feather Airstrike. And looks like Joe is able to heal up enough, especially from the help of Kalia. Meow might be forced out here, but Emzu as well as Hyde is coming to the rescue, trying to get a kill here. HN still gets a kill over to Meow, but Joe still able to get the turtle. Hyde is trying to run away from HN. It looks like HN is not going to continue on the pursuit. Meow was taken down, and HN, he just dashed in the wrong spot. Free kill for Malik.
He set up for his own grave in the turtle pit there. So, but yeah, overall for RLG in that exchange initially, it was 1 kill for a turtle, right? I think that's decent. But after HN gets taken down, it becomes a surefire win for SGP. But once again, it's still pretty much manageable. 1k gold lead going towards 5 minutes. It's a bit early, but yeah, you gotta just be a bit more patient and wait for Daylight to stack up the items, because this Harith will be nasty if he gets the chance to show off his items and arsenal.
Oh, starting charge onto MZU, forcing out the flicker. And yeah, a solid goal lead here. And I kind of feel like most of the goal lead is onto Joe, because he's been farming up very, very fast the entire time. Even taking the EXP minions, Daylight is going to get the top turret for free. No contest at all.
How the heck did that happen? What?
I don't know.
I get that the outer turret is not really that relevant when you get to once you get to the mid game, but it's still a turret at the end of the day, and you're just giving away gold for free. Meanwhile, Joe, just to clear the lane here.
They're really giving all the gold here to Joe. They want him to possibly get the Holy Crystal as soon as possible, and then just snowball out of control from there. So I'm thinking that no matter what, side laners don't go to the side lane. Joe gets top, mid, bot, jungle. Your friends, your mom, your uncle, everyone is for Joe.
Joe rules the world here. We'll see though. Oh, early feathered airstrike.
Yep. And canceled out by MZU as well. And that was a tectonic charge. Completely wasted here. So RLG, they're going to be contesting this turtle with limited resource in terms of their ults. Even Hehehe doesn't have anything just yet. So looking at the turtle here, Daylight is getting zoned away by Malik. Same as Pancake, same as Ashrit. Mistakes coming in from the mid duo causes a free turtle for SGP.
Hey, man. It's been 4 games by now. You gotta realize when to pull out your resources. Conceal play, though, got read out.
And it looks like got caught there. Nothing Pancake can really do. And they're playing it very, very, I would say, strategically now, coming in from SGP. Now they're playing really like a team, playing around the Kalia as well as the Joy very, very well. Much cleaner compared to the previous game.
Yeah, and at this point, Malik, I think, already has enough items to be able to be super relevant in the team fight. You cannot just ignore Malik up in the front. You can see the items there. Enchanted Talisman, that's more than enough damage and also sustainability, because the cooldown reduction also scales with the sustain for the Esmeralda, plus the Radiant Armor. So a lot of defense already secured by Malik. It's gonna be a force to be reckoned in the next objective fight here, just zoning up pretty much everyone on the opposing team, and there's no real punish, at least not at this point, for RLG. So they gotta wreck their brains here on what to do in the next Lord, because it is gonna be super hard to break through these frontliners of SGP, because they have two, the Lapu Lapu is also there.
And the Lapu Lapu is going to be a big problem, especially considering that the damage dealers from RLG, they're using Purify. They don't have a flicker. So the moment the Lapu gets on top of you, even if he doesn't get a kill, he doesn't need a kill. He just needs you to be low enough so that you don't have the confidence to go for a fight. And then after that, Joe and Hai, they can just do their own thing. So RLG, they're having problems here in the sense that they don't have a way to start, especially when they have a Uranus, where Uranus is going to be in the front. So he's not going to be protecting the back, and that's going to be a problem for Malik and Hehehe.
Yeah. On Shocker. Okay. It's from RLG. I thought it was from SGP. That's why I was bracing for an engage, but no. Yeah. This Uranus so far is actually doing a decent job just being in the front, and the longer the game goes, to be honest, it would be a much easier job for Uranus, because there's not much scaling from SGP's part. You can see the Joy is more of a late game hero at this point, but against a Uranus with the Radiant Armor, not so much. Uranus can definitely take a pounding, Lafel, but maybe not. Maybe in this case, wait, I'll mix that up. But anyway, Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Uranus in Indo is a bit different from Uranus in Malaysia. Malaysia Uranus don't take that much of a beating. We can, but we'd rather not. And now it looks like Malik is able to get out of there. And again, a tectonic charge that was dodged. Coming in from the side here, Joe looks like he's not going to commit. And Hehehe, as well as Pancake and Ashrit, does not have their ult right now. So they might be able to get a good trade here around the Lord. Even if they don't get the Lord, I think it's a good opportunity for SGP to try to find a kill.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not actually. I'm surprised that SGP didn't really immediately go for the Lord, with Malik being the guy that can tank up some of the Lord hits here with the shields that's built in with the skills. But up front, Mizu didn't really get catched there. Conceal play already by Pancake.
Oh, using the ult to get away, but looks like Malik almost made a big mistake there, but Meow instantly destroys Pancake, and now even Daylight follows suit. Joy dealing too much damage with that Holy Crystal. Ashrit able to get out of, but no, Hyde. Make sure that he gets taken down, and this Valentina cosplays a Lapu Lapu, trying to move forward and actually getting the kill over to Hyde as well as Joe. And HHN is tanky enough because there's no real damage against him. But honestly, good play coming in from getting the bravest fighter, and Kamikazes himself try to get a kill over to Joe and Hyde.
Yeah, it ended up being a good fight for RLG. This is one of the rare occasion where his aggressiveness really paying dividends for RLG, because right now they are prolonging the game. SGP cannot take the Lord right away just because of the fact that there are no damage that's going to come towards the Lord. The only player that can deal damage to the Lord consistently is the jungler, is Joe, and he is out of the fight. And yeah, Joe, a bit too aggressive, my dude, you know? Yeah, gotta be a bit more conservative with the resources. Meanwhile, though, in the live cam,
yep, looks like a fight is following suit. And Ashray goes on to Hyde, and Hyde gets taken down by Ashray, but Joe now comes in. He's trying to 1v5. He gets two there, trying to get a third. Joe still a lot of HP, still dashing all around, and Malik is full HP as well, but Joe is running out of abilities. And even with the Purify, it will not help Hish. Hey. Oh my goodness, all the H in this game. Oh.
Yeah, H and hey. Being a teammate here is pretty bad for us casters. But yeah, Joe, he can't really take the Lord either. HHN being a super nuisance that he is.
Bravest fighter as well. And HHN using the consecration. Maybe they try to get something here, but Joe still secures the Lord. Good stun coming in from Meow, stopping Pancake from using the Earthen Rampart to actually try to get a cheeky steal.
Yeah, you can kind of envision a world where they're fighting 5v5, and the only members that's gonna be left alive is Malik and also HH and Man. Because as far as I'm looking right now, there's really no damage that can deal with both of them. These two frontliners. Up top though, it might be 1v1.
Ashit is waiting for it. Is not revealing himself just yet. Okay, now he sees it, and Joe taking a lot of damage, but Hyde is there, and Ashrit saw it. HHN getting pulled back. Can he deal with the 1v5? 1v5 up in here, and HHN finally gets taken down by Hyde. Joe having that Divine Glaive, and Hyde, just to be safe, having the Blood Wings as well on the back line. Pancake is trying to help out, and Malik is feeling himself right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for the Uranus to be penetrated, but when it's 4 guys or 5 guys at once, it might be possible.
Too much. Oh, look at that. Ashray gets pulled back, but Emzu is too far ahead. And now even the Lapu Lapu has to run away. Emzu gets taken down by Daylight. Daylight gets a double kill. That was a big mistake coming in from the Kalia. Doing a little bit too much there. In our language, what do we say? Gerakan tambahan.
I don't think that's how you say it either in your language, bro. I think I know more Malay than you at this point. But yeah, that was in your word. You're doing a bit too much. Yes, that was fairly engaged, but you have to drag the whole team with you. Maybe that was Meow's fault to follow up in the end.
Yep.
But man, I don't know. It was just a pure miscommunication and also miscoordination from SGP. They just played with the Lord a bit better and wait for the better payoff, you know. But they are too gung-ho on getting Ashred down to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah. Don't trust your friends. That's what I always say. Especially when your friends are like that, you know?
especially if it's
And
Frederick.
don't trust nice people as well. Sometimes they're a bit too nice. There must be something that they're hiding.
So you're saying I shouldn't trust you?
I'm not nice.
Okay. Yeah, back
Yep,
to the
there
game
you go.
here. Looks like Pancake is looking for the flank angle earlier, but gets spotted up by Malik, which has like 5 bars of HP shield here.
Trying
HHN.
to charge away and using every single thing on HHN and is able to escape out of it. Malik looks like he got stunned up, but the fight continues. Meow with the bravest fighter gets onto Daylight. Joe gets the kill. HHN 1v4 gets penetrated yet again. Hey, try to deal as much damage, and he is so free right now. Meow does not have the bravest fighter form. He's just waiting for the ult to come back up. It's still not up. Hey, might actually get it. Use it, flicker forward, bravest fighter. Good stun onto 2, and looks like the Tsunami Slam is going to use against him, but Joe having the electrifying beats. It is a wipeout, and SGP is going to end the game. Match point, championship point for SGP.
The early game draft is paying off for SGP. They are in match point. One more game to the wildcards of Indonesia. Amazing execution as well. There's a bit of a mishaps here and there, but we don't talk about that. We only talk about the winner, which is SGP. Congratulations, but as the great Kobe Bryant once say, job's not over.
Yep. And as Einstein once said, if it's not over, you keep on playing. We saw them celebrating almost like they already won the championship. Taunting already coming out, but they gotta chill. They gotta chill, because after you do that, if somehow, some way, RLG just sweeps it out with 3 more wins, it's gonna be a little bit weird. But hold on here, SGP, they're doing it. RLG has been dominating all the way through, and SGP today they're like, okay, you know what? Between you and me, I'm hungrier. I want some nasi lemak.
I don't know
Or
what a
pho.
lemak
No,
is,
they want
but-
pho. They want pho.
Oh yeah, pho. I've never tried pho, but I would love to try it.
It's pretty
in my
good. Pretty good.
lifetime. We'll see. My favorite of the match is gonna be Joe. Great game. Not really faltering to like, because he's he's the early game, right, for Team SGP.
Yeah. Right now, look like he's everything. He's the damage can reach guy, DPS machine, and the predator.
What is he looking
at? VMC.
Maybe.
He's looking
But
at
yeah, just like in real life, the rich guy is usually the predator. Yeah, great match coming in from Joe here, being the carry that he needs to be, because as I said earlier, they're going to be lacking in damage dealers, especially in the late game, because there's no marksman, there's really no scaling heroes except the Joy. But when the Joy is just killing like this, and you get the advantage that you need in the map, you get the flank angle and also the dive angle, it should be easy pickings for this for Joe. Great one.
Yeah, but honestly, like, big shout outs to Meow, waiting for that bravest fighter and using it to run away, making opponents basically say, like, okay, they're done, and then just flickers forward for the 2-man stun. Joe has a way to get into the fight and then getting the kill and eventually getting that wipeout. SGP game number 3, they did not really play as a team, but now they're looking pretty hot, and now this is match point. They need one more win to qualify for the wild cards.
Yeah, it's not looking good for RLG. Usually, when you are dominating throughout the regular season, Lofel, sometimes you might want to do
Staffa's
that.
here. Shout out to Staffa.
Staffa? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's in
Staffa
chat.
is here.
Yeah.
Definitely. Your SGP leading. Thank you for the input, Staffa. But yeah, back to the game. What was I saying earlier?
Honestly, I was distracted when I saw Staffa. Good guy, man. Good guy.
Yeah, good guy. What else can I say to Staffa?
You know, let's talk about what Radiant's Legend really need to do, because the reason why Staffa said that, because yesterday they look hot, they look amazing, especially like at this point. I don't know whether all this while is just SGP that's been not so great, or is just Radiant's Legend at this point. They're so conditioned to be like, SGP is no big deal, man. They're strong, but not that strong.
Yeah.
And then now they're just starting
Yeah.
to get into their own hits, you know?
That's what I was saying earlier. I want to say
Okay.
that Onyx Indonesia in MPLID, for me, them losing is actually a good thing, because now they are in a way comfortable, or they've tasted a loss, right? So now when you get to the playoffs, when you are starting to lose games, you are familiar with the feeling, you know. But ever
Yeah.
since before the playoffs here, RLG has not tasted a single loss in games and match. So that is why it's gonna be hard for them to come back from this position, man. It takes a special team to be able to come back from a 3-1 deficit. That's why it doesn't really happen that much. Can't really recall. Oh, I can recall definitely in M1 RRQ versus EVOS. RRQ was leading 3-1, and
Mm.
EVOS came back. That's the first 3-1 comeback, I believe, in internationals for Mobile Legends.
Yeah. You know what SpongeBob always says, man. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. So the more wins that you rack up, that one loss really starts to mess with you. Even in the female scene, right now was Vitality. What was it like? BTR what again before? They have a 2-year win streak, and then MWI gets taken down by Omega Empress just because they lost one game, man. Seriously, when you win in life, you just need one bad day for everything to go downhill.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right, so right now, Shafi, we're going for a short break, and after this, when we come back, is potentially the final game of the grand finals. We'll see you guys then.
Vi vu muôn nơi, chạm để thanh toán, dễ dàng, an toàn và nhanh chóng. Thỏa sức khám phá, thưởng thức và trải nghiệm. Visa trong tay, chạm Apple Pay, chạm cả thế giới.
り透き通るきらめき愛で守りたいの道に迷いそうなそんな時は思い出してほしい胸を張って深呼吸して見上げた空に光る星瞬く BPM 想像もできないパーティーが始まるバンバンバン空に打ち上げようシンガーソングその声聞かせて一年に一度大切なお祝いしよう何度だってこの場所で響くファンファレ歌おうよベンベンベンもっともっと星屑インビテーションワクワクしちゃうでしょみんなそれぞれに来年もきっと100年先も一緒に歌おうベンベンベン重なるハーモニー天真な祝福のリズムこの声あなたへ心つなぐこのメロディー遠くても願いを込めて踊ろうよベンベンなずっと
Prize is a lot of dongs, but also to become the representative to go over to the wild cards in the M7 World Championship. Welcome back. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Chefin, and the score right now is Saigon Phantom with 3 and LG only having 1. Sorry, RLG only having 1.
Yeah, which is kind of unprecedented, you know. Coming into the grand finals, even in the playoffs, it's kind of only 3-2 in the upper bracket
Yeah.
finals. So it feels like RLG will have the advantage in a seven game series where the adjustments will come through when the long game becomes even more important in this case. But apparently, they're not really that battle tested, not really suffering a single loss so far before this occasion, though. So maybe that's why they are faltering. And hitting the reset button seems to be super hard for them, especially after the trash talk 2, Lofel, after the fourth game.
Yeah. I don't know, because looking at how they play, it does seem that they don't expect this kind of aggression coming in from Saigon Phantom, and is catching them off guard. Essentially, that they play in a certain tempo, and their tempo keeps getting broken time and time again. And they, like you said, they just couldn't reset. They don't know how to really come back into things. We had a break, and maybe in that short break, the coaching staff is able to relay to the players what they should do to make sure that they don't get trapped by Saigon Phantoms again. And I really feel like whenever they're able to take down the main damage dealers, either Hyde or either Hehehe or Daylight, it becomes a little bit easier. So I don't know. I feel like Hehehe really has to be careful in the possibly final game of the day, because he probably will be targeted by both Meow as well as Joe.
Yeah, for sure. After an invincible season, if he loses out on the grand finals, he's not gonna
Oh,
be the
that
one who's
hurts.
laughing, man. The whole this is just tough from RLG. Hopefully, there's still a bit of gas left in the tank here for RLG, and they can bring out their A game both in the draft and also in game.
Yeah. I
Apparently
mean,
we
you
have to
did
buy some
say
more.
that. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, they're not going to be having the final laugh. But in my experience, when you're having a good time, and then when it really matters, and then you lost, honestly, they still do laugh. But is the kind of laughter that you're worried, that you're feeling concerned, the kind that you tell their family about, and then eventually you have to go to their house, get them out, see a professional until they're able to recover. Not saying that's what's gonna happen, but I live a long time. I've seen
Is
things.
that
I watch Netflix. You see a lot of crime
Oh,
things
okay.
there. Yeah,
Okay, I was kind of concerned that that was an original LaFell experience there, but the fact that you said
it
Netflix there,
was,
kind of, yeah, thank God. Oh, really? Are you
dude.
okay?
Oh, I'm fine now. I found religion.
Oh,
Alhamdulillah,
okay.
all is good.
Mashallah, mashallah. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice, nice, nice. Good to see a brother here
that's
in
why
the
I'm
desk.
Catholic.
Yeah, you know. Currently it's actually Maghrib here in Indonesia, so thankfully I'm a musafir, so I can kind of I don't know what the
Oh,
term
you
is in
are?
English, but yes,
Yeah, but
usually
I get it.
I cast MPLID in weekends, right? And I live
Hmm.
10 hours away from Jakarta, so I go back,
10
go from
hours?
my home to Jakarta. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that
So yeah,
counts. That counts.
that's every weekend.
How do you do it, bro? Damn. You must really love the game.
I love something else outside of the game. It didn't come immediately. I was actually kind of losing money the first time I do this, but in the end, thankfully, oh man, it's fun being here, man. And I think I found my place. This is just a pretty really good environment, especially all the MPL English casters has been very supportive. And I got
Mhm.
to be here with you, which is this is also the first time I'm casting with an international caster, I believe. So again, going into the cast, I was kind of nervous, but you know what?
Yeah,
It's
it's all
just
good.
LaFell.
Yeah, it's
You
just, it's
also
just
eat
LaFell.
rice.
I sometimes, yeah, for sure, for sure. I just don't eat fish. I'm allergic to seafood, and yeah,
Why?
this is why even
Oh.
in MPLMY, I remind people that this is not the English broadcast; it's the international broadcast. So come to the point
Ooh.
where I want to speak some Chinese, I just speak some Chinese. I get some ni hao ma energy going on. Be like, yo, Staffa, get me some some wonton mee up in here, you know. Yeah.
I love myself some xiao long bao. You know,
Xiaolong
that's
bao.
probably my
Yeah.
yeah.
I
I love
like
Chinese
them
food. I love Vietnam foods.
I love the roti telur. It's amazing, man.
Oh, is that a Malaysian staple or
No, it's
roti
not.
telur?
No. So in context, over here, one of the more famous dish is called roti canai or roti kosong. It's
Yes.
more of an Indian thing,
It's
yeah.
good.
But there's this variation of it. Yeah, one of them is roti telo, which is just roti canai, but you just like breaking egg inside of it. You know, like it's part of the cooking process. But I don't know how to say it in like a presumptuous kind of way. But the one that I really like is having the sandwich with the scrambled eggs and mayo. They just call it an egg sandwich, but I don't know how to translate it in Malay without just saying roti tailor.
Okay. I'm on board until you said mayo, man. I don't know. Like it seems like
Dude, I like
egg and mayo is not really my kind of thing.
Dude, it's so good.
I don't know.
I love mayo. Like there's a lot of good staple Malay food that I really like ramen. You know, shoyu ramen is
No.
amazing.
Nah. Nah,
I
don't
like
say it. Did you?
I like
are you
burgers,
combining
pizza.
ramen?
Like
Ramen with
no,
mayo?
no. The joke is I'm saying Malay staples, and I'm talking about food that's not Malay. That's the joke,
Okay.
chefin.
Okay, I said it
Bro.
earlier. I'm a bit slow. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't really help
It's like,
it.
oh yeah, my favorite Malay food is ramen, burger, spaghetti. Bro, like, what's
I was
Bro.
too fixated on the mayo. That's my biggest concern. I don't like mayo, you know? And I was a bit
Dude.
worried about the ramen and mayo combo. You know, that sounds
Dude,
pretty disgusting.
okay? Let me give you a traditional Indo combo that you guys don't do anymore. You guys know miso dot, right?
Yes?
Right? And then you know Milo
Yes.
ice, right? Yeah. So you just make miso dot, and then you just pull the Milo ice as a broth, and just mix them up together, and just eat. Yeah. I showed it to Eterna, Mirko, and all, and Eterna did say I'm low key interested. Yeah. I have the text to prove it. She's like, hey, I'm curious. It's Indo right there, you know? You gotta learn how to live a bit, you know? You gotta learn how to live.
That's not
a bit.
living. That's literally making your final meal, bro. What the hell? Miso dap and a Milo broth. That's oh god.
Chef,
That's disgusting, man. Sometimes you like two things and you cannot combine it at the same time, bro. It just does not work.
Chefin, how can you say you truly lived when you never been at the edge of death?
It's not an experience that I'm looking for when I'm living. I wouldn't call that a goal to live. What the hell?
Yeah.
You know, maybe you do you,
See-
bro. You do you, and you seems fine as well. You know.
This is why I have very limited friends, because I have ways to convince people to be like, bro, just do it. This is why Mirko is my friend, because he's usually up for it. But bad thing is sometimes he tries to one up me, so he'll just make it worse and then just bring me with it. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I want to do that, and then we do things. Yeah, like
Mirko's a guy like that. I feel like he's a bit more. He doesn't like change. At least from my perspective, right, LFL? But
Dude.
maybe the change in the bracket here. What?
No. When I'm with him, he knows he's meant to be challenged. Okay.
In more ways than one.
I bring out the worst out of people.
That is actually a skill. You know, shout out to you.
SGP leading 3-1. RLG, if they want to win this one, they got to go for a full reverse sweep, and that's not going to be easy here going up against SGP with this kind of performance.
For sure, man. Which is kind of weird with the fact that the trap was okay. There's winning angles. It's not like they are, oh, you know what, this is definitely not winnable for them. It is just, I genuinely think they're not really used to losing in a losing position. So now that they're in actually won, they're overthinking it. You know, their mind wanders all over the place. As we're gonna take a look at the draft here for the possibly final game, Lavelle. Still, Jushin will be the first ban of this match.
SGP as well, banning out the Fanny. Guessing later on we might see a Kimi ban as well, and it is gonna be Broken Walls again. I think it has been Broken Walls for 3 games now, I believe. So not gonna be a lot of change, especially when it comes to the draft here. Looking at the previous draft, having the Esmeralda, Lapu, Kalia, Joy, and Farsa seems to be a winning strategy here for SGP. CC has been banned out, and then now the Kalia. They don't want to risk of a Kalia first pick by RLG.
Okay, but the hero that gets banned in the 4th match earlier, which is we said it earlier, one of the best picks at least in this region, which is Kimi, is still left wide open. Not sure if SGP or RLG wants to ban it. I feel like they just want to left it out wide in the open, and maybe SGP wants to ban other heroes and RLG can use that for themselves. And yeah, it's a way to be consistent, right? Just nothing too crazy. Constant damage stealing potential from the mid laner. And by the way, Lunox also hasn't been banned so far.
Yeah, I think after the first game, both players like, bro, what was that? We're not gonna be using that anymore. This should be a Kimi ban. Like, I feel like you're already at the cusp of being champions here, winning 100 million dong. I think you gotta respect it, ban it out.
Would you like some dongs, Lafel?
Hey, 100 million dong, man. That's a lot, but I'll take it. I'll take it. 100 million dong is better than 90 million dong.
That is
Some people will say that's too
sure.
many dongs, but are you sure though? Are you sure?
There's nothing like too many dongs. You can have all the dongs in your life, man. But yeah, the Kimi gets banned here for SGP. Now for RLG, Baksha is still left wide open, but once again, we want to remind you all that it's not really the most prio pick here in this region. What else are left? Oh, never mind. It seems like Baksha will be the answer then. RLG is trying to win the early game here with his utility.
Yeah, the more that you say no, the more that it becomes yes. And I don't know if it really is a caster curse at this point, or we're really bad at the game. Okay, fine, whatever, be that way. Picks here,
Lunox, right?
The Lunox is open. I don't know if they do want to pick it up. Maybe even an early. Usually we'll see like a Uranus or Esmeralda, like something EXP early here, and a jungler. Usually that, or the Lunox. Or maybe even Gatot.
I think it has to be the.
Oh, Angela,
Wait.
I forgot.
Oh my god.
Oh, forgot about the Angela.
Look at this combo. Now you have to pick the Lunox, right? Or maybe if you want to just play pure front to back, something like a Yve comes into mind to deter Esmeralda potential, because you already have some quote unquote DPS, even though it's very, very minimal from the Baksha. But yeah, the usual way would be the Lunox and maybe some kind of hiding potential too. Oh, it's got a Joy, so this Baksha will play in Roamer, possibly. Huh.
Yep, possibly Rome. Getting the Joy as well as the Lunox, they're trying to overload SGP with the damage here, one going to the backline. Honestly, both can go to the backline, but just in case, like you said, to deal with the Esmeralda, having that Lunox. Now, what is going to be the answer here? Do they want to go instantly for their jungler, or do they want to pick up something like a this is tough, because a Hive might be good against Joy, but not going to be good against the Lunox. A safer pick, I would say, is something like, I want to say Granger or Claude. Granger, though, if you get caught by Lunox and Joy, there's not much you can do.
Honestly, for me at this point, like if you can just ditch the marksman wide open and pick something like a jungler, Hayabusa comes to their mind just to deal with the Joy, but not really the greatest of matchup. Well, it kind of works both ways actually. Baksha is not really the greatest target for the Hayabusa, obviously, but at the same time, there's really not much lockdown potential from the Baxia towards the Hayabusa. That's why I considered it. But they're playing through this winning matchup against the Joy. And they're betting the marksman here, so maybe they really do want to play another fighter gold later. Against
Esme
a
gold.
Baxia? That might be possible. We saw export gold, by the way, from Alter Ego against Onyx ID, so that might be in the table, especially with the fact that Baxia is on the opposing side.
So now they ban out the Khalid. They're worried about super early aggression here coming in from RLG. There's still the option of the Hilda, although I really don't like Hilda when there's a Baxia around. It makes it very awkward because you don't heal up as much as you thought you would. Now, in terms of the ban here, I would say if you want to ban another marksman, it should be the Granger. If you don't want to ban a marksman, maybe ban out an EXP later here. What, like Arlet maybe?
Arlet? I'm not sure. Esmeralda wins out the matchup against the Arlet NAT of the week, but the Fulvius, oh wow. Well,
So maybe they want the Arlet.
The whole series, we haven't seen a Fulvius, not even a single one of them, right? Not even a batting face. This is very, very surprising. Wow.
Again, maybe they want the Arlet because we saw the Arlet earlier. It wasn't super awesome, but he did a job.
Oh, Arlet for SGP. Okay, my bad. I thought Arlet for LLG. My bad, bro.
All right, so now SGP. If they show the Arlet here, they're basically showing that they are playing double fighters. So the optimum choice is probably picking up a roamer here.
Joe?
Not entirely sure what is the best here.
I think Joe would be pretty good
Joe.
here. Just a punish towards both the Lunox and also the Joy. And ideally, you don't want to use a Purify on Lunox either. So the target becomes much more for the Jitkundo man. For RLG here, they are in desperate need of side lane. Something that's a bit more safe towards Joe's engage. At the same time, deal damage and deal a bit of a shred. You know what? They can just play full fiber here. They have a shred already in both Joy and also the Lunox. I'm not opposed with this. Something like a Ruby would work here. You already have a quote-unquote DPS2 from the Baxia in the early game. You deter the potential of the Cho and the Hayabusa at the same time. But they want to go for a full shred in carry. This is oh wow. Did not expect that.
Don't doubt me, Chefin. I'm Vietnamese, okay? I can smell an Arlet. Right? And RLG can too. They take it away. Alright? I'm Vietnamese. I love pho.
Vietnamese. How about banh mi?
It's alright. So now SGP,
It's alright.
they do have the option here. Since they see the carry, do they want to match with a marksman as well? The Granger is still open, and yes, it's troublesome. Oh, now we see the Irritel. Oh, this is what you've been waiting for, Chefin. The Irritel popped up.
Yeah, honestly, not that bad in this kind of composition, especially with the fact that you have the Angela. The worry that I have is there's really not much complement towards the Cho combo. There's no insta burst coming in from SGP. So with the sustain that RLG has, they do have a winning angle here. But in terms of scaling, RLG, I think, is going to be better than SGP. We'll see though. Because in the first few objectives, the Angela comp, I think, has a bit more advantage too here.
It's really about those early executions by both teams because they have potential to start something and actually have the damage to actually finish it off. Especially we see early rotations coming in from either the EXP or the gold, because I kind of feel like for the possible final game of this grand final, maybe just be a little bit hard to read, like you would think they would stay in the lane, but then no, they just come and help out. But either way, this is the start of game number 5 here. Ashrid starting off his buff, and Emzu is already there, starting to be a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, he also stole the smaller purple camp here, so a bit of a W here. And also, you gotta watch out for those little failed camps, because you might be behind in terms of level once you get to the tunnel. But already 2 buffs secured by Ashred. My bad, man. So that was Pancake with the Pancake with the poke towards the orange buff.
Yeah. Good freeze here coming in from him. Meow is having a good time going up against HHN. Something to note as well, Emzu is not using Thrill, so the kill potential in the early game is still there. It's just not as strong without a Thrill. He opted for more movement speed as well as pull yourself together. So he's thinking about engaging as many times as he can with the flicker.
Okay, Daylight actually opted to go for the Warrior Beat switch, I think, in this case. Oh, gotta wait a second. Shadow Kill.
Yep. Hyde actually flickers forward. Puppet on a string, able to actually get Pancake there. So a bit of an advantage, especially because the turtle is about to come up, and a little bit of experience coming in for Hyde as well. Getting that hard guard early is going to help them a lot. And now they just go for the mid here. Gets caught. An early 2-0 for SGP. Oh, it looks like Emzu having to use the flicker. Run away.
Yeah, and this...
At least they deterred Emzu just a little bit.
Yeah. And what I like about SGP is they're not really in no rush to take the turtle here, because they realize that, Hayabusa is a 1-cycle hero compared to the Joy. Joy is technically 1 cycle too, but even with the second skill, you can still you can deal a bit of damage. That's why they're playing it safely here.
Hard guard inside of Meow. Ashrid still gets the turtle away, but Meow is able to escape with her life. I feel like it's still okay for SGP to let the turtle go as long as they don't die, because looking at the draft, RLG, like you said, has an easier time to fight around neutral objectives.
For sure here. And now, once again, we're gonna wait. Oh my goodness, the first down!
Much better compared to the first game. Actually ganking it and getting that kill. Pancake tries to run away. Emzu is not fast enough to stop this Boxia. So it looks like SGP, they're just going to trade by taking away the jungle camps. But since Ashrid is already up top, he's just going to do roughly the same thing.
Boy, he gets spotted up. Oh, no way to go.
Here. Daylight has to run away. Ogi Shadow Kill actually hitting onto to revitalize use as well, and Hyde escape in a wrong angle, taking a bit of turret shot there. Pancake is still alive, but now Malik actually goes in, and Joe gets a kill onto Daylight. But they're staying here for quite a long time, and then a Way of the Dragon be used by Emzu onto Hehehe just to disengage.
Yeah, but up top though, that's just not a good trade at all. Hey, very trigger happy.
Yeah, Ashrid wants to get onto Hyde, and Hyde could not channel fast enough. He's gonna get taken down. Joe has arrived. He does get the shadow onto Pancake. A little bit too tanky, but still uses the Ogi shadow kill, and Pancake almost gets taken down.
Yeah, good thing though, although I do prefer initially I prefer SGP's composition, but I forgot this is a Mekong region, and RLG, they're not really playing with the cycle as much as SGP, the window is quite limited for SGP. You gotta wait for the hard guard, you gotta wait for the Way to Dragon to be able to get the first initial pick off, so it is a lot more conditional for SGP to be able to win the team fight. The only constant variable is this Esmeralda, which, by the way, there's a lot of shred on the other side.
Oh, able to get a Joy, Way of the Dragon, perfect hit, but still Ashrid gets a kill onto Malik and onto Joy. Triple kill by Ashrid in 5 minutes of the game, and now getting the turtle. That break was all RLG need to get back into the game. And I'm sorry, Shepard, this is why I do not like the Angela. It's good in ID, but everywhere else, man, goddamn, it's a great.
Oh, maybe. But yeah, what a final slash coming from etched and just catching pretty much everyone from SGP. Easy 3 assists for the Arlet. And now they can just build onto this lead. A hero that, carry is not really picked that much. First of all, it's because of the range, obviously. And you need a proper setup to be able to use the carry. But when you this kind of lead, I don't think it really that it really becomes that much of a problem.
Now we'll get Shadow Kill used onto Ashred. Joe actually losing the trade there, taking quite a bit of damage. Ashred is level 10 and Joe is level 8, so a 2-level lead is much worse than the almost 4,000 lead here that RLG has. SGP has to find a way to get back into the game and let Malik eventually carry the game. But look at this, RLG, they're relentless. They want to get his turret, and Malik has to be very, very careful. And now even the hard guard is used onto him, but the final slash pulls him back into the fight. Meow comes in, trying to protect the turret, but unable to. 6 minutes in, and the second tier turret down bot has been taken down. All outer turrets of SGP has been taken.
Yeah, and SGP, they're just forced to respond at this point. They do not have enough damage to deal with the Baksha, first of all. And that's why I think SGP MZU has to find an angle where the Baksha is not even present. Just a lot of target, by the way. The carry rocks the flicker too. So it's not like, you know, he's short of a target. It's just when to pull the trigger is the big question here. Yeah, 5k gold lead. This is not good at all for SGP. A composition that also relies on the early game dominance too with the Hayabusa and also the choke. And the comeback angle of Fel is not really that good either. First of all, Irithel is not the best late game gold laner. And this is a show we're talking about. Only one person at a time. You know, it's a single target pickoff. And there is no real set for SGP to be able to turn the game around convincingly. Meanwhile, for RLG, they're nothing short of a siege tool. Yes, the Baksha will be a bit useless in a kind of siege situation, but you have the final slash, which has been consistently amazing from HHN.
Yeah, I would say one of the problem is, like you said, it's hard for them to engage. MZU can only kick 1% at a time, and yeah, we saw, even with the hard guard jumping in, it immediately gets bursted down, because RLG, they basically have an anti-tank draft here, and at this point, they're just playing in SGP's head. This draft from RLG is kind of not fun to deal with.
It really is. And yeah, Joe, at this point, his utility is just way too limited, man. You gotta wait for the, maybe like the full item to be able to use the Malfic board to be able to be relevant. Oh! Never mind.
Yep, chain CC there. Looks like MZU tries to get a kick, but kick on the wrong angle, and Asha just goes in. At this point, feels invincible, gets the kill, and is actually still alive. Oh my goodness. If they got a kill there, the shutdown goal will be huge. But no, Ashred stays alive. Maybe they should not have taunted, man. They just reignited RLG. They should not have disturbed the sleeping tiger, or whatever animal they really.
And once again, the start of it all is the final slash coming in from etched and beautifully played towards Joe, which I believe is not rocking the tough boots, because that stun felt a bit too long than usually is. You know, that's why he was not able to get away, and the burst damage was immediate. You can even call the Joy you know, a burst or an execution tool, as well as Lunox at this point, because he's already racking up 6 kills for himself. So the gold lead will be, is, you know, what's the word? Massive. Wow, I'm slow.
No, it's okay. It's been a long day, man. It's been a long day. Conceal being used by MZU. Not sure which target that he wants to go for. So not going to be having to conceal for a good 2 minutes here. And now, hey, using the Chaos Assault over to the Hayabusa. Lord marches in. The mid inhibitor has been taken down. Now with the Lightning Truncheon as well on the Lunox. A lot of bursts here. Hyde finally finishes the Flash of the Oasis 10 minutes in. But now the inhibitors are all gone. They deal with the Lord. But again, with no inhibitors at 10 minutes of the game, this does not seem a very geekable.
Oh, for sure, man. Okay, gold lead 11k before the 11th minute. So they are over 1k per minute gold deficit. And look at the items as well. Malik is definitely not having a good time. That is a lot of difference. In mid laner as well, MZU almost gets bursted down by Hehe all alone.
Ooh. Right now, Haya, I don't think he got the shadow in as well. By the way, he's building quite greedy as well. We'll see if it works out after the Hunt Strike goes for the BOD. So, yeah, like, there's a lot of damage. We'll see if it works out.
I think the idea is he knows that if it's a 5v5 team fight, it's not going to happen, right? He's not going to kill when all of them are clumping up. So he needs that single or maybe like one-on-one execution power. Hence the Blade of Despair, which enhances his solo killing potential. But I'm not sure if it's going to happen at all with RLG just clumping up together like this. They want to play it safely because there's not much peel on their side except for the Arlet. They are mostly a bunch of independent heroes. But when you have a lead like this, yeah, it's hard to make a mistake. Malik finally finished the Berserker's Fury and having, so far, 0 penetration items.
Yeah, Joe also needs that Malefic Roar to really be able to deal damage because the front line is also a problem here. So kind of what SGP might be hoping for in terms of Hayabusa ulting. Oh, hold on, conceal being used. MZU, can he find someone? He already uses the brilliance. And now pancake. Looking at MZU, but he's able to dodge, and now the Ogi shadow kill forces out a lot. It actually gets with the help of the Lord, and Astra gets kicked to the back, but not enough damage by Malik. In fact, Malik ran away. And now the final slash hits onto 2. Malik gets taken down. And looks like the revenge here coming in from RLG is working out. Malik gets a kill, but is it going to be enough? Now the hard guard coming in, but their focus is the turret. Can they end the game? Yes, they can. The grand finals is not done just yet. Maybe don't taunt too early, my friend.
Oh man, it might really happen here. Not really exactly the reverse sweep, maybe a gentlemanly reverse sweep after a 3-1 deficit towards RLG, but oh god, if that happens, that is a blow to someone's mentality, bro. Like, you might, as you said, Lafel, you might want to seek professional help after that one.
Dude, that is the thing that netizens will just clip and post it all over TikTok with all this trending music, and then just like you know, that kind of thing. I'm hip with it. I just don't know those darn young kids' musics.
I'm with you, Lafel. I'm with you. Okay, looking at the build here, again, Malik has not even secured a single penetration item. He's actually building towards more safety in Rose Gold Meteor. So you can see he's kind of desperate. He needs to cover both at the same times, but he only can choose one, which is safety. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because Ashrit is here with the dives as well. Amazing, performance coming in from his Joy, and he's using the Starlium side build in this game compared to a lot of the meta build now is more of a genius one kind of first item, just because of the fact that it can penetrate a bit better. But he goes for a more, I guess, like basic attack type of Joy, and it worked out. He's topping it up in Damage King, DPS Machine, the Predator, but the Gold Digger is with that Lunox. Man,
I still don't know what the Gold Digger is.
Winning. What? Isn't it like GPM?
No. That's still the rich guy, and that is GDC. So what is GDC?
Oh, gold differential.
The best that I come up with is gold damage conversion. It's like per goal how much damage you're dealing, but that doesn't seem very Gold Digger-ish. It's more like a efficient thing. That
is definitely true. And oh wow, there's no rich guy so far in this graphic. Interesting. Usually we see the rich guy too.
That was before. In
amazing.
the previous game, there
Yeah,
were
but
rich guys.
yeah, in this game now, can't
Hey,
really
they
say
keep on
much
rotating,
about
man.
the what?
It's the Mekong style, you know. They gotta rotate it out every game so that they keep them fresh. They keep everyone educated, right? I'm educated.
Yes,
GDC, something new. I need to look it up.
for sure. And these two teams, they're educating each other, man. After that loss in the 4th game, now it's time for RLG to come back and prolong the series to a 6-game series. Yay! More games to cast. Yay!
Hey, shout outs, man. But yeah, they come back strong, and I really like having this idea of shredding the front line, because I've seen that style of draft every once in a while in almost every region, and I really like it. It's difficult to execute and has a very large margin of error, but when it works, man, it's tough to fight against, because even if they do make a mistake, somehow they just have too much damage and they kill your team anyways. So it's just a double wipeout at that point.
What I don't like about the composition of SGP was the fact that they picked out the Hayabusa, this Angela, and this Cho, knowing that they're gonna play for the early game, but they segue away with the Irithel that takes a lot of time to scale up. And even then, if this Irithel do scale up in the late game, the damage is not gonna be that much either, man. This is not the best marksman in the late game. So why not just double down in the gold lane towards the fighter? I feel like that would have been a better option for them, and just secures the first objectives or so. You know, you have the Esmeralda. That's already a nuisance. You know, that's a pretty good early game hero, especially complemented with the Angela. That's almost probably the best hero in the game in terms of like zoning people out. Now you pick the Irithel, which really is not. I guess like it feels disconnected. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Granger was still open, could have been an option. Like you said, can go for the fighters. If you really want a ultra scaling marksman, I don't like the Natan, but the Natan was an option, as well as a Beatrix. So yeah, I also don't understand for the Irithel, but like you said, Irithel is one of the most picked heroes here in Mekong, so it might be just comfort, man. But in that game, definitely did not look comfortable. I agree with you. The Irithel was a bit of a, I would say, questionable pick.
Yeah, hopefully they're not doing another questionable stuff here, because you have 3 match points, man. You cannot fumble this one. Thankfully, there is still a room for error if you want to lose out on this game, but I think they definitely prefer to close this one out in 6, man. They want to go home as soon as possible and also secure a spot in the wildcard M7, you know? And also, 100 million dongs, you know? Have you ever seen that many dongs in your life, Lafel?
Yes. That's a weird question to ask. But yes, I've seen 100 million dongs. Yeah.
I've never even seen a dong, you know?
100 million dong is enough for you to buy. Hold on. Let me do the calculation. If you're being very frugal, you can have a very nice meal.
I think it's
5 times. 5 very nice meals for 100 million.
What meals are you eating, bro? What are you eating? Are you eating like ramen with
Do you know
mayo,
how much
topping?
100 million dong is?
I know. I saw it in the website, bro. I don't
Okay.
think 5 times nice meals is. What are you eating? Ramen mayo with topping of a gold box? Is that what it is for you?
Dude, a nice meal can cost like 10 USD. What are you talking about?
10 USD? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Are we?
Do you know
are we
how much
seeing the
100
same-
million dong is? Yeah.
I saw it.
Look it up
It's,
first.
I already looked it up.
Dude, just
I think it's. Okay, maybe I'm living in a different world than you, Lafel, because I would not spend that much money on a nice meal, even if it's super nice. You know, in Indonesia, you could get a pretty, a pretty damn good bike with that money. Just one, but
Hold on, let me
works
see
out.
here.
Are you opening a calculator?
Yes, I'm trying to see. I'm not crazy. 10 USD. Yeah. 10 USD is around 42 ringgit. You can get a nice meal for 42
Yes.
ringgit.
Oh, are we doing the joke of like, technically it is enough for 5 nice meals, but you could definitely get more? Or I'm not following you here.
Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna type here. I'm gonna tell you how much 100 million dong is. Look it
I
up.
saw it,
Look-
bro.
look-
I
look.
saw it.
See? Is it the same number?
No. What?
That's how much 100 million dong is.
And I'm gonna Google that for a second.
Yeah, yeah,
100
yeah, go.
mil dong to USD. No, you are a fraud. Where are you
I
looking
am?
up the numbers, bro? Yes, it's way more than that.
Really?
What? Just look at
I guess I put the conversion wrong, or I put less zeros. Either ways, we're waiting on the 6th game here. Okay, now I have to recheck.
Yeah.
Did I put less zeros?
I don't think so because even the number is kind of wrong too. Or you can round it up to get there, but yeah. So how is it? Now, do you realize your wrongdoings? Do you realize your error?
Hold on. Give me a sec.
Or are we not searching in the same website?
Okay, yeah, no. I think I missed a few zeros before. Yeah,
Yes.
never mind. I think I missed a few zeros before.
We are
So no, it
playing
can
on
get you a
the-
lot more nice meals.
Yes. Yeah, I was wondering like what are these guys eating? Or, what do you classify as a nice meal? Like what the hell? Okay, we're playing on the My Buy map, Lufal, which is the Flying Clouds. It looks like the Angela still gets banned, even though it didn't really work out in the previous game. Here, the Kimi will be the prio ban for RLG. They don't want to face that constant DPS from mid lane. And if we're going by the same route in the 4th game, I believe, it should be a Lunox ban on the red side. But SGP, what will they ban here?
I wonder if later on CC. I think CC should be banned because that is kind of a problem. By the way, can you tank a bit? Just a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you for telling the broadcast that. But yeah, I will tank just for a few minutes here. CC should be coming next just because of the fact that it brings the flex, and I believe so far in all of this series, CC has always been banned. Same with Jushin. Whoa, that is a huge change there. But you know what? We can get either the CC or the Baksha. If you ban the CC, we can get the Baksha. If you ban Baksha, we can get the CC. And the Lunox is also still wide open too for RLG, so maybe they want to trade for one prio pick towards 2, or maybe Kalea is also still left wide open. We'll see if SGP wants to bite on the CC, because usually you just automatically lock it just because of the fact that it deals constant damage, which is very in line with what Mekong region is trying to do, right? And also you can flex it towards the gold lane. But maybe they have different approach here with the fact that Lunox and Baksha is still wide open. I don't think Baksha will be the pick here, considering that CC and also Lunox will be the counter. I can see the Lunox being picked. We're still waiting here. They are taking a while to decide which hero they want to use to start the draft. 3-2 so far in the score, guys. It was 3-1 for SGP earlier, and just for more info, RLG has not dropped a single match this season. This VMC Winter 2025 did not drop a game. Yes, you heard it right. Did not drop a game in the group stage. They went perfect 14-0. The only team that SGP lost to in the group stages was RLG, that was able to achieve a 2-0 victory. But in the upper bracket of the playoffs, SGP put up a decent fight. It was 3-2 for RLG. SGP was able to climb up from the lower bracket and get here in the grand finals, and they are 1 win away to Jakarta in the wildcard stage, as the Arlot and Gato will be the prio here for RLG. Pretty good pick, but maybe showing a bit too much cards in the front line here. We'll see SGP, what do they want to go for? Lunox is still open. You know what? Go for Baxia. Like, I completely forgot about that. It's completely left wide open. The 3 picks that's probably the most prio in this region: Baxia, Lunox, and also CC. There is no reason for them to not go for that. And also considering that there's not much shred that is going on the opposing side, but they want to go for the Yi Sun-shin instead, trying to flex that gold lane. So yeah, SGP, they have already a perfect first phase here. You know, in this kind of region. Pharsa will be the option for hey, but I'm not sure, because so far hey has been a bit too trigger happy, didn't really manage his resources properly, and normally you want to put a constant hero on those kind of players, not a hero that relies on a cycle, which is the Feather Airstrike for the Pharsa. Now the bets are coming. It's going to be the frontliners for RLG. Grok will be the one that's oh my god, that gets banned first. Maybe something like a Hylos will come through next time. SGP, good ban towards the Joy, considering also the fact that Joy was the MVP for 2 games in a row before this, Lafel.
Yeah, CC gets picked up here, and the Lunox and the Yi Sun-shin. Honestly, SGP, they already have a pretty solid draft, but again, having that Arlet as well as the Gato Kacha can actually become a problem because of all the chain CCs. And if we're being like international meta, we might see a follow-up of something like a Fredrin or an Akai, and just let the Arlet kind of solo carry.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if SGP wants to let that go though, especially the Fredrin. Akai, you can kind of let that go, I think, just because of the fact that it's a bit more conditional in a way to proc the Unleash Vengeance of the Arlet. Fredrin is the better standard pick for RLG. So yeah, the Uranus gets banned for RLG, for SGP, by the way. So no more potential front lines in the EXP lane. It seems like RLG is convinced that CC is gonna go towards the gold lane, but the flex potential is still there, and they're still gonna hide it until the last moment here. RLG already revealing the 4 cards that they're gonna play in this match. We'll see. Is it gonna be the gold lane? I think they're gonna save the gold lane for last, just because of the fact that CC can still be flexed, and you want to put someone or a hero that does well against the potential matchup in the gold lane. You don't want to lose that lane.
Oh! Oh, Amon! Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh, indeed. Honestly, for SGP, I think Terizla is not that bad. It's a good punish towards the backliners of RLG, and it locks Amon into one place, you know, especially if you have the flicker. All you have to do is to really know where the Amon is in the map, and that's pretty hard for people like me, and especially you, Lafel, which who is colorblind.
Yeah. Honestly, the Amon is a very interesting pick here. I think SGP, they should go for a Lapu and just put the CC in the gold lane, and they pick up the Badang and the Lapu. Honestly, I'm liking the draft coming in from SGP here. They have a lot of answers, but now the Exborg shows up. So honestly, kind of the same idea RLG they want to do, which is just to burst, to make sure that the front line is not front lining. I think it's a good idea for both teams. Good win condition, but also a good way to deny the win condition of your opponents.
Yeah, and we're not really sure on which lane the CC and Lapu will take, by the way. Even for RLG, that also seems to be the case, just because of the fact that Exborg is usually picked just to purely win the lane against CC, you know. But it seems like so far it's gonna be Exborg gold lane to match up against the CC. We'll see if they want to switch lane once the game gets going.
Yeah, but either ways, both teams have a lot of wombo combo potential, having good matchups between both. But personally, for me, I want to see how the Lapu Lapu of Meow really plays on true, because I feel like he should be the linchpin of how the team fight should really be executed. And right now we can see Daylight already punishing Malik quite a bit, and Malik trying to fight back, but with a full stack of heat there, he's really getting punished quite a bit, already forced out to heal.
Yeah, this is it doesn't really happen that often in pro scene. It happens a lot in the rank game, just because of the fact that winning out a lane is very, very important. But X-Borg is usually a very conditional pick, right? You can punish really, really easily, especially once the Faraga armor is not there anymore. But in this case, the punish is kind of lacking. The only one that can really get the X-Borg down before, or maybe get the Faraga armor down, is probably the Lunox and also the Yi Sun Shin. Even Lapu Lapu lose out the lane against the X-Borg before level 4.
RLG, their mid trio, is doing quite a good job of keeping SGP being very honest. Stay inside of their own jungle here. Especially Mzu, he took way too much damage, much more than I think he really bargained for. And Hyde, even though like he can basically self-sustain with all the minions, is having trouble. Ashrit, his Amon, even in the early game, is showing its presence. This is going to be a bit terrifying when you come to the late game, especially if... No, not even late game, even like second or third turtle. Even if Ashrit doesn't get the turtle, I'm pretty sure he can get at least one kill.
For sure. It's all a matter of the execution, though. And honestly, usually when you see the Almond 2, you want to punish with the Fang, right? That's why he's here right now. No level 3 from HHN.
Yep, but still able to flicker away. And now with the feather airstrike, Meow is there, but just walks forward and looks like he might get punished. Final slash coming in from HHN. Meow just walked up and just took free damage.
Uh-oh, not a good sign here for SGP. And I believe for all the games so far in the series, the one that wins the early game ended up winning the match too. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here in the potentially final game. But from the looks of it, RLG wants to prolong this one to a 7 to become a best of 1. Down below, it's a gank.
Oh, again, looks like Meow gets taken down. A good fist crack here coming in from Mzu. Brilliance has to be popped. HHN a bit wrong timing, but now the Endless Shards hits onto Hyde, and Hyde still survives. And like I said, the Lapu is going to be the linchpin, win or lose. Oh, good turtle. Turtle bow hits, but now the last Insanity is able to deal enough damage, but double kill for Joe. And then moving on forward, looks like Daylight is trying to get away, but Malik is here in the scene, doing quite a bit of damage, but unable to get the kill.
Finally, some recovery coming in from SGP, but RLG, they were diving a bit too deep. Not really respecting the potential of the CC2 to rotate around the map. Even though the export technically got there, I believe, earlier than the CC, the current calls is such an underrated way to burst down and also lock down the opposing team. Hyde still has the brilliance intact, but he didn't pop it. Okay, SGP now, they're down 1k gold lead, so it is still pretty much manageable, and they do have scaling power in the loot. So his final slash immediately in the mid lane, and that's gonna be a kill towards the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, but now they try to punish this X-Borg, able to dash inside the turtle pit. Now AOG is not gonna hit onto anyone. HHN finds Mzu. Malik has to be careful, but now the Endless Shard secures the turtle. Oh, maybe that's a bad time for Hehehe to use the Feather Airstrike. Immediately gets caught by the Yi Sun Shin, and now Final Slash hits onto Hyde as well as Malik, but Ashra continues to get the kill. But look at the Lapu Lapu trying to get a kill over to Daylight. The team fight is split in two. HHN is all alone, but able to self-sustain with this Arlet.
Yeah, it looks like from the looks of it, from the body count, RLG was the one that's losing in that exchange, but they do have the turtle to make up for it. And economy-wise, he was able, or RLG was the one to be able to come out on top. We'll see if that's gonna be the case here in the mid game as we're entering the 6-minute mark. Malik
this is
also
gonna be a
already
big power
securing that War
spike.
X.
Yeah, the War X is definitely going to help out a lot because one of the problems is that Malik could sustain in most of the fights, even against the X-Borg. So this should really help him out. Being 0-0-0, I think he would be happy to get like at least 3 assists to really accelerate to get his brute force very soon, or maybe even the Oracle.
For sure, he's gonna be a pretty important player for SGP here to be able to make this composition work, because he is the shredder technically with Hyde as well in the back line. But oh, Hyde almost getting taken down.
Yeah, brilliant, just in time. And looks like unable to move forward with Mzu over there pushing him back. So far, at least SGP has stopped the bleeding, not giving much over to RLG, at least not for free. But Astrid has been basically doing whatever he wants in this game. The Endless Shard is going to be quite troublesome for SGP to play around, and Meow immediately sees people hiding inside that bush. Oh, Pancake looks like he's getting caught. Get hit in the final slash, hitting onto tree, and Hey has not been stopped so far. The better S-Strike being used freely, but High gets a kill over to Pancake, but now Daylight has arrived. Mzu pushing him away. And HHN tries to use the vengeance over to Meow. Daylight spreading fire, making it so that SGP has no way to contest this turtle. Mzu tries, but not gonna be able to.
Yeah, it is just super hard for SGP to break through the frontliners of RLG right now. The X-Borg once, especially he gets the War X, but it is super easy for him to stay in front, especially with the fact that currently SGP is rocking 2 fighters. A single Dreadnought armor can really deter the damage in the mid game or the early game for this damage dealers of SGP. Now you gotta just watch out for the Hyde, right? Because he is the lone like bursty type of hero that can just get the Friago armor away. But in the end too, like as a loot, you don't wanna go for the X-Borg either. So now SGP, they have to somehow find a way throughout all these disadvantages to be able to win the team fight, and I think that comes from the fist crack combo. So far, there has been no punish, or like no real punish for the Amon from the Badang, which is what the pick initially was for. Now it's
sorry,
still a waiting game.
Now I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Lafel.
Yeah. So right now, RLG is around 2,000 gold here, and the Lord is going to spawn in roughly 40 minutes. One of the problems Astrid on the Amon is he can actually split, and it's going to be hard for you to really see it because of the movement speed when he's in camouflage form. I don't know, man. RLG, they're really in a very good position to win this out. I don't know how SGP can really come back from this.
Yeah, they can play with the cycle, and especially the fist crack. I mentioned it earlier, Lafel. Just somehow get Astrid away as soon as possible, because you don't want the Amon to be a lingering problem once the team fight starts. He's gonna be the first target on the board, because at the same time, even though he is super slippery, he's also the most vulnerable, especially with the fact that you have Badang to punish, you have Lapu-Lapu to punish, and if he gets revealed, the current call might be massive to be able to lock down the Aemon. But again, there is a lot of ifs there from SGP's composition. RLG, the composition, I think the winning condition is much more easier to achieve.
I'm worried that Meow is so under-leveled here. Not even level 9. HHN is already at level 10. Look at that. Mzu finds Pancake, but Pancake, more importantly, finds the jungler here, having to use the fist crack just to avoid the crowd control. But all the while, RLG is stuck on the Lord. Hyde has the Divine Glaive. Unsure if that's going to be enough here. Daylight is just trying to zone everyone away. Meow tries to get a good angle for him to use the Bravest Fighter, but he has the Bravest Fighter just outside. And Endless Shard to confirm the Lord. Malik, nowhere for him to go. The last insanity gets a kill. SGP, they're struggling here to deal with the composition that RLG have. They don't have any ways to deal with Daylight, HHN, or Astrid.
Yeah, this is literally what happened in Onyx ID versus Alter Ego match yesterday. There is no real answer for the expert. This is what a conditional hero that have met the conditions in the draft gives you. Just pure dominance in all fronts. He can zone, he can 1v1, he can pretty much do anything. And honestly, if Daylight does not have the last insanity, I think he would still bring up a huge value for the team just because of the fact that he can sustain and also do damage at the same time. And it is range too, by the way.
Molly tries to do damage. Oh, look at that! 3 people caught! But now the AOG tries to fight back. An amazing engage coming in from Mzu. Double kill for Malik. And Hyde as well gets the kill. That's potentially the play that can turn things around. Mzu with the hero play. We're looking at the replay here. Getting that fist crack onto 3 members. And then HHN and Pancake basically dashing inside of it as well. HHN making a mistake. Dashing inside the turret, getting that extra damage. That's a big swing, about 1,000 gold. And RLG didn't even get an inhibitor out of that.
Oh no. Okay. Hyde didn't die from that. Still has the brilliance also to get away. But yeah, that was I said earlier. There's a lot of if to be able to win the team fight, but the ifs happen. It was the perfect set. You cannot ask for a better set with the fist crack towards 3 combined with the Mon Choker. That is a long CC duration to deal with. Even if you are the X-Borg. Daylight didn't end up dying in the end, and yeah, I don't think X-Borg is the X-Borg pick can be solved in this position here for SGP. But other than that, they can still get the kills towards the other member, which also includes hey. Like, there's no reason for him to be in that position, man. Like, he's a Farsa. Like, you got 4 frontliners with you. You should be the safest person in the whole entire court. Dying is not acceptable for him.
Something interesting here. Joe actually has more gold than Astrid. I mean, sure, 405. That's an amazing counter. But Astrid looks like he gets caught. It was a mistake. Mzu with the backup. Fist crack. Hits him on the wall. He almost got Joe too.
Oh no, if I'm RLG's coach, I would be face-bombing right now. What the hell is this so far from RLG? It was so good in the first, like, I don't know, 8 minutes or so, and now they're starting to struggle. Might be tilted here. Daylight. Oh no, the damage is coming through. Draco armor is still intact, but they wanna just burst down the Lord.
Meow tries to get onto hey. Looking at the Lord here. Daylight dealing damage onto Hyde. Looks like they're going to commit. This is not going to be a dance. But S strike used, and Joe gets it and able to get hey in the back. Pancake is all alone dealing with Meow as well as Joe. And now Astrid is here. HHN gets taken down. Joe gets the kill. Hyde now with the Wishing Lantern. This is trouble for RLG. All the advantage they built up is crumbling one at a time. And let me just say, if there's an MVP for this game, I'm giving it to MZU, man.
Oh my goodness. I am just stunned here. Like, this should not have happened. This is like Doctor Strange 1 in 14 million kind of scenario. That 2 times the throws. The fact that Acid went down in the top lane, that was unacceptable. Like, what was he doing? He's trying to get the solo kill, but you know, it's not necessarily you were leading by bajillion goals, my dude.
And now the Lord looks like is gonna get stopped. SGP cannot help out there. It looks like their idea is that they want to get the outer turrets first, which is fair. Gotta play it safe. But that does mean that they're not utilizing the Lord all that great. Malik now with the Sea Halberd. It looks like all outer turrets have been taken by SGP, and now the gold swing is swinging towards their favor.
Yeah, and they shift their focus towards the bottom lane tier 2. That's already a lot of value, but still, the long lane still favors RLG. Even though the gold favors SGP by quite a lot, 1k at this point, I gotta say, for a team fighting potential, I'm still taking RLG FL. I'm not sure, like, how can they fumble this? Like, Daylight, it's literally an unsolvable problem. Like, he cannot die. You know, and he also out-sustained pretty much all member Mizu, though.
Yep, conceal being used. It looks like Joe tries to get hit, and he gets him. That's a lot of damage. And on the last Insanity use, able to get Joe, so that's a big shutdown. The Endless Shard did not kill anyone here, and Meow hits a stun onto 2. The follow-up damage is not there just yet. They're able to get Joe, so that's a big shutdown for RLG. But the problem right now is, it looks like Daylight is the only member able to give tribute. Everyone else has very little impact in this game right now.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's a good problem to have too, you know? Just really rely on Daylight to be able to poke down all the members first before you join in the team fight. You know? That's a viable strategy. And by the way, that was the long lane second tier turret secured by SGP. Now the wave becomes a bit more manageable for SGP, you know? This might be a 50-50 in the Lord Pit.
So now the Lord has spawned Joe now having the Rose Gold Meteor. 60 minutes of the game. Losing a team fight here will not cost you the game just yet if you're RLG, but you definitely don't want to give that advantage over to SGP here. But Malik has definitely scaled up. Same as Hyde, same as Meow. But more importantly, Joe right now, 7-1 and 6, 7-1 5. Oh, they're bursting it down. This is the Mekong way. You don't dance. You just fully commit.
Oh, that was a stinker from RLG, man. They forgot it's a Lunox. And also, I feel like they forgot that they didn't reset the Lord. It was already at 20k HP. All they have to do is like wait for 3 seconds to be able to burst that down. RLG is getting robbed in the broad daylight. But I gotta say, I think they themselves opened the door. You know, they let this happen.
Now the Lord is marching. SGP, they're looking very dangerous here. Like Joe can 2-tap, 3-tap. Hey. So if the Farsa is not there, the wave clear is going to be pretty bad. So the Farsa really has to be careful of the positioning. Once you're taken down, it's a sign that you could end the game.
Yeah, thankfully Joe already put out the Modern Choker, so no more of that CC mechanic available. Mizu though, I think he's looking for a concealed play here after this, but the Lord is gonna get cleared down with Daylight in front, man. Still a huge problem for SGP. And I think the best way to approach this problem is to not approach it at all. Just ignore somehow. I know it's also a huge task too to ignore the export. It really is, for me, the only way for you to be able to flourish in this team fight. Just get the important members first. That is Hey, and also Ashrit.
Look at the damage taken here. Pancake has been taking a beating in this game. Looks like everyone is basically full item here. Only the roamers haven't completed their items. Well, looks like the mid as well. Just a little bit more until it's completely done. Daylight having the Twilight armor just in case if he becomes the main target of Joe. He's going to survive that one. But so far, I think only Daylight is really a factor here. Everyone else, the set from Pancake and HHN hasn't been easy. And again, to be fair, trying to set against a team that has a Badang is really not easy, especially if the Badang always mirrors your movements.
For sure. And now for Ashrit, even though he's on 3 deaths already, thankfully he has the Winter Crown currently. So he's going to be a bit more safe here from now on. And if he gets stunned initially, there's still time to be able to survive and item swap towards the immortality. And as you can see, I believe in the 3rd or 4th game, Ashrit is definitely the better item swapper in this matchup. But we'll see if that's going to happen. If the CC duration is long enough to be able to cycle or to be able to be chained, it's not going to matter at all. As Mizu or MZU secured Dominant Eyes. What? Yep.
I think unnecessary, but look at Joe able to get HHN, and Daylight does not have his Faraga armor. Meow gets onto Ashrit, I believe, and Ashrit gets taken down. HHN as well as Daylight trying to run away, and Meow just tanking the damage. And look at that, the Lord is up. The Lord is going to get contested. Ashrit is not there. RLG, they might have to try to fight here, but without the Firaga armor, you can't really do much. Another free Lord for SGP.
That was amazing. Non-hesitation move coming in from Meow, man. Oh, MZU? I think he's tank enough to deal with that. But yeah, that Bravest Fighter towards the front was huge. And as I said earlier, if they can chain the CC correctly with the Batang, it's not gonna matter at all. No Winter Crown possibility for Ashrid at that time, but he does have it in this Lord push.
And now the Malefic Roar is there as well. The inhibitor has been cracked before the Lord even arrives. Ashrid is here. All 5 members from RLG are up. They have to defend their base. If not, they will have to take this loss. SGP is 1 crystal away from being the champion of VMC MLBB division and getting their ticket to go to the wildcard in M7 World Championship. SGP, they're so close. They can taste it. For them, this really feels like the final game. It's now or never.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the fact that the inhibitor turret on the long lane is already erased, and they do have that mountain choker to spot people up on the map. The job becomes easier for SGP to force out a forced error from RLG. You know, they also have that burst down tool with the Chaos Order from the Lunox, which we always mention before the Lunox pick in the draft, and they've been using it really well so far, Lafel. It probably takes less than 10 seconds for SGP to take the Lord at this point.
Yeah, this is just the Kong style, man. You see the Lord, you kill the Lord, and you don't have to dance if you're just that decisive, right? I'm sure quite a few teams might be annoyed watching this, but hey, that's the difference of regions here. 30 seconds in, and if RLG, they're so busy dealing with the minions, guess what? The Lord might get bursted down here. But honestly, if SGP keeps on doing this, Shuffin, it actually might be so difficult to end the game because your opponents are just going to wait inside the base and then just clear and then rinse and repeat. Like, they won't engage you in the fight.
For sure. And I think if SGP were to be given a choice on where the Lord is going to come through, I prefer to just knock down the inhibitor turrets, not in the top lane, because the wave clear from the X-Borg, maybe in damage-wise, is not that great, but you can't really stop Daylight to do that. And it's AoE too, so the minions will be getting hit with the Lord at the same time. So yeah, it's still a huge problem for SGP. So far, Daylight only suffered a single death in the span of 23 minutes. The only person to do that in this match, aside from Joe. And Hyde, apparently. Yeah. Oh, and also Malik. My bad.
They're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Now they see no one is there. Time to verse it up, boys. Or kill Pancake. Pancake has to be careful. He's got hit by the turtle boat. And now AOG back. And behind there we see that both the fighters Meow and MZU are chasing after Hehehe. The Endless Shard from Ashrid has been used. No more ult coming in. And look at the base! The minions! They're gonna end it here, but Ashrid is able to deal with it. But because they're here, the Lord, unless someone makes a play, Joe still secures it in the back. Looks like they're able to pop their immortality from Pancake, but Pancake still gets taken down. Last Insanity used, trying to get a kill. But Meow, using the Winter Crown, is able to survive. And the Endless Shard almost gets a kill onto Joe. Hey, with the Holy Crystal, SGP, what are you doing? This is almost a throw. Joe now, Hyde goes forward. Joe gets taken down. Ashray gets taken down as well. This is just an all-out battle, all-out fight, but Meow still survives. Ashray, with the sliver of HP, Meow has to run away, same as Malik. That's a prolonged fight. That really could go either way. Desperation from both sides.
Hold on a second. I don't think RLG can clear this one. And oh no! SGP prefers to concede the lead right now. Oh my goodness. And all the advantages or the potential advantages that they have for this Lord is going to be erased. Wow. What a play. It was all over the place, and it was very, very entertaining as well. And this is why, man, despite SGP having the map pressure, despite SGP having the gold lead, the composition, I think, still favors RLG. Like, I think they forgot they kind of lose out of the draft.
Yeah. No, I agree. I also feel RLG has a better sustain in terms of the fight. You got to imagine how the audience over there must feel. This is a nail biter, man, and it's not even the final game. RLG, if they win this one, it just gives them an opportunity to play one more game. This is already 25 minutes. We got to consider how long the players have been playing here. And I would say it's like, what, 4 hours now that they've been playing?
Might be, but yeah. If you suffer a loss like this, the reset button is not easy to push, man. Like when you lose out on the nail biter, when you're already leading 3-1, the momentum just swings towards the opposing team, which is really not good for SGP. So for me, right now, this is a now or never chance for SGP. Not obviously technically, but they definitely prefer to end it right now. And they don't want to face RLG in game number 7.
The nerves here. I don't envy the players, man, because you know it takes one mistake, and it's not even a team mistake. It could be an individual mistake. Mispressing a flicker, mispositioning, Pancake now getting caught, using the revitalize, and look at Meow. Meow chases after Hey, already using the flicker. Joe trying to heal up, and the endless shard hits onto Hyde, but Hyde only hitting by half HP is completely fine, and all the while RLG still has to manage the minion wave. This is tough. RLG, they really want to win this fight. They just don't know how to engage. SGP, there's no opening in their formation.
Yeah, thankfully, Hey no longer has the flicker, so now it should be fairly realistic for Hyde or maybe Misu to dive into the backline to get this Farsa, which is probably the best DPS that they have currently for RLG. Oh man, looks like Ashford will show down bottom, but I don't think it's gonna be less than 10 seconds to get this Lord down. This is the Evolved Lord right now. It should be still hard for SGP to burst this one down, even though they do have the Lunox. Oh god, look at that damage.
Already used. That's a lot of damage. Yes, Hyde can still heal up though. Now we're finally seeing in the Mekong region here a true Lord dance. But hold on, they see Ashray. Are they gonna commit to this? This is dangerous. Pancake uses the conceal. And look at Meow. Meow is looking for an opportunity to jump onto Hey. 35 seconds away before the flicker is up. And now Meow gets onto him. And the Amzu as well catches too. But the final slash tries to fight back. Ashford is far away from the fight. AOG hits onto everyone. And Joe, the jungler, is out. Daylight is doing it. Ashford gets a kill. But Mali still trying to survive here. Endless Shards hits onto Meow. Double kill for Ashford. And this might be a disaster for SGP. It's a good thing the inhibitor is down. RLG still needs to clean house before making the next move.
Okay, but what's the next move here for RLG? They're cleaning the lane. Do they want to just end it right away? It looks like they are. They're not going for the Lord here. The 10 timers are on 40 seconds. Only CC and Abadam here. Not really the greatest of clear, but they're trying to make it happen. RLG is knocking the rest of his Lord.
Whoa! Mzu getting that, but now the immortality is pop. Malik popping Hishish and immortality as well. It's gonna be a long time before High gets up, and now looks like we're going for a game 7. RLG has done it. We're going all the way. SGP threw away their chance.
Oh my goodness. And look at the happy faces and also the sad faces of SGP, man. 3 times in a row, they have the advantage. They have the match point, but now they have to do it again. Oh god. You do not want to be SGP players right now. The pressure against you, like the amount of burden in your mind, I was like, oh no, I thought it too earlier. Oh no.
Dude, I gotta say that export pick was the reason they won. Daylight was unstoppable, man. And SGP, they tried their best. They made it work. I would say this is not more on their fault. It's more on RLG, the resilience that they have. They really don't want to give up. They really want to get that 100 million dong. They really want to go to the wildcards in the M7 World Championship. And this is why they've been dominating the entire season. They don't want to go down. They don't know how to give up. And here is the MVP, Daylight 6, 2, and 6. We don't see Exborg all the time, but when the stars align, man, what an amazing hero.
Yeah. I said earlier, a conditional hero, when the conditions have been met, it's literally the perfect, like it's the final piece of the puzzle. And this is just, yeah, there's nothing that the opposing team can do but the export. Even in that last exchange, man, that last team fight, technically, RLG was playing 4-5. The Amon was super late to the party, and somehow they were able to come up or get the better trade in terms of HP. And that is because the whole team of SGP was clumping up together. And I don't really blame them either. They got the combo with the Bravest Fighter and also the Fist Crack. Unfortunately, the damage is not really immediate. Or maybe there were some item swaps too from from the whole team of RLG to be able to evade the initial stun, the initial lockdown, and buy them time for the Amon for him to be able to join the team fight. But yeah, TPS machine, Daylight as the export. You don't really see that very often. The Predator, Joe, with 8 kills, unfortunately didn't really manage to win the game. 221k damage taken. That's a lot.
That is a freaking lot, man. And the audience, they are watching it live. They're getting their money's worth, dude, because not only are we going all 7 games, but every single game has been intense. I think we already have 3 games that went over 20 minutes, and every single one is a nail biter because it can really go either way. We have Storm, sure, but not that much in this grand finals, man. Like, this actually feels like a grand finals. This doesn't feel like a 4-0, a 4-1. Both teams are really hungry for this victory.
Yeah, and either way, whoever wins, we get a good story, right? Obviously, the clear contender going to the playoffs down 3-1, and they were able to come back from that predicament. That's great. You know, the other way around, team that is, you know, maybe the second in the standing, but we know who's the number 1 is, but somehow they were able to pull it off despite in the brink of our first sweep from 3-1, and they were able to recover. Either way, I'm taking it. This is some good MLBB. This is some very good story for the Mekong region, and hopefully can carry on to the wild card.
Whoever wins this one clearly deserves it. But you point this out during the game just now, having a lead of a 3-1 and then having that intense of a game and then losing that game. This is where champions are made. And this is where we see people crumble. We'll see if SGP can handle that loss and come back and reset against RLG. But the same can be said for RLG. That was a very tough match. This is like probably the hardest they've been pushed. Can they keep their mental focus in this game 7?
Yeah, for sure. But it's not really a new story either, right? Because we've seen another team in the internationals to pull off this like almost 3-1 comeback from Onyx ID in M5, but AP Brand was able to keep the composure even though the momentum was swinging towards Onyx ID's side. Trust me, I'm Indonesian. I know like how that feels, and I said some pretty brave things before the tournament too. I got a lot of backlash, and yeah, I can kind of feel the nervousness of this player here. Almost, well, they got another chance here, so maybe it's still up in the air, but clearly the momentum is on RLG, the number 1 contender going into the playoffs, and that might be I believe the second participant of the M7 Internationals to be able to clinch their spot without even dropping a single match after Team Falcons in MENA.
Now that's definitely going to be interesting, but it could go either way, man. SGP as well. They've been looking pretty strong because I think we both agree that they kind of lose the draft. Not by them having a bad draft. It's just that RLG, they just got what the kryptonite, I would say, the kryptonite of their draft. And despite that, they played it very well. They almost won despite having the kryptonite on the opposing side. So clearly, they're very strong. Clearly, they know what it takes to win the game. They know how to play good MLBB. And looking at a game, man, like this Amon doesn't really feel that great, but he does definitely have his moments where the endless shards gets a good target and then just winning it out. It just feels bad for Joe because in the late game he was the main target. Once he gets caught, it's kind of GG, man. Like he's that guy, and if he's not there, just gonna lose.
Unfortunate, man, for SGP, and I think there were 2 minion hits away to be able to win it, man. That base, that wave minion in the middle or in the top lane that's just pushing through. Oh goodness me. I just feel bad for SGP right now. Hopefully they can recover. We're saying it over and over again because we do need a pretty competitive game 7 here to be able to close this out perfectly.
Can you imagine the stress of RLG seeing the minion hitting their crystal? I feel like the moment they killed that minion is when they started to breathe again. I legit feel like they hold their breath for a good 20 to 30 seconds. After the minion died, they're like,
yeah. Can we just jump into the draft already? I am very very excited to see the next one, man.
Same. This comes to the situation where teams sometimes they want to relax, they want to tone down and discuss. But at the same time, in my career, sometimes it is better to just go right in because you've properly warmed up. You got that adrenaline. You know, some teams handle it better because there are situations where you start making mistakes because you're too aggressive. But all in all, I've seen teams when they have the momentum, you don't want to cool them down too much, and that's kind of on the coach. You got to make sure that they cool down enough that they don't get too aggressive, but at the same time, don't cool them down too much that they start to, have slower reaction speeds because they have cooldown.
But at the same time, on the opposing side, firing up a team that is super cold at this point is also a tall task, right? I've heard stories about players genuinely crying before the match even begins. Kyle TZ, I think the story is already up out in the open. Before M5 Grand Finals, they were down, or like they were losing 3-0 in the upper bracket finals against Onyx ID. But before Grand Finals, Kyle TZ actually cried cried so much because the pressure. And in MPL this season, one of the new junglers of Bicatron named Ron, he's a rookie. He didn't have the best debut ever. He went 0-9 on a Fanny. He actually cried mid-game. Not mid-game, between games.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's not gonna be that case here. Hopefully these players can handle this one better.
Yeah, no, like that's serious, and usually people make fun of it, but no, you can't make fun of this, man. Like when a grown man cry, man, it's something very very serious, and it's very easy to understand why, because your dreams are right in front of you, and you're responsible for achieving your dream, and at the same time you're responsible for crushing someone else's dream. And that's one of the difficult things being a professional player, is that for you to win, you have to get comfortable crushing other people's dreams, man. It's not
Yes.
easy. It's really not easy.
There cannot be two winners here in VMC Winter 2025, or pretty much every tournament out there. Yeah, but with this, RLG has the chance to keep the spotless record that they have currently this VMC Winter 2025 season, and yeah, that should be a good enough, I guess, CP to brought to the wildcards, so that teams
Yep.
respect them enough, right? You know, although you might see the VOD, you might see the gameplay from the Mekong region, and might see, oh, you know what, this is not a threat, but anything can still happen in the before the wild card, the boot camp, the scrims might be something that can elevate a team.
Something to look out for as well. Within 1 week or 2 weeks, a new patch will come in. It's not going to be as big as the next patch, but still, things can change, man. Things can change. I saw that there's going to be a Yisun Shin nerf, and I think the nerf isn't that bad. It's going to make him more balanced, but at the same time, maybe Yisun Shin cannot be balanced. Maybe he just needs to be slightly OP for him to really be viable. But again, we don't know whether that is going to come in live or it's going to be just something that they test out in the advanced server first. But now we got to go back into this grand finals. And I feel like second pick is going to be pretty strong, especially for RLG, because that's a prize Xborg. That's the winner there. That's the winner there. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see who will get that second pick, and it's RLG again. So there's an opportunity for them to have some kind of cheese to take this under the nose of SGP.
I'm actually well, both surprised and also not surprised with the fact that Fanny is still banned in game number 7. Usually, you want to go for a more safety kind of composition without really taking a lot of risk, which is the Fanny. In a best of one like this, the make or break game. Yeah, but it seems like it's still a force to be reckoned, despite all the risk that comes with it. And the Hierophant still comes in for SGP. They did it in the previous game, but I'm not sure if it's if that is the main problem
Bannable.
that SGP had in the 5th game.
That is a risk here. So that means they want to open something up. What do they want to open up? A Kalia? Is Kalia going to be the play here? The Kalia gets
Kalia's
banned.
So
Lunox again?
earlier earlier
CC?
it was CC. Yes.
Yeah.
Lunox might be possible. I think I prefer the CC just because of the fact that it can be flexed too, and it's also a natural counter towards the Boxia, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if picking the Boxia itself is wise in this case, though.
I would go for CC. CC is still strong. They didn't win with it just now, but it wasn't really the CC's fault.
Oh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What? What? Is that a misclick? Like, look at the reactions of RLG. Even they're like, wait, what?
I mean,
They're covering their mouths.
You know, it is definitely a curveball, but hopefully RLG
Is
will
there going to be
not be...
Oh my god.
Dude, oh man.
Wait, they're not reacting.
Oh god.
It's intended? It's like,
do they want to pick
we're not
early
seeing-
exploit here?
maybe, like, this is a very interesting strategy to go for the Gatot Kacha first pick, letting go of CC and Lunox, and not and it doesn't look like they're asking for a remake or anything. So this is a Hail Mary here from SGP. I want to see how the draft turns out.
And honestly, Red 3 can just be Boxia, right? And you play through the early game easily. And it's not... CC is not necessarily a gold lane at this point. It's still a really good EXP laner. You can just play it normally with the marksman in the gold lane, because how tanky your frontliners are with the Boxia, and also another roam that's gonna come in after that. Oh man, oh god. I'm not liking the risk that SGP taken here.
Farsa Joy is still pretty strong though, so kind of like having the draft that RLG had in the previous game. But I'm guessing RLG. Oh, they pick up the Hayabusa. Okay, so they pick up the Hayabusa. I'm guessing RLG will ban out the export just in case.
Yes. Surely, right? There's no way.
Unless they can fit it in their own composition.
That's I'm not sure. So the Farsa is actually a pretty good counter towards the export, not in the late game, but in early game. You know, the base damage that you have just burst down the Friaga armor, and the way you counter export is to make him as irrelevant as possible in the first 2 objective fights, so that the export cannot snowball. If you have that, I think export is out of the table, unless they want to play with that risk. I've seen it in MPL Indonesia, where there you go, it's banned, where the export is, you know, faced with a different with a serious dilemma. Do you want to go War Axe first just to further the damage, or do you want to go super defensive and go for a magic resistant item? And 2 answers are not really that good either against this kind of composition.
So right now for SGP, it's very tricky because the CC can be flex, can be gold, can be EXP. The safest is definitely banning out the roam. So it looks like they're going for that play. They're banning out the high loss. This has been a strategy that SGP has been using since the upper bracket finals, where the way that they draft is really targeting Pancake, because they feel like Pancake is the enabler for the team, and without him, they should be fine. The question is, what will be the other roamer? A Khalid, a Hilda? Khalid or Hilda?
Like if you want to go pure just safety, I think Grok would be still a good choice here. Yes, there's no lockdown, there's no Kalea that you need to evade with the Grok, but still it's a good punish tool, especially with the Tectonic Charge and also the Flicker. You can also be a peel tool towards the Joy too once she diving in with the electrifying beats, right? Other than that,
Arlet.
I think picking a Kalea / Hilda wouldn't be that bad of an idea. But I think they want to go for... Or do they want to just reveal the gold lane right now? I don't think so.
You can still
I think this is going to be a roll.
Yeah, if it's a gold lane, I think the safest might be Claude, something that can protect yourself and potentially fight against the Farsa. Do you want to risk it going in the final game and not having a marksman here? Because we've seen a lot of games, at least 3 now, going above 20 minutes, and they pick up a Phovius. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like that either, actually. If SGP has a Shredder, even going for a carry, even though it was RLG that used it, might be troublesome a bit. Both teams are taking quite the risk here in the final game in this grand finals.
Yeah, but I guess for RLG, it's still not that bad. I was thinking the fact that you know, in the early game, X-Borg was so good, and that's why I prefer to keep the side laner pick to the end. You know, as you said before the draft, Lafel, keep the cheese until the last moment, but they just erase the cheese. It's gonna be a Moskov, a hero that hasn't appeared just yet in the series, so they're also taking a risk here, SGP.
But like I said yesterday in the lower bracket finals, Malik on this Moskov, it feels like watching Innocent all over again. Speaking of which, SGP, I think they're just going for pure comfort here, man. It's like, hey, what do you like? No strategies here. I mean, like, they do have a strategy, sure, but meaning like, just pick your best hero. And now they pick up the Kaja. This is very all in from RLG here. So RLG, they have this cheese of just fight. But SGP, they got comfort here. It can really go either way. I don't know. What do you think, Shafin?
I can see the idea of the Kaja being both lock tool and also peel tool towards the Joy, but I still definitely prefer the Grok just because of the potential of the combo in the front line with Lapu Lapu. Wait, no, not with the CC and also the Phobias. And also it complements the Hayabusa as well, right? Because you want to have the initial stun for Hayabusa to go crazy in. But we'll see though. I think, as you said, Lofel, I think it's still up in the air on who wins in this match. Early game is going to be very, very pivotal for Team RLG because they're playing two fighters. They do have some kind of like scaling tool, but I think in terms of late game potential, SGP clears.
And now, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final game of the grand finals here at the VMC MLBB, where they're just one game away from 100 million dong, as well as a ticket going to the wildcards in M7 World Championship. It is going to be RLG going up against SGP, and this is going to be an intense one. It looks like early poke here, Ashray doing quite a lot of damage onto Hyde as well as Emzu.
By the way, Joy, like that was a mistake. He actually didn't finish the buff. You know, he tried to
oh really?
Play with he tried to play with the passive from the jungle, but it ended up not really working out, and the purple buff was healed in the meantime when he's trying to go back. So that's already a big disadvantage coming into especially before the first objective.
I mean, we did talk about it, man. After having that game, after having a 3-1 lead, mistakes like that, it can happen. It happens to everyone, but in the grand finals, man, it just hurts a little bit more.
For sure. We'll see here in the first objective. Yes, RLG wants to definitely dominate the early game. They do have the phobias, but Kaja is not really the best setter for those kind of occasion. It's more of a pick-off tool, but hopefully RLG can use that to the utmost advantage, right? Just erase someone before the team fight even begins, and that is if Pancakes will be able to secure level 4 before this. We'll see. Not yet.
Okay, right now looks like a taunt happened onto Pancake, and now the Ogi Shadow Kill hits onto Emzu. But Joe tries to get a return kill, gets onto Pancake. And Meow is there as well to help out Emzu. It's a good thing that he was able to survive that one. But the S-Strike used, forced to use the Flicker. Before the turtle even starts, quite a lot of resources has been expanded by both teams. And looks like HN could not steal away the purple.
Yeah, I like that SGP did not really pull the trigger towards the turtle, but now Pancake has the pushes. Surely this is just going to be a concede.
Yep, with the Chaos Assault being used, RLG is going to get that turtle for free. But I kind of feel like SGP, they saw that happening. They allowed the Moskov to get a lot of plating here. Daylight has arrived, so couldn't get as much as he wanted. But still, I think Saigon Phantom, they're okay playing the waiting game, this considering that they do have a Moskov on their team. Oh, it looks like a Divine Judgment has been used. Emzu doesn't have level 4 just yet, does not have the AOG. Now he does!
Oh my
and
God.
To escape. Clutch timing. At that point, God loves you, man.
Yeah, I don't care if it's luck. You just get out either way, and that is a W that they want to take any day of the week. But economically, though, RLG is, unsurprisingly, is ahead currently by just a smidge, and that is because of the fact that the nature of the composition, that early game-based fighter gold that we have here in Daylight, looks like they want to rotate down or maybe just own the bushes in the mid lane, just close to the gold lane here. We'll see. Yeah. Not much happening so far. Both teams are not really trying to take risk here in game number 7, Lafel. They want to play it as safe as possible because it is ride or die.
Look at this, Pancake and Hehe, they're in position. Emzu, I think he sees Hehe here. And now, instant engage gets bursted down. They knew what the plan was. They thought that Pancake was cheeky with it, but no, they saw it coming. And Joe now having that Genius 1, immediately gonna feel the damage.
By the way, Emzu, he's checking the bush in the mid lane. That was a good bluff from the Gatot Kacha. Really throws both Hehehe down off guard and also Pancake. So yeah, some little movement that you really have to appreciate here from the Gatot Kacha to be able to get the advantage before the second turtle fight.
You know what? That's something I have to start doing, man. Bluffing that, oh, I don't know what's going on here. Ooh, am I in trouble? Speaking of which, right now, RLG, they start up the turtle. Look at Malik. Malik already rotated to the top lane. So getting as much gold as he can. And it looks like SGP still going to contest for this. But it looks like the Fed airstrike was canceled out. Ashrit will get the turtle. But again, in terms of the goal lead, there's not a lot of difference. But Malik, all the while, is getting the farm. Conceal being used. Malik knows it. And Pancake looks like he is stopping short. But look at the turret. The turret might get taken down here, actually.
Yeah, I gotta
No,
say,
still
so far,
surviving.
this might be the cleanest SGP game in the series. Not in terms of like how dominant they are in the mid game. What I mean is like they're sticking to the win condition. I mean, look at the mid lane. Hyde knows he's literally hiding, right? Because he knows that the pickup potential is so huge with the Kaja, and he also still has the flicker on the bird, and that is why they are super safe here. Oh, up top.
Yep, looks like MZU got caught. Pancake secures the kill for himself. And now forcing out the brilliance. And this is why, Chefin, I said, it bothers me a little bit for SGP, because in games that a Moskov is good, they don't pick it up. And then when you see the Moskov play, you're like, why have you not shown this the entire day? I mean, so far it hasn't been crazy just yet, but like you said, SGP, they're playing it very clean right now. They're not taking risks that really should not be taken.
But this is the consequences, right? Just when the bushes are owned by the opposing team, you just gotta live with some map pressure, especially towards MZU. It's actually surprising that MZU only gets taken down once so far in this game. Yes, Gatot Kacha is super tanky, especially with the Revitalize, but I expect him to die like 1 or 2 times more in this minute. 1k gold lead for RLG right now as they're building up towards the third total. And SGP knows that there's something fishy or birdie in the bushes of RLG. Uh-oh.
And the turtle here. Looks like the Moskov is just going to get it free in the top. Meow using the Bravest Fighter just to run away. And yeah, they're just trying to trade as much as they can. I feel like Saigon Phantom, as long as they keep at least all the at least the tier 2 turrets alive, then I think they're still in a good position. Losing the outer turrets sucks, but at the same time, it's not that big of a deal. Pancake now looks like a little bit preemptive, even using the Chaos Assault there.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the SO. Gotta wait a second. Malik.
Yep. Ogi Shadow Kill bouncing between him and Meow is gonna be enough to save him. And now the Feather Airstrike use. Oh, if only. If only.
Man, I gotta say, maybe I need to stop glazing SGP because the fact that they are down 1.6k gold lead. But
yeah,
the map recognition and map awareness is at an all-time high. Yes, they're not winning the game, guys, but like I'm just pointing out that they are, despite getting picked off one time, they are playing it really safe right now. This time, though.
Yep, get a pick off now, and Daylight jumps on to Hyde, and look at that curtain call. The Hyde can't run away. Meow trying to save him the best that he can. It's incredible that Hyde survives. Seeing a bird getting chained down by a warrior. You've seen that move before. Now Joe comes in and just dashes out. He knows he can't fight just yet, but look at this. The Hayabusa tries to get onto someone and unable to. SGP, I do agree, they're playing to their strengths right now, but at some point, you gotta stop the bleeding, because if the tier 2 gets broken down, that's gonna be so hard for Joe. Joe needs the buff. Joe needs the jungle creeps. You gotta make sure that he's able to eat, man.
Yeah. And we also need to glaze RLG's early game composition that's been executed really well, too. I don't think this is gonna be a contest, or is it?
Looks like Ashrid is able to secure the Lord, and now the fight ensues. Joe is taken down, same as Meow. The damage coming in from Lunox is a little bit too much. SGP, they're asking Malik, do you have enough yet? We're running out of time. It's 9 minutes. and 40 seconds, and the tier 2 is broken down. Maybe the previous game took too much out of Saigon Phantoms, man. Because now, it looks like they don't know what to do. They're playing it safe, yes. But at one point, you gotta play to win.
Yeah, it feels like they are capped by the draft itself, right? Because we mentioned it like a bajillion times that the early game will most likely be RLGs just because of the fact that they have a Lunox, they have a proper combo. Very honest, but there's really nothing the SGP can do. Even the guy that's supposed to get the beating, MZU, he's not comfortable anymore just going outside the base, Mofel. He can only just turtle down in the base as a Gatot Kacha.
The risk of picking Gatot Kacha first pick is not looking good so far. And now even the holy defense has been broken. The Lord is there. Ogi Shadow Kill splits onto 4 members. Unable to get a kill just yet, but lead here, 6,500 gold. RLG, they're in a very good position to control all the Lord fights. And unless they make a mistake where SGP can safely defend their base, RLG might end it in the next 2 Lords.
That might be possible. Thankfully though, for SGP, it's a Kaja, so it's not a big set. It's just a pick-off hero towards 1, and yeah, all they have to do is make sure that it's only 1, right? It's easier said than done, especially with the lead that RLG has right now, 5k gold lead, and they are playing it super safe right now, just freezing down the minions. They don't want to give out all the minions away to Cho, to Hyde, and to Malik, the 3 damage dealers of SGP. And now it's just a waiting game towards the Lord, man. RLG can just take this as long as they want to. Divine Judgment, back away. Divine Judgment, Lord, back away. Lord again, Divine Judgment. Just cycle it out. No need to go for the all-ins. Just get the pickoffs. There's gonna be some opportunities when, you know, it's presented, right? The all-ins, but conditions has to be met.
Yeah. Look at everyone in the crowd. They're looking pretty nervous here. I would be too, man. I would be too. No matter which team I'm supporting, you do know that things can change on a dime. This is very unlike Mekong. 12 minutes in.
Oh no.
3 kills to 4. Conceal being used. Trying to get position here. Finds no one. They got to contest for this lore, but considering there's a Lunox, they're not going to make it in time.
Yeah. I think it's okay. They know.
Yeah, they know.
Setting up a body block, literally a 3-man screen there between Malik and also the Lord. So good, you know, safety measure there from RLG. And honestly, like, it might be endable right now if SGP makes a pretty bold move that ended up being a mistake. Pancake though, that's a safety net that's good for the Kaja and immortality. So once he goes in and pretty much sacrifice the HP bars away, he can still somehow get a chance to live and see another day and cycle out the ultimate with Divine Judgment. Let's see, up top. Oh no, that's too early.
Yep. He was scouting. He has to get out of there. Right now, there's 2 types of binds they got to be careful of. The Divine Judgment as well as the Curtain Call. This is not a good game for Hyde, and Pancake looks like he overextended, but still they're able to get the inhibitors here. Ashray goes in, he gets pushed back. Good Spear of Misery from Malik, and now Joe wants the kill, but looks like it was a suicide mission. Daylight has more damage even with the Revitalize. There's nothing that Pancake can do. This is desperation. Malik goes in for the fight as well, but Daylight deals way too much damage, especially with that Vengeance. The minions, they're coming in. SGP, they can heal up. RLG, will they commit? They have 9,000 gold lead here. Meow jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. Didn't hit anyone with the stun. And now it looks like RLG will respect Saigon Phantoms and go back. But at 14 minutes, only 1 inhibitor for Saigon Phantoms.
Go with the questionable dive towards the front there, while also knowing fully that Divine Judgment is still there. I'm not sure what the angle was there, or is it just a a miscommunication on when the Divine Judgment is available, or is it just the whole plan of them diving into it and Joe will be the sacrificial lamb for them to be able to win the team fight? I can't see that happening, but the calculation is just too off, man. They have to realize that they're down by, I don't know, at that point was like 8k gold lead. I don't think it should be possible, even if with the man advantage. 5v4 is still not feasible for SGP, especially with the fact that these frontliners of RLG, they are very sustained, right? With the War Axe, Phoebus can just jump in all around. The Brilliance also from Hey Hey Hey. They are hard to kill.
Again, I kind of feel like it's desperation at this point. And again, like your dreams are about to crumble. You were 3-1. Game number 6, it was in your hands. This is going to be a competition that the members of SGP is going to remember for a while, and all for the wrong reasons, man. This is going to be tough for them to recover.
For sure. Oh man. And some of the picks from SGP2 is becoming slightly irrelevant, right? The Lapu Lapu especially. Meow, he only died one time, but this is just the nature of Lapu Lapu. You're gonna fall off in the late game. You don't really have enough sustain. At the same time, you don't really have enough damage. And there's also appealing tool with a Dark Wave, for the Divine Judgment. Even Curtain Call can be appealing tool if Daylight perfectly executed it towards the two right member. We'll see here. Pancake is looking for the flicker play here. Who is it gonna be? Who's gonna be the target? And who is going to win this best of one? Who's gonna represent?
Bit of edge right cues, but then the flicker from HHN using the Dark Wave to stop the Feta S right. The Lord is in. Ashri used the Ogi Shadow kill. There's no way that they can do this. RLG are your champions.
Congratulations, RLG! And they are celebrating to the fullest. Even small sign towards SGP player. As the consequence that you're talking about, LaFell. And what a way to secure the spot to the wild card. Coming back from 3-1 down, this is where legends are made.
Look at that, tears of joy. You were talking about it before. This is how intense it is. I've worked too many events to know what happens when you taunt before the series is over. What happens? I don't know if you get words of encouragement or words of encouragement, but it's a tough loss. And tears all around, man. I know we're seeing the moment of Radiance. Yep, Radiance Legend Gaming. They're going around the trophy and they raise it. These are your champions. Radiance Legend Gaming SE. After an intense best of 7, after losing 3-1, they turn it around and become the champions of VMC MLBB.
Congratulations once again. Man, oh man. And they are keeping their spotless record in this tournament. Not even a single match loss against anyone. You know, this is just greatness in Vietnam, in the Mekong region.
That was a little bit too intense, and seeing all the emotions from the winners, from the losers, you can tell how much they really wanted it. But again, congratulations to Radiance Legends Gaming SE. But for Saigon Phantoms, this will take a while for them to recover. So here we're hoping for the very best from them. Hopefully, we'll see more of them in the Mekong region. But that is it. You guys have seen your champions. They are officially going to the wild card in the M7 World Championship. And before we end the show here, Shevin, do you have any final words to everyone watching?
Well, as always, when you see this kind of entertainment, absolute cinema. It's a great entertaining match in the Mekong region, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, honestly, it is an amazing series. Thank you very much, Shevin. My name is Aphel. Thank you for everyone watching. Thank you for the production team. And again, congratulations to Radiance Legend Gaming SE for being the champions. That is it for us. And we'll see you guys later on in the wildcards in M7 World Championship.
Bye.